game, they gotta put Jeepers Creepers in there as a DLC character because this is clearly a death trap on wheels. So the police officers, they got a tow truck taking this goddamn van to the impound for evidence. That's probably the worst decision that you ever could have made. You should have stayed there, surrounded by all of these people. But instead, it's being watched over by one woman cop and a douchebag in a tow truck. Now, it's fine that she's a woman cop, but only one cop? Now, clearly, this is a problem. Because you see my man Creeper, he tries to get rid of any type of evidence that will tie to him. He doesn't want anybody knowing who he is, what his origin is.
People can find out a lot of information of him very easily, as I saw now.
He knew some information that was kind of like personal. I was like, oh, okay, that's the real deal right here.
Nord is really in the tech industry, right? And tech is all about innovation, changing the way we see technology forever.
Christy was just absolutely inspiring and emotionally just connected to her on so many different levels. She is the greatest female boxer in the world.
To me, the big title is it's an underdog story.
It's a movie talking about trailblazing.
You have been called the fighter that's put women's boxing on the map.
It's about speaking up, even when it's hard.
I need help, Mama. You sound crazy.
It's about the fight inside of you as much as in the ring. It's about being true to yourself. We're going to help so many people find confidence to overcome whatever it is they're going through.
Christy had no one in her corner. She was totally alone, and she still persevered. Her story forces us to ask ourselves, when all the odds are stacked against you, how do you rise up? I hope that she can inspire and relate to a lot of girls out there.
If coal miner's daughter from 500 people town in southern West Virginia can make it, anybody can.
How he's got here, what his purpose is, nothing. All he wants to do is run around in a stupid red shirt and an Undertaker hat. Now, my thing is, why did he decide to put this red shirt on in this one? By the way, you know, the second movie was made in like 2006 or 7 or some shit, and this movie was made in 2017, and it looks worse than the second movie. Clearly, they had some budget restrictions. I'm just saying. And some of that budget should have went to a stylist, because bro was dressed like Freddy Krueger with an Undertaker hat on. Anyways, the sheriff explains that he's trying to get rid of the evidence and that he's going to be coming after this tow truck, and that's exactly what happened. First off, bro has an axe in his hand that is telepathically connected to him like it's Mjolnir. Bro running around like Kratos in the new game. There's a scene later that depicts this perfectly. We're not there yet, but it's one of the coldest things I've ever seen a creeper do before. Anyways, I brought up the axe because he used it to disconnect this big ass truck from this trailer. Now he done stole the tow truck driver and his truck back. That woman cop was standing there not knowing what was going on. Now at this point, we've transferred over to the main characters of our story. This old woman here that's seeing visions of her son and Addison. Now her son found this old hand that's connected to the creeper, and when he touched it, he got a bunch of visions rushed into his head. He became one with the creeper. Could see where it was going, when it was coming. Hey yo, when it was coming? That was crazy. All right, my fault. Now he's having a conversation with his crazy mom, and he's explaining to her that he's going to come back for this hand that he's buried. Mom, listen to me. You need to get out of here. Why? I don't understand. What's the problem? Because, Mom, he's going to come back for this thing I buried. And you look crazy right now. You know Addison is watching you from the window. It looks like you're talking to yourself. Now, I don't know what time he's coming, okay? He could come today, to come tomorrow. I know that sounds crazy, like he's coming a lot or something, like, you know, he's like a gooner or something in the big 2025, but that's not what I'm saying. He's going to show up here, and he's going to murder you guys. So tell Addison to leave if you're not going to. At least save my sister, douchebag. Why do you call me a douchebag? Because you kept telling me to clean my room and you wouldn't let me play Xbox, bitch. Now, Addison goes to get her horse, Rocket. Now, this horse is very malnourished because they're broke and they can't afford hay for the horse to eat. Also, why do horses like hay? Like, what is that? What does hay even consist of? Why the hell do you gotta pay for it? It looks like some shit you could just find in the wilderness. Now, you know, if I was a grown-ass man, I wouldn't want to eat hay. I don't know if this horse is a woman or not. I have no idea. But the women and men horses look the same? Am I stupid? Anyways, back at the police station, the sheriff is talking to the head of police there, and he's trying to put together a team, and he wants him on it. He tells him that he's the best sharpshooter he ever seen. I know that he's a good sharpshooter because he has as many kids as Nick Cannon. Anyway, so this weird guy on the back of this truck is crashing out about this weapon he's got. Man, it's gonna be the best weapon ever, man. Just a big bunch of firepower that'll rip anything to shreds.
If the rumors are true, we should be reaching it.
Now the sheriff explains to him that
we can find
That I do.
because he got blooded last night.
See that guy over there? He's gotta be Satan, right?
But actually what he's saying is he had blood on his hands. He stuck together and help instead of being a detriment to the team. Now Addison decided that she was going to go to a friend's house on her mom's suggestion to get away from the house.
Hold on.
Really, she's trying to find hope for a horse case. He started her. Now she pulls up to her best friend's house. She's her best friend's brother. I don't know this guy right here. Look how he is interacting with his rabbit right now. He's even shaking his feet. Like, how would you like if I put you on a giant cylinder and started shaking it around? Now she ends up leaving.
Where did you come from?
I have no interest.
In the meantime, in between time, her best friend's brother is going to be with his best friends and find out it's
Why GM Genuine Parts AC Delco. GM Genuine Parts AC Delco.
Go ahead and try.
You want Delco gold and silver parts. Only aftermarket parts backed by GM. Those in the know, stay on the go. High quality replacement parts from GM Genuine Parts.
Otherwise, who knows what might have happened? I think it would have been bad news for everyone. I'm sorry, Bowie. I really thought we'd find a friend out here.
Enough. All your kindness disgusting. There's no doubt. Your face and voice. It's obvious. You're just like me. I don't know what your drags. But I do know what's the game.
What is he doing?
There's one guy, he took a piss on him. That's what I'm doing. But they don't even know how dangerous this beast is. So she pops up at the hay place and she realizes she's not on the way to this thing. Don't worry, because her boyfriend, Buddy Hooks, is here to save her. When I say today, I'm going to talk to his dad about it. He tells him that he can do better because Shorty's dead. Imagine telling your dad you like somebody and he's like, I'm son, you can do better. Broke as fuck. Don't worry, I see it as stupid. But that's beside the point. Remember when I told you about I would have that giant truck. And here comes bro, I thought that this movie couldn't get any worse, but they tried to run away from him. This man threw a spear between both of them. He's a grown-ass man, and you done impaled their ass. With one spear. Me personally, I'm not going for that. You know, now you remember this last thing he ended up shooting on his truck? Well, that is actually what they're doing. Because as he's trying to escape, this man Jeeper done grabbed him out of the road. Nearly jumped, even though the special effects is really bad. This has the budget of someone going out. Now back at Addison's farm, her mom is finally found, but her son is trying to hide. Yeah, that's right. Even though her son told her to leave and to leave the thing alone that he buried, she decided to dig it up because she's a complete idiot. Now she ends up grabbing this creeper hand, bro, and it's got her levitating in her backyard and her eyes in the back of her head. Bro, we watching Jeepers Creepers 3 or The Exorcist. I really don't know.
He's
what
on the ropes.
Need to know is
That
that Buddy
said,
and Addison
we
are
still
driving
don't have any
around,
idea
and
who
they
he
end up
might
coming up
be.
to this house, and there's this mechanic under the truck that yells out the button. So Buddy ends up calling bro on the phone. Stop making noise, man. Man, tell me what's going on, bro. Addison.
Crowley,
Addison.
you still alive? Don't go thinking I've forgiven you from the last time.
Are you old, bro?
Good thing you're not teasing, because now I'm straight to hell myself.
Wait up, you two!
So in the middle of that conversation, bro, Cooper pops up and he smells through the car. He ends up running out. He goes to her side of the door and he screams until the window on the truck breaks. Now keep in mind, before this even happens, you can look behind the truck and see him actually throw an 18-wheeler truck. Oh, what's it from?
Something different about you, though.
You
seem way more in control this time.
That's exactly what happened. He took Addison away. You know I'm about to go do with it.
Don't tell me I'm just another weakling.
These random locations with his camera. You don't even know where they were at. So in the comment section, tell me why they went to this house. Why is there $200,000 horses there? Okay, Ross Club? Now the sheriff and the cop pulls up at Shorty's crib. Crazy grandma. And everything's starting to make sense. Remember the dude that was running in the beginning and having the sheriff? So the guy that's seeing what happened and the dude getting grabbed in front of his truck was her son. And the reason why he has to keep his arm is because the guy with the machete, he shot his arm off. So that's why it fell in front of the truck. He finds it, he takes it home, shoots it with a shotgun 80 times, and tries to bury it. Did this work? Clearly not. The keeper has his arm. To this day, I have no idea why he wants his arm. I don't even know. Like, why don't you want people to know who you are? I guess it kind of makes sense to maybe okay, they'll know how to do it. She's still moving. She put it on the record. But I ain't gonna lie, I would have buried that joint again. Yo, real quick, not trying to interrupt the video too long, but I have a cool Discord where I'll hang out and talk to all of you guys.
That's weird.
Watch movies,
key is
play
the
games,
same as before.
etc., etc.
So then,
make sure you guys
that
join
other
it.
guy?
The link will be in the pinned comment or description. All right, let's get back to the video. Now, Buddy done drove
seems to hate that guy way more than the other one.
And he is
I bet you those two have a history.
This dude is not even moving because of what happened. What he witnessed. Speaking of witnessing, look at this man Cooper looking at the rearview mirror. Oh, dang. Now, Addison and Kirk are stuck in his truck. He clearly can't move around a lot because his leg is all messed up.
You are the next blood sacrifice.
It's designed to automate everyday tasks, make onboarding smoother, deliver customizable share file, document sharing, e-signing, and workflows.
Yeah, this next part is kind of crazy. So she ends up getting loose from this somebody trying to find a way out. So he gets to grabbing the door handle. A spike flies out and pulls it in his head. You know, I'm not really sad about it. Kirk is kind of a douchebag. I don't really like him. Kind of happy he did. But I mean, you have to turn his foot to assist the body and spike flew out and put his brains all over the front seat. I guess Kirk might be racing for him. Anyways, back at the farm, the sheriff puts his hand on the speaker system, and he's trying to see visions like the old lady did. But look at the bags under their eyes. Oh my god. Now he fell backwards and his eyes got the rolling in the back of his head like me and my ex. So you know he's seeing something crazy. How come every time they're seeing vision, I hear witnesses? Like, what is going on? I hear him freaking out and seeing things. The people are pulled back up to the truck. I see that Kirk is there. Look at him drop his body like that. Like it ain't nothing. If you just that, now this farm that was in the back of the truck with the big artillery, he wants to touch the hand next. And the sergeant doesn't want it. Because you don't understand. You're not what it is. They decided they're going to go for fun. What's up? We got Addison in the back of his truck. The Chief task force running around holding hands with the troops. Now they about to go for fun. And we got Buddy sitting there. They're stuck in the troops. Now they got the pulling up on this dude Creeper though, and I ain't going to though. I don't know what's worse. The fact that his car is acting like a twisted metal vehicle throwing grenades out the back of it, or the fact that this farmer thinks he's about to shoot this artillery gun at the giant truck that literally deflects every bullet. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, he's about to get to shooting at this truck, and I know it's about to be disaster. So he pulls up on him.
Hey now, you must be starving, huh?
Letting that thing go.
Let's go home and eat way too much of Limo's cooking.
It's like he had Protect Up in Pokemon, because oh my god. So not only did bro smoke himself with this big artillery gun. They then roll over a grenade and once again in
You've got a
terrible
talent
Dollar
for
Tree
this.
budget
Don't forget
special
how that
effects,
felt.
this truck flips over 30 times. The sheriff's in the front seat, knocked out from the impact, but the sergeant's there. So he decides he's going to get out of the car and get to doing what he does best, sharpshooting. Which makes no sense because clearly this guy is eating all types of bullets. Yo, not him beeping the horn at these. Yo, you know what? Bro was tweaking. So he grabbed the gun out of there, and I'm like, okay, maybe he about to put some pain in. I ain't gonna lie. So the idea here is that they're gonna shoot this guy and then split up and run away. The sergeant thinks that they can take it down if they work together. That is not what's about to happen. He's gonna just deflect bullets with an axe? Oh yeah, he going crazy. Yo, will he calm down with these stupid ninja stars? Oh my god. Yo, he just threw the ninja star through the barrel of the shotgun? Oh, he's different. So he pulled a little strappy do out at this point. You know, that little Glocky Glock. And here comes Danny. Bro, this dude is out here throwing ninja stars and parrying. What is he, in Sekiro? Anyways, Danny's trying to get this big gun to work, but clearly it's not working. That joint look rusty as shit. Like, if you accidentally cut yourself on that, you would need a tetanus shot. So we get to running up on him with this axe out, and I ain't gonna lie. Look at this stupid special effects. Like, he got him jumping up and floating in the air like he's Neo in the Matrix. Oh my god. How is this going in such slow motion? Like, this doesn't even make any sense. Anyways, then he fixes the gun and gets to shooting him. I mean, he's literally blowing this. But again, it does nothing. He gets tackled to the ground. This next moment was what I was talking about earlier when Creeper did some of the coolest things I've ever seen him do. Yeah. Well, not only did he fly and then tackle this dude midair, he then gets up, and the axe is stuck in this dude's head. Like it's really Mjolnir. Look how he had him float in midair with the axe in his forehead, bro. You should have ran what he told you to. Now we're back at the crib, bro. And at this point, you know my man Creeper coming for that hand. So she's sitting there waiting on this dude. And her son tells her straight up that they took Addison. So why did this man Buddy pop up? Where's Addie? I hope you're talking about Adderall, because if you're talking about your daughter, she's currently about to get eaten alive by the Diddy of horror. Bro face is slimy and greasy, but that's from the baby.
The rumors are true. You should be reaching it.
In a place where we can find another Saiyan like me.
She uses the
That
big
I
spike
do.
that comes out of his seat
Hold
to
up.
impale his head.
See that guy over there?
Even fly
He's
correctly
gotta
right
be
now.
a
He
Saiyan,
is
right?
super dangerous. He's trying to throw the ninja star. He missed. Now he's trying to throw a spear at her. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if it's the head injury or what, but his aiming is a little off. Although he did just strike the jacket off his body. That's kind of crazy. Hold on.
I'm not sure what
This man did not just run. And
I don't
now
want
this
to fight.
giant ass stick
What's
coming
his
out of
problem,
nowhere.
huh?
Bro, what the
He's
fuck?
getting
How did
his
you not see
creeps.
Optimus Prime about to hit you? Like, I don't even. Then the first thing that this dude did is call somebody on the phone. Why is he calling the police, bro? Like, what do you think is about to happen? You see a mythical creature with wings with baby oil all over his face, and you think that you can call the cops on him?
I just want to know who you are. Where did you come from?
They got your sign there talking about you know what you are.
I have no interest.
Tweaking out. Why does his head look like a velociraptor right now? What is that? Bro got the screaming and crows just started dying around him. Did you scream that powerful it can kill animals? Like, what is going on right now? And why is he so mad that they find out about what he is? I can't tell you. It's just the origin. What are you gonna do? I mean, I guess the origin, like you said, help the secret killing.
Go ahead and
I don't even see how he got shot. He even gets stopped. Anyways, all I do know is that at the end of this movie, Randy gets on a bus. People that might look familiar. It's a basketball game. And you realize that this happened right before he gets on the scene. And of course, he's going to be reborn. When I get up there, he's dropping. I need you guys to get 10,000 likes.
He's getting used to it. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. I think it would have been bad news for everyone. I'm sorry, Danny. I really thought we'd find a friend out here. This guy.
It's all right. Don't feel bad. Enough. All your kindness disgusts me. There's no doubt. Your face and voice. It's obvious. You're just like me. I don't know what you're planning, but I do know I want to
If you are on the run from a tortured, demented child murderer, and by child murderer, I mean that they murdered a bunch of people when they were a child, although he does also murder children. Anyway, if you were running from Michael Myers and you didn't even know if he was supernatural or not yet, because it's a fresh reboot, what would you do? Today we're here to break down the mistakes made, what they could have done differently, and how to beat Michael Myers and survive Rob Zombie's Halloween and Halloween 2. One lovely Halloween morning in Beaconsfield, Illinois, autumn leaves are falling, and the innocent children of the suburbs are getting ready to put on spooky costumes and beg strangers for candy, which is the exact opposite of what we teach them to do the whole rest of the year. Just saying, kind of makes it different. One very innocent child is innocently wearing a clown mask, and innocently playing with his innocent Black Elvis innocent. This is going to be totally fine, right? Speaking of totally fine, the rest of the family are already having breakfast backstage, which seems to involve a lot of yelling at each other and real creative metaphors for various sexual acts. Deborah and Ronnie are not the ideal couple, and it doesn't make for a great environment for little sister Angel to grow up in. Fortunately, if you've seen the flick, you know she won't not be for very much longer. Big sister Judith comes downstairs, stays just long enough to get into a fight with Mom and get hit on by Ronnie, which I hope means she's not her bio dad. And then she goes up again to fetch Michael. Oh, by the way, their names are Deborah and Judith Myers, which makes Michael, you know who, not the Austin Powers guy, the other one, you know, the scary one. While Ronnie and Debbie completely demolish the kitchen, young Michael holes up in the bathroom and washes some fresh blood off of a pocket knife. And let's be honest, it's probably rat blood, Elvis the rat blood. But he goes downstairs and tells his mom Elvis died of natural causes, so he had to flush him. It's basically the perfect crime. There's no way he'll get caught unless, of course, he murders a bunch of people later on today. But that seems very unlikely. So let's continue. Judith and Ronnie both pick up Michael, who only seems to have a soft spot for the baby, who he calls Boo. I mean, who could hate a baby? Probably Ronnie, as he seems pretty mad most of the time. At school that day, Mike runs into some classic casual bullies in a restroom who pick on him because his mom's a stripper, and everyone gets into a brawl. Then, an old man who is either in very disturbing makeup or was hired specifically because his face looks like that, breaks it up and calls Judith to come pick Michael up early from school. This turns out to be more of a parent-teacher ambush though, because once she's there, the principal brings in Dr. Loomis, a psychologist, and says they found some disturbing things in little Mikey's locker that might make him a candidate for some advanced psychiatric care. Long story short, the kid loves animals, but he especially loves one specific thing about them: murder. Overhearing the conversation, Michael makes a break for it and runs out of the school, stopping only to grab his clown mask from his locker, which isn't a creepy impulse at all. Unfortunately, his bully's leaving the school at the same time. Oh no! If the bully spots Michael, the bully will probably beat him up.
Him around? Maybe it'll take the heat off of us.
It's not Buffalo.
That's weird. His key's the same as before. So then...
Oh wow. Never mind. That did not go the way I was thinking it would. Michael takes out his frustrations about his home life with a shovel, ultimately beating the bully to death and leaving his lifeless body in the woods. Okay, that was the first kill, so let's stop, take a look back, and see where things have already gone wrong. One of the big themes of the movie is that growing up in a terrible, violent environment can't help but mess someone up. So I guess my first piece of advice would be don't date guys like Ronnie, or throw plates at breakfast, or flirt with your girlfriend's kids. But as far as those issues go, it would take more than a 1-hour YouTube video to fix the Myers family. Maybe Dr. Loomis would be able to do it? I don't know. He seems like a bright guy. No, I'm talking about the other side of the coin. Let's look at this from the bully's point of view. First of all, it's highly likely that this kid is also not having the ideal childhood, which is often the case when people are this cartoonishly mean at that age. Even still, you think that he's at least feel smart enough to pick his battles, or antagonize his kid over and over, spending bags under his eyes and the stare of a killer. Spread the hate around a little, and never get in a fight in the heat of the moment. That's how you get caught. That's the exact reason bullies and fights with things, which you know how to do because when you first came on the scene, you were literally talking about winning a fight you had planned. So keep your cool. Tell this kid to go meet you after school behind the gym and go from there. Oh, and in case it's not clear, by go from there, I don't mean get what once by a shovel and used to break the lid. I mean, he essentially wanted to get beaten to death by a much smaller kid. It's hard to beat someone with a shovel, honestly. That's why we have clubs. Sure, it's metal, but the end is big and flat like a paddle. So this much smaller kid is basically spanking you pretty hard. When you're going down to the count, begging for your life and bleeding from the eyes. At least pick his little legs, man. What is he, like 8 years old? And a word to Michael. Although it is a skinny kill, well, you know what a shovel is great at? Having an edge. Next time, just pop that sucker under the bully's jaw and build until the scream stops. A lot easier, a lot gorier, and frankly, more entertaining. You better really impress me with the next murder, Michael. Let's get back on track. That night, Ronnie is making fun of his girlfriend's children using homophobic slurs as usual. Mom Deborah is pretty upset that her son stuff, but she promises that they'll stop working on it tomorrow because she's got to go out and skip. It's Halloween after all, and priorities. That means that there's no one to take Michael out trick-or-treating. Ronnie could, in theory, but he's injured and also a very bad person. Judith could, in theory, but she's too busy getting busy with her dirtbag boyfriend up in her bedroom. So once again, Michael is left on his own. But maybe since he's dressed as a clown, the other kids will naturally want to gather around and be friends with him. Kids like clowns, right? So Michael decides to head back home, where Judith and her man are about to have, you know, sex in a monster mask, which is totally normal thing to do on Halloween. Huh? Personally, I know when I get down, I like to throw on a Count Chocula mask. Moving on! After hanging out in the kitchen for a while, Michael unfortunately makes the worst decision that he possibly could. He eats some candy corn.
That's it,
Blah!
good.
This
Keep
naturally makes him
concentrating on your
decide to
training.
murder everyone in the house. Seriously, the candy corn pushes him right over the edge. He duct tapes Ronnie to the living room chair while he's sleeping, slits his throat with a kitchen knife, and stares coldly into his eyes as he bleeds out. It's messed up. Then, when the boyfriend comes down to grab a post-sex snack, Michael takes a bat to his skull and racks up kill number 3. At this point, I don't think he's going to be able to return that clown costume. Finding the discarded Michael Myers mask in Judith's room, Michael Myers puts it on and, surprisingly, totally looks like Michael Myers. Big Sis can't hear him sneak up on her with her headphones on, but that doesn't really matter because he stands there totally still for about 10 seconds, letting her hit him in the head. Of course, you can only hit Michael Myers in the head for so long before you're gonna get belly stabbed. And this is no exception. Judith makes it inside the hallway, and we get to see the very first time Michael ever slowly chased a victim down like a silent maniac. He gives his sister a few stabs in the back, pauses to admire his cool new look in the mirror, and then goes
We invited the public to face the truth they didn't want to hear. In New York City at Times Square. This is not just something you see in movies. This is the reality of the internet. People can find your name online. Your every click can be tracked. And your digital footprint grows every day. Antivirus is not enough. Don't be half-naked online. It's a privacy ignored completely.
It's like this. I'll tell you later. Brace yourself.
Chrissy was just absolutely and emotionally connected to her on so many different levels. She was going to be like,
how dare you disrespect me like that? That's elusive. All I did was eat your food.
You're talking about trouble in the world. You have been called excited and frustrated.
You got to eat.
It's about speaking up, even when it's hard.
I need help with Mama.
Come on, that's what you want.
It's about the fight inside of us as much as in the ring. It's about being true to yourself. We're going to help so many people find confidence to overcome whatever they need.
Her story brings us back to us and all the other
I'm still need to give you the mission particular.
This is a universal moment. We have to forgive us because universal is true. I ain't gonna lie. Hey guys, a lot of this movie, I called the main character Selena multiple times. His name is Finn. Check his name out last name, and I'm saying Flynn a lot. You guys may know that, but I'm dyslexic or something. I don't know. North Denver, 1978. I was about 17 in 1978. I was about 78 in 1978. But we're about 2 seconds into the movie, and we seeing that our main character got a crazy arm with it. I ain't talking about Cyborg, and I definitely ain't talking about Shanks because he's missing an arm. But the dude's out here throwing stuff. What do you think he all trying? Or somebody give him a contract with the ends? Never mind. Bro, ain't nobody trying to watch no baseball movie, bro. What is this? Angela to walk past him and reload, bro. Imagine somebody hit a home run with your pitch, bro, and then they Fortnite emoji when they walk by. This dude's got everything going for him. Look at him, riding around town. Everybody love him. The shorties looking at him. Hold on, why you slow down like that? What is that? And thus our story begins. About a bunch of kids getting abducted in a random town. You know, at some point I'm gonna have to do a horror movie for the tier list with Jeepers Creepers, Freddy Krueger, and the Rabbit. Yeah, that's right. Our main villain in this story is called the Rabbit. I'm not combating any villain named the Rabbit, bro. Like, respect. It's too close to a nickname that I would call my ex. Now, I'm not about to combat anybody that reminds me of my ex because it's trauma. Just like this kid, Robin. Now, you're probably thinking, like, okay, this kid's name is Robin. And every Robin that I know from DC because you'd be right. Because when I tell you that this dude Robin beats Everett, rough-ish, I wouldn't be lying. That's exactly what happened. I knew this dude had elite hands when blow through the first punch and he leaped it that way. Oh my God, I've never seen a grown man roundhouse someone in the face. He ain't even a grown man. He's like 13.
That key I felt just now was crazy.
Tied around his head like the dude from Warriors. You know he's about to put that pain in. Bro hit him with like a reverse choke. I don't even know what this is. I thought he was about to hit him with an RKO. And he just full mouth this dude like he in the UFC. Bro, he's going too crazy, bro. But I just feel like he's one of those on the punch. I mean, stop him. Bro, he's never checking out me. I don't know him. How is another motherfucker shooting out? Shooting at police. That's exactly what Robin does. As he's protecting his gun, the bullies in the bathroom. First of all, y'all are surrounding me. 3v1 and down. That's crazy anyway. How did you know I was even in here? You came in talking about me. Get out of the book. Let's go, man. You're stupid. You know something like, guys, that's these comedies all on. Y'all just feel the aura of grown men in bathrooms. By grown men, I mean, that's not the point, bro. Now, this rapper shenanigans are getting so bad in school and outside of school. They're even calling little girls in. Could be all to talk to them about it. It's because she's friends with someone else about taking. I feel her in this moment because why are y'all questioning me? I'm not the grabber. I'm gonna grab a handful of groceries. I'm a 12-year-old girl. I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of crazy that she had to go through all these questions. Anyway, my man Flynn goes home and he ends up watching some old black and white movie. It just happened to have this one colored part, but it was the blood. I'm not gonna lie, it was very aesthetically pleasing. But can I just be real with y'all for a minute? When I was a kid, you know I thought that the world was in black and white back then? Like, I used to watch movies and I'd be like, why is this black and white? Was everyone black and white? And were these people being recorded? Or are they just little people that live in this box? I had no idea.
Looks like
I learned later in life that I was just that's besides the point. Bro, why did Flynn wake up in the first
whatever I just walked into?
His dad, or even his sister with a dad? You mad that cops came to your job because your daughter might have information on someone who's kidnapping children? You kidnap a grown man or a grown woman? This is so sad, though. It's like, how you gonna beat her like this? Make her tell you that her dreams aren't visions. Like, you know, can we just take a second to talk about all the people that have visions in movies? You know, this is the first time I would say that I've seen someone have visions in a movie, and it does something. Okay? Now, we're not there yet, clearly, but at some point she's gonna have some
Show me more of what you do with
that makes sense. Everything else in other movies with visions suck. Let's think about it, right? That's so Raven. I know it's not a horror movie, but every time she has a vision, nothing good happens, okay? You got every person from every Jeepers Creepers. The visions do nothing, okay? Then you got Vision from Marvel's Infinity War. He was trash, he died, and then got brought back to life and died again, but he was garbage. So, vision sucks. So this is the first time in a movie that I was actually pleased. Now, Now, the very next day, the cops end up coming to the house again. This time they want to talk to the daughter again, but it's because Flynn's very best friend Robin is not in the cover. But you know, I don't know how the grabber even took Robin. Like, how did you not get your ass beat? So this alone lets me know the grabber must not be him. Or it's the fact that he's 12 and he's a grown-ass man, but that's just how it's played. All you need to know is that Robin gets up. Now the question is, where's little sister about? Like, come on, bro, clearly she don't have no information for y'all. Besides her super cool dream visions, but you know, no one wants to listen to those, which is stupid, but whatever. Now, because Robin is gone, Flynn is getting jumped by these 3 guys once again. Oh my god! It's just the demon from the top room! From the top room! Oh god!
Hi, I'm Carl from Email. Cold email is trending in the diary. If you're telling but you're not having cold email is full of misleading you're a error after error, one size fits all. Because you can probably look at cold email tip number 1, AI is say that because AI can be a big help in many ways. This is just so convenient.
Serious business.
You're having AI write entire emails or worse, personalized posts, which, by the way, prospects will immediately see and you're doing it all. Excellent ways that you could be using AI to help with emailing is prospecting, specifically sourcing contacts or basic information about them, brainstorming ideas and writing first drafts with subject lines and copy.
Incredible.
Proofreading,
Absolutely
grammar checks,
incredible.
and trimming if English isn't your first language, tone, and cultural molds. You can also use it in more creative ways, like generating alternative phrases in your emails using A/B testing or spin tags. GMAS actually offers this, where you can use ChatGPT to create first drafts of your campaigns, then generate variations of parts of your email and rotate them between your recipients when sending out your campaign. But the takeaway here is don't let AI write your emails for you. Instead, use it to tackle the grunt work of your email process and then use your amazing human touch to polish it over. Cold email tip number 2, innovate your sending game. Cold emailing is starting to feel like a luxury sport. It's expensive, complicated, and there's way too much gear. You shouldn't need to spend hundreds of dollars and spend dozens of hours before you send a single email. But that's what the gurus are now telling you to do. That's why you need to keep an eye out for solutions that simplify the process. Without help, it's very difficult to send large numbers of emails without triggering spam filters or hitting Gmail's sending limits. If you send large email campaigns on a day-to-day basis, one solution is something called a cold email infrastructure service. These provide the back-end tools, including optimized SMTP servers, cheaper mailboxes, and quicker setup to send large-scale cold email campaigns. They're not perfect, but they're one solution. Another similar solution is one that we created, which is GMAS's very own cold SMTP, which allows you to send large-scale campaigns to our own private server from one email address and without warm-up. Check it out in the description. Shameless plug? Maybe. Game changer? Definitely. Cold email tip number 3, playing nice with Google and Apple. Let's talk about the elephants in the inbox. Google and Apple. They hold all the power, and they could shut down cold email tomorrow if they wanted to. They haven't, but in the meantime, they'll do more than happy to send you to the spam folder. They'll drop you over there with your cold emails look like spam, and on getting 18 verified. That's why it's extremely important to focus on sending high-quality emails that are good engagement. So, how do you do that? Our advice is simply to take 5 minutes before sending to analyze your emails to your campaign. And ask yourself, how quickly would I delete this email if I received it? If your answer isn't immediately, then you're like this. Two key aspects of high-quality emails that you should focus on are prospecting for positive lists, solving the real proof keeping your case concise, and focusing on personalization is not customization. Meaning that just because you know where someone lives or which football team they support.
Bro, she came running in with a rock like she was a part of the Losers Club. He's dying, bro. He's bleeding from his ear. There's definitely some sort of brain damage going on. Oh my god, you just sat there about to kick your little sister in the face? Ain't no way, bro. They would be 8 pounds stomping your shit right now. I ain't gonna lie. But I know they're kicking all types of surface area on your body. Your back smells like a Converse right now. You know the ass whooping is egregious when the sister just calls and sits next to the dude she just gave a brain to. My man Flynn in class now. They gotta dissect Frog. And of course, he needs a partner. And nobody wants to be a partner except the girl that he can stare at the entire year. What a lucky guy. In the words of the white kid from Everyone Hates Chris. Hey, I'm not over the phone. It's a podcast. Steering your camera around like you cut animals over death side. What? Now, Flynn's little sister is going to a friend's house. Then Flynn gets to walk the home by himself. Oh my God, right into the black room. Brother, this grown man did not just drop eggs like that. You know how expensive eggs are? Brother really had to fulfill a contract to murder 13 people just to get enough money to buy a carton of eggs. Oh no, I just told on myself. Oh my God, man, I dropped my eggs on the ground, man. Oh man, what you need, some help, bro? I got you.
What's that from you guys fighting?
You know I'm a part-time magician, right? Well, see, man, the trick. They just opened up that very creepy van with the black balloons in there. What do you mean, black balloons? Oh my God!
You got a little skin on that.
Now this dude Flynn, I ain't gonna lie, he kind of put up a little bit of a fight, bro. He cut the shit out of this dude's arm. Oh my God, that cut kind of deep. What is that in his hand? It's a screwdriver? What is that? Anyway, he done sprayed some crazy stuff in this man Flynn mouth. I don't know what this is or why it's in a graffiti can, but that is not something that we should be consuming, bro. That shit put him straight to sleep. He woke up on a dirty mattress and it reminded me of the Gucci. Bitch, you live like this? This man Flynn is not in a basement. He's in a trap house. Okay, you don't talk too much. Oh my God, he's in this. Okay, Archie, it scared me. Just the mask. Okay. That guy was really deformed in the face. Why are you gonna give him this dirty ass mattress? We ain't even give him like a blanket, a comforter, some sort of pillow or anything. Just a mattress. You know, I went to jail with him. Sadly, this dirty mattress on the floor is 20 times more comfortable than the cot. Praying. And you know, sometimes prayer is all you can do. But also, you need to get out in the field and look for your brother. Bro, you know the most dangerous thing that I realized about the grabber? He didn't even disarm this dude. He let him stay in here with the weapon that he cut him in the arm with initially. That's how you know he's good. I don't even care if you got a weapon. Now, this dude Flynn is downstairs having a conversation with the grabber. Apparently, his phone rang in the wall. Oh my God. I'm now putting it together. I finally did it. Whatever I just walked into, just called the grabber's back home. I go to the movie. It's in the grabber's house with the flag. That's just black as my dad. Oh my God. This phone is clearly going to have something to do with what happened to Flynn. This weird dude. It's a grown man, by the way. With a nasty mask on. Now, he tried to tell this dude Flynn that the whole room was soundproof, but for some reason, Flynn still tried to yell, "Nobody hears you!" Except me, because I have headphones on right now. But that doesn't matter. Now, there's a window down there that my man Flynn sees. He's like, okay. He's trying to move the bed over there, but he realizes that it's bolted to the ground and he's also a weak bitch. Bowman going for it right now. Come on, get out here. Right in the phone ring. Hello?
Show me more of what you can do with that new power you got up your sleeve.
Yo, this man was woke up in the middle of the night after nobody said anything to him on this phone. And the grabber's just standing there looking at him. Bro, why are you staring at me, cuz? Man, I'm hungry, bro. Can you bring me something to eat? McDonald's or a 4 for 4 or something? Man, ain't nobody going to run me for KFC right now, man. Don't worry about it. The phone is up ringing again at this point. And my man Finn answers this time. Sounded like my ex for a minute. Jesus. Hello? Listen, man. Who is this? Man, that's like forget down there. Like, you can die. Now, at this point, my man Flynn has no idea what is going on. He can't even understand how he's on the phone. But Bruce tells him that there's a foul in his and he can dig this. He said that he didn't have enough time for it. But maybe my man Flynn can, because he's on his knees. Now, Flynn just digging. And he's just puffing the bathroom and he puts it over the hole. This hole isn't very important right now. But it will be someday. And it's getting bad for this new swing, I ain't gonna lie. We having assemblies about to do this. Excuse me, everyone. We're gonna make this brief. Flynn? That's not his last name? I don't know why, I just feel like okay, anyway, he's missing. Apparently the grabber got him. This makes like the first he's tried in the last like 5 years. This dude's on a kill streak at this point, by the way. I just feel like that needs to be talked about. Anyways, we just want you all to know that Flynn is very, very... Is that kind of counterintuitive? Like, I know the guy's name is okay, he's in very good hands. In Allstate, I guess. I don't know what's going on.
Yo, real quick, sorry for interrupting the video. Please don't click off. I know y'all see this cute cat right here. This is who y'all are upsetting when you click off the video. So, like, just keep that in mind. But I just wanted to remind y'all that I have a Discord where, like, I hang out often with me and all my supporters. We're in voice chat all the time and channels talking about random stuff. So if you want a direct line to me to be able to speak, to be able to communicate, etc., make sure that you join the Discord. The link for that, it'll be in the pinned comment and in the description. I love y'all. Let's get back to the video.
But on top of that, the grabber finally brings him some food. And I'm like, okay, my man about to eat. What'd you bring him? Eggs? Bro, ain't nobody trying to eat eggs, cuz. Now, obviously, he's a little worried because it's like, yo, is this dude trying to drug me right now? But bro, he got you in the basement already. He's not going to drug you. Now, this dude goes upstairs and he leaves the door unlocked. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'll probably go upstairs. Because at this point, I'm going to try you. Like, I know you're probably going to kill me because, I mean, you're an adult and you're like, you know, 5 to 6 times my weight. And okay, maybe not 5 to 6 times, but
trillions of signals to reach audiences at the right time and place, delivering the results all marketers chase.
Ultra Vegeta
Media magic. Cancer affects every part of your life. The last thing patients should worry about is getting to care. That's why MSK has care in many locations.
it feels that way, bro. This is a David and Goliath situation. I mean, I know the dude isn't Dave Blunt's or anything, but I mean, he's pretty big compared to Flint. Flint's probably like 70 pounds soaking wet. But right before he goes upstairs, hello? Hey, man, don't go upstairs, man. Oh my God, I just had to run to the phone to call you, dumbass. Like, come on, bro. You think you're gonna leave food out here? He's gonna go up there, and then you just gonna go, what, you gonna go upstairs and just walk out the door? I mean, that's what I thought I was gonna do. I don't know. Okay, listen, man. Is this Bruce? No, Bruce, man. Oh, play baseball? Bro, I was a delivery newspaper boy, man. That's what I did, bro. You know, like the dude from Atlanta? Paper boy. I'm all about that paper boy. But you know, this time, you know, I was doing my route, and I ran into a black man. Bro talking about he a magician. He made me disappear, all right? Now, the whole point of this is just like a game to grab, okay? He wants Flynn to go upstairs. He leaves it all out on purpose. He wants to play games. If he goes upstairs, he's a naughty boy. Part 2 of the game is stuff. Which eventually leads to them dying. Yo, real quick, I just want y'all to know that I have a Discord where me and the homies talk and stuff, and it's fun, and I'm in there chilling, and like, we having fun. So, join the Discord, you know what I'm saying? Put a comment or description, but do it after the video, though. Not right now. Please finish the video. All right, love you guys. All right. Now, at this point, the guy calling on this black woman trying to help him escape, and this time, it's no different. Boy gets on the phone and tells him that there's a long cord in between the walls, and that he hit it, and he wants them to use it to get the window break down. Now, I'm not gonna lie, we all know that it's a deal. Yes, eventually he does figure out a way to use the carpet, but by the back, to get the rope around the grate. He's like, all right, cool. Climb up, except he's weak as a bitch. Bro should have been doing more calisthenics. So he climbs up to the window, and he does get the grate off, but he ends up falling. Now, my thing is, okay, the room is now but now let's get some windows. Can you just yell out there like, you to the street? Like, I'm not understanding. It's not really completely demoralizing, right? You figure out how to do something, you try your best, and then boom, it's all over. But what's getting pretty bad in old Flynn's household, by the way, his dad is still yelling at his sister about how she's insane and acting like her crazy deranged mom. But the fact that he's done given enough to listen to these crazy visions and drive her around to look for Flynn lets us know that the situation is dire. Because his dad is an abusive alcoholic. I know some of you might feel for him like, oh, well, he does love his children, and he probably does, but he is an abuser. Like, that's just a fact. And he also abuses that body. Now this next part is kind of crazy, right? Because this stupid ass dude comes downstairs talking about, I know you're not stupid. First of all, shut your big ass up. What's the name? Man, why does that even matter, bro? I'm hungry.
you. And it's coming, man. Not going right, man. I'm about to let you go. Nowhere with your husband, you suspect. You crazy cowardly dog and shit. That's besides the point. Just tell me your name.
My name is Taylor. Taylor Muller.
Oh, man, so you just gonna lie to me, guys?
And the grabber literally told me exactly what was gonna happen. And eventually you get the newspaper and they print a big photo of you and put your name. And that's what happened. He threw the paper at him.
Man, you trying to lie to me, man. Come on, man. I was trying to like you. I was gonna let you go too, guys.
I hear this dude sitting upstairs in his chair, falling asleep like a weirdo. My man wakes up in the middle of the night. Plans are floating in the air? Oh, no! Now, the kid that's slowly in the middle of the room calls him. Explains the game that I explained to you guys. Like, you gotta play the game. You gotta play the game so you can win. Anyways, the kid that got caught up, the driver ends up putting a lock on the door. But this time, he's not stuck with some shit. The kid tells Flynn that the lock is on the wall. My man Flynn knows about the wall. This combination of a trip, and I would have called that shit in my arm. I'm just saying. Now, with this one, you gotta go upstairs and we can put this thing right here and get him out of here. Bro, I was terrified to do this. I ain't gonna hold it. Bro, really went upstairs and you just have to walk past this dude while he's asleep. You can't even see his eyes are open and not even laughing on him. I would have went right back downstairs. I ain't gonna lie, you got that big night drive or whatever that is. You should have just seen up, but not. They go to the door. Yo, bro, kind of going crazy right now. I'm even like Sly Cooper. Yo, my man really got away, bro. I would have started screaming as soon as I got outside. Bro, you waited until he caught you with his van before you start yelling. I ain't got a damn knife to your throat.
You don't say anything. Let's like some shit, guys. I'm still quiet.
You a grown ass man. You got a knife to your neck. Business.
That's the last time.
You put some straight to sleep talking about you being my naughty boy. Like, hey, yo. So what's so mad that his little sister is cussing at you? Oh my God. I've been praying and praying. I've been a good girl. I'm going to school. I'm in a good place. And I've been praying every night. My man Flint back in the basement. Now we get the story of Vance, whatever his last name is. This dude has the #1 craziest ass whooping I've ever seen in this movie. Now, you know, my man Robin got the name. But this dude, Vance, is different. The boy here playing pinball. I ain't gonna lie, he's about to get his high score. This guy messed it up. Oh my God. Straight to the comic book. So every time he hits me, he makes a noise like they're wasting on Grand Theft Auto. Oh my goodness. Oh, come here, man. Can't fight. Oh, not the bash him into the ground. Yo, then he calls numbers into his name. Oh, he's using 50 right now. Well, of course, they're going to put him in the back of the police car because clearly he was insane. Bro, he's like 2 hours in the suit. Same aesthetic, same fit. And he uncovered something on somebody's skin. Somebody stop him. So at this point, you can see that Finn's sister is having this, but now she sees the house, the number, the tree, the gate, the door, everything. She knows exactly where my man is at. Now this dude Vance tells him that in the room where the toilet is, and that if you keep dashing into the outlet, you'll end up getting to this little hole where this freezer is. Now you can't get out on the other side because there's a huge freezer in the way. Wait a minute, this dude is just pulling water out of the basement. I know there's some fresh water, but like, come on, that's what you gotta do. So this man is really moving like and all that. Now he ends up getting into this room where the freezer is at. But his little ass is we need to get through there. Could have never been me, though. You know, I be cheating on him and all that. Now he's crying in the corner because his bitch ass was too weak to get into the freezer. Grown ass man, by the way. I'm just kidding. He's 12. The man is going through it, as he should, because he's slowly realizing that his demise is here and that this dude grabber is about to grab him and that he's going to die. So he gets on the phone. Oh my God, what's my God? Get out! Hello? Yo, what's good with you? Yo, I know you stressed out right now, and I mean, I would too, because this dude is clearly in pain and he's probably going to try to kill you, Shan. But that's besides the point. None of that really matters. What does matter, Shan, is that you need to really do your thing right now and stop being a bitch. So you need to stop being a bitch. Like, what am I supposed to do? Man, look, Shan, you never been a pussy for real, Shan. Like, you do be doing pussy shit, but you be doing your thing. Like, you get knocked out, but you get up every time, Shan. You know what I'm saying, Shan? Now, you need to nut up right now, Shan. Get you a honey pack and you need to do your thing. Give me a honey pack. What? Yo, come on, I'm just saying, Shan. Anyways, this is what you do, Shan. You take the phone, right? You know what I'm saying? The movie is called Black Phone, so you gonna beat his ass with a black phone. You gonna take it, put some dirt in it, then look, come here, take a step back, take a step forward, take a step back, smack. You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget how that
this
felt.
nigga his head with his phone, can't get my brain confused, Shan. It's the last time you gonna be able to talk to me, Shan, but I mean, you can text me on Instagram or something like that, Shan, but I can't talk on the phone no more, Shan. I love you, cuz. So now my man like, screw it. I know what I'm about to do. I'm about to take this phone, I'm about to pack it with dirt, and when I see this grabber dude come in here, I'ma smack him with it. First off, pause on the fact that Robin and said, yo, put the dirt in there, get it a little girthy. All right, my fault. I don't think he said girthy. I might have just been imagining that, but that's besides the point. I also realized that the grate that was on the window in this moment isn't the window, it's just the grate that's on there. I think I'm using that word right? So he still can't yell at anybody. Makes no sense, but I mean, it is what it is. Anyways, Flynn's sister is driving around, you know, on her bike. She got a, you know, little rain jacket on. She moving like Georgie when he met Pennywise and It. We're out here in the Curious George fit. But anyways, the kids pop up out of nowhere.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's tackling rugged trails with standard all-wheel drive and a towing capacity up to 5,000 pounds, or heading out on a weekend getaway with its upscale interior loaded with advanced tech and safety features, the innovative and versatile Honda Ridgeline seamlessly blends capability and comfort. Test drive your new Honda Ridgeline today.
With Chewy, get their mealtime match, like blue light protection formula to help live their best life.
To scare her half to death, but she knows exactly where she needs to go. 10-17 Brick Squad. Now in this moment, they end up calling the detectives and they pop up at the house. But Max's brother, who's been there this whole time trying to figure out where these kids are, is slowly realizing on the middle of his coat binge that the kids could be in my house. Now there's a door that's in this house he never uses and he never goes downstairs in. But this one time, he feels like, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna go down there. Now obviously my man Flynn is thinking to himself like, oh snap, I just realized that I keep calling him Flynn and his name is Finn. Now my man Finn is tripping at this point because he hears the door creaking and then he sees Max's brother.
Oh my god. Oh, ain't no way, bro. I knew he was hiding something down here, cuz. Hey man, listen, man. You wanna talk? You wanna know how I knew you was down here, man?
And right then, this dude literally kills his little brother by smacking him in the head with an axe. Then he brings a dog downstairs because he said he's gonna slowly kill this man Finn. So he ties the dog up, bro, and he goes after this dude Finn with the axe. So Finn like, man, screw it, and starts putting his plan in motion. He runs in the hallway, uses the cord, trips him. Bro falls straight in the hole, breaks his ankle on the grate, and he does exactly what Robin told him, bro. Step forward, step back, step forward, smack. Oh my god, hold up. This time he grabs his arm, but he takes the mask off of him, and he realizes he's freaking out from the mask, so he uses the phone cord, the black phone, to choke him when the phone starts ringing. It's for you. I told you he was gonna get you guys. He got this game. And just like that, my man got to punish him, choked his ass, and killed him. He even had a steak out of the freezer for the dog. That's a good thing. But I probably would have took that home and ate that myself, you know, but that's me because I'm a big guy. But all y'all need to know is that my man Phil got away. Walked straight out the front door and into the arms of his little sister. And just like that, they find all the kids buried and realize that he had one house where he buried the kids, and then another house where he tortured them. They were right across the street from each other that whole time. Crazy. And I know that Black Phone 2 just came out, and y'all probably like, can you do a Black Phone 2 video? And you know what? I can. But I need at least 8,000 likes.
I love buying candles. This year, I bought one for each one of my friends. Jenna, Christmas Cookie, Bernard, Bumpkin Cheater, Sparkling Cinnamon, Midsummer's Night, Lemon Lavender, Cookie. You got me. These are all for me. Hey, that's it.
They're not the only ones.
Scarier than fighting demons, getting old. But someday, the goats have to pass the torch. After 20 years on the job, the Warrens finally are ready for the time. Guess what? The demons have other plans. When the tragic death of a friend leads them to a family that's being tormented by 3 evil spirits, they realize that a demon from their past has come back to finish the job. And this might turn out to be their last, so we're here to break down the mistakes made and assist you in how to beat the horror demon in The Conjuring Strike. Late one rainy night back in 1964, we find a much younger Ed and Lorraine Warren on one of their very first paranormal adventures. They're meeting with a woman named Victoria who says that there's a strange presence lurking around her antique shop, but this case is different from anything they've seen before. It started when her father began to feel like something was always watching him. At first, she thought it was just a weapon, until one day when she ended up falling dead in the back of the store. That's when she began to feel it as well, and it hasn't left her alone ever since. Although Ed's worried, Lorraine promises that she'll be alright as soon as she goes to check it out. Making her way around the storage room, when she hears a voice whispering her name, she turns around and notices a large mirror that's covered up with a sheet. Sensing that it's the source of the problem, Lorraine introduces herself to the spirit and reaches out to touch the glass, closing her biggest mistake. Because all of a sudden, the glass cracks, and she's given a series of horrifying visions. And Ed rushes in as she falls over clutching her stomach. Rushing her to the hospital, she ends up giving birth to their daughter several weeks early. There's a close call during the process, but by some miracle the girl survives. And the Warrens decide to make it easy. But this case is going to haunt them for the rest of their lives. Alright, it looks like the Warrens just encountered their first demon. Now, my longtime meat shields know that when you're dealing with spirits, there's levels to this. Basically, you've got three main types of hauntings that we need to worry about. First is what you call a residual haunting, which is like a replay of a past event that doesn't really pose too much of a threat. Then you've got intelligent hauntings, and these are human spirits that are aware of what they're doing and can interact with people or objects. They're not always dangerous or evil, but most of them usually want to get rid of them if they can. But then you've got demonic hauntings, like the Warrens just saw here. These are powerful non-human entities that want to manipulate, torment, and eventually destroy the living. They usually have to be invited or awakened in some way, but once they're summoned, they gradually break down their target's defenses until they can use them for their own evil motivation. Now, the story Vicky told about her father showed all the signs of demonic activity, especially since the man was back dead. So the Warrens definitely should have been more careful before Lorraine went to face it by herself. The first thing you need are some basic religious tools of protection, a crucifix, some holy water, and a big bag full of salt. Then before entering the demonic space, you should recite a prayer of protection, put a line of salt across the doorway, and sprinkle holy water in all four corners of the room. And since demons prey on isolation, it's always better to stick together. Now, my girl Lorraine made a pretty big mistake here by engaging with the entity before she knew what it was. Telling a demon your full government name and saying that you're here to help is a good way to fuck your life up big time. So if you encounter a spirit but you don't know what kind, you need to figure out first before trying to make friends. Never touch a cursed object with your bare hands or you'll risk creating a tether with the evil spirit that's attached to it. But their worst mistake of all was leaving the shop without closing the door. Like, let me explain. If you've made contact with a spirit, demonic or otherwise, you should never just walk away or you'll run the risk of it following you. You need to formally state your intentions to end the conversation, bless the room and the mirror with more holy water, and throw some across the doorway before leaving to
Sure looks
make
like
the
you
demon
guys
can't
are
follow
getting
you
up to
home.
some fun
Now the
around
only way
here.
they'll be safe is to go back and finish the fight, but they'll have to wait another
Whatever I
20
just
years
walked
before
into,
they get that
deal
chance.
me in.
Over the years, the Warrens spend their time in between spaces watching Judy grow up into a bright little girl. But it's not all perfect because just like her mom, she can see things that other people can't. Lorraine teaches her a nursery rhyme to block the vision out, but as her daughter gets older, she's constantly worried about the girl's future. 22 years later, we find ourselves in West Pittston, Pennsylvania, at the home of the Smurl family. It's the day of their daughter, Heather's, confirmation, and after the ceremony, they all gather around to watch her undrafted gift from her grandparents. She's a bit put off to see that it's a huge antique mirror, the same one that Lorraine encountered all those years back. And their dog Simon won't stop barking as soon as he sees it, but she acts appreciative and thanks her grandparents for the gift. Later that night, everyone sits down for a slice of cake, but before Heather can blow out the candle, it suddenly goes out on its own. She blames it on her sister Dawn, but all of a sudden the ceiling light crashes down onto the kitchen table, leaving Heather with a nasty cut on her head. As for the Warrens, they're back to giving lectures while Ed adjusts to living with his heart condition. But these days, hardly anyone shows up, and the ones who do treat them like a complete joke. Later that night, they meet up with Judy for dinner at a restaurant, but after placing her order, Lorraine feels a strange presence coming over her. Looking across the table, she notices her daughter Amy is whispering the nurse that she reaches over to her down. But suddenly, a pale hand appears on the girl's shoulder, and Lorraine lets out a gasp as the vision disappears. The others notice that she is acting strange, and tries to keep to herself instead of freaking out.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of us. Whether it's tackling rugged trails with standard all-wheel drive and a towing capacity up to 5,000 pounds, or heading out on a weekend getaway. Upscale interior supported with advanced compensation features. The innovative and versatile Honda Ridgeline seamlessly blends capabilities. Test drive your new Honda Ridgeline today.
Every piece of vegetable is packed with its own quality ingredients, like whole fish from the Pacific Ocean, freshly farmed vegetables, and vegetables rich in vitamins and minerals. Just a few of the ingredients that prove China is crafted without compromise.
Okay, both these families got some serious problems. It seems like Judy's visions are only getting worse, and her old tricks aren't working as well as they used to. Now, when Judy was just a little girl, Lorraine taught her a nursery rhyme as a way to hold back the spirits. And it might seem a little silly, but it's actually a solid way for her to build up a mental firewall, because the repetition helps her focus and engages the logical part of her brain. In demonology, acknowledging the spirit gives it power, but missing it takes that power away. Adding the phrase, "you are not here," at the end is like saying that they're shutting her mind, but lately it has not been enough. At dinner, Judy and Lorraine both felt a presence, but decided not to talk about it. But we all know that demons thrive on fear and isolation, so first, Judy and her mother need to have a honest chat about what's been going on. Judy's lucky to have a mom who actually understands what she's going through, but Lorraine needs to realize that the nursery rhyme was just a band. It's been enough to stop random visions, but a persistent feeling Judy can't get rid of is that she's being targeted. And if that's the case, it's better to acknowledge it before it gets worse. Which brings us to the Smurl family and their new mirror of death. Now, besides the fact that it's broken, creepy, and clearly covered in mold, they have no idea that this thing is pure evil, but there have been some signs. I mean, obviously, we've got the light trying to kill Heather, but from the moment they brought it inside, their dog Simon has been barking at it non-stop. Animals, especially dogs and cats, are believed to be extra sensitive to paranormal activity. This is because, unlike humans, they react on instinct with no skepticism to get in the way. And their heightened senses allow them to detect danger long before we can. So if your furry friend ever starts barking at some new furniture, pay attention. Especially if it's a mirror, because since mirrors reflect a reversed reality, they are considered liminal objects where the human and the spirit realms bend together. And that makes them perfect gateways for demonic spirits. But they'll have to realize there's a problem before they can do anything about it, and now that it's in their house, it's going to be a huge pain in the ass getting it out. So I guess the moral of the story is, be careful what you let Granny bring home in from the swap meet. Back in Pennsylvania, Janet notices a strange feeling when she passes in front of the mirror and looks down to see the girl's robotic baby doll lying on the floor. After turning it off, she takes the toy and puts it back in their room before going down to the basement to start some laundry. Just then, she hears a voice whisper her name and becomes overwhelmed with the feeling that somebody's down there with her. But when she turns on the lights, she's relieved to see that it's just a poster of John Wayne, although the experience leaves her pretty shaken up. Back in the kitchen, she calls up one of her friends while the twins are busy running around the house, but suddenly something yanks the phone away and starts dragging it into the pantry. Thinking that it's just the girls, Janet shouts at them to cut it out. But a moment later, her daughters go running upstairs as whatever's in the closet keeps pulling the phone closer. Finally, she works up the courage to turn on the light, only to find the pantry completely empty. Meanwhile, the girls are upstairs playing with their toys, and Shannon places her baby doll under the table. But when she looks again, she notices that her doll has just disappeared. Confused, she finds the toy in her older sister's room, but as she goes to pick it up, the doll suddenly flips over and starts levitating above the ground. The girl turns to leave, but when she looks back, she's horrified to see a demonic woman holding the toy and runs out of the room as the vision disappears. Later on, Heather tells her sister that the mirror creeps her out, saying that she feels like it's always watching her. That's when Dawn points out that it's almost garbage day, so they decide to get rid of it before their grandparents notice. After waiting until everyone's sound asleep, the girls struggle to carry it all the way down to the curb, thinking that they'll never see it again, but they've got no idea that they've just made things even worse. Next morning, everyone gathers in the kitchen for breakfast, while outside, the garbage man pulls up and tosses the mirror into the truck. But that's when something terrible happens. As the truck crushes the mirror, Dawn starts choking on her cereal, and out of nowhere, she starts vomiting it all back up. She gets up and starts vomiting massive amounts of blood into the kitchen sink. Reaching into her mouth, she's horrified to discover that she's swallowed a bunch of broken glass, and her parents immediately rush her straight to the hospital.
Icon has the tools pros trust, tested tough and backed for life. Only at Harbor Freight.
Builders don't see roadblocks. They see prototypes. Some build with bricks. I build with bytes.
Builders don't believe in talk. We believe in action.
Builders turn concepts into companies.
Because I build digital experiences that make a real impact. I build because technology should make life easier for everyone.
Because I build digital experiences that our customers will never forget.
Alright, well I guess Dawn accidentally ate from the box of oops, all glass. Now these girls made a huge mistake and I would say you done f***ed up, but since they genuinely didn't know any better, I'm gonna cut them a break here. But when it comes to the parents, that's a completely different story. They're falling for that same old trap of not believing the kids, but Janet's forgetting that she's been experiencing strange things as well. I mean, unless there's normally a guy who lives in the basement, or a pantry suddenly developed its own gravitational pull, something fishy is definitely going on here, and it all has the warning signs of demonic activity. Now, if there's two things demons love, it's basements and kids' toys, and it all ties back to their usual playbook. Basements are the perfect place to catch people while they're isolated and afraid, two things demons get their power from, and little kids' toys are the perfect conduits for targeting the most vulnerable members of the house. Which brings us to the next problem. The demon got revenge on Dawn, but the two people who is actively targeting are Janet and Karen. Now, the reason it's picking on Karen is pretty obvious, because as one of the youngest, she's also the most vulnerable to demonic influence. But the reason why it's going after Janet is a lot worse. As a mother, she's the one that the girls will need to go to if they need help, so that if the demon can break her, then it makes everyone else an easy target. So I think it's safe to say that getting rid of it was the right idea, but the problem is, it's not that simple. I mean, after you've taken ownership of a cursed object, the connection has to properly be broken before you can try to dispose of it. Otherwise, you'll just make the situation worse, as we can see here. Now, if they wanted to get rid of it properly, they'd have to cover it with a white cloth, bless it with holy water, and have a priest formally command the spirit to leave the object, and then place it in a wooden box lined with salt with a cross painted on the outside, and have it taken to a safe location, buried in holy ground or destroyed, but only after breaking the connection first. Or they could have just taken it back to the swap meet and tried to find some other sucker to take it off their hands, but now it looks like their problems are about to get a lot more serious. Back in Rhode Island, the Warrens throw a party for Ed's birthday, and Judy is excited to introduce everyone to her boyfriend, Tony. The kid tries his best to make a good impression, even though Ed gives him a bit of a hard time, but while he's busy mingling with the other guests, Judy goes back to check out her childhood room. She's looking through some old photo slides when she feels the energy in the room suddenly change, and looking in the mirror, she's horrified to see a reflection of Annabelle sitting in a rocking chair. Closing her eyes, she starts repeating the nursery rhyme until the vision finally disappears, but the chair keeps rocking all on its own. This is when Tony comes in and finds her looking flustered, but she decides that it's better not to explain, and then he asks Judy about the nursery rhyme and eventually convinces her to show him, but as the two of them start to kiss, Lorraine accidentally barges into the room. Flustered, Tony goes to hang out with Ed in the garage, but Lorraine stops Judy before she can leave. You can tell that her daughter's visions have been getting worse, and she's worried that it might spiral out of control, but Judy reassures her that she's doing all right. Joining the others, they find the boys in the middle of an intense game of ping pong, and although Tony puts up a good fight, Ed eventually shows him who's boss. After that, Tony waits until everyone else is gone, before nervously walking over to the couple and making a ring out of his pocket. He says that he got it a week after he and Judy met, and although they've only been together for 6 months, he's decided to ask for their blessing to propose. Shocked, Ed hesitates to give permission, but then Judy comes back and catches her boyfriend scrambling to hide the ring. Now that the secret's out, Ed gives Tony his nod of approval, and Judy says yes before he even asks the question. That night after everyone's gone home, Father Gordon mentions some families could use the Warren's help, but Lorraine regretfully says that they're not taking cases anymore.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's tackling rugged trails with standard all-wheel drive and a towing capacity up to 5,000 pounds, or heading out on a weekend getaway with an upscale interior loaded with advanced tech and safety features, the innovative and versatile Honda Ridgeline seamlessly blends capability and comfort. Test drive your new Honda Ridgeline today.
You gotta let us get in on that action, right, Vegeta?
Two Super Saiyan gods.
Hey, you're not too bad. Come on, in this form, I can still run circles around you.
Alright, I hate to ruin all the excitement here, but Tony should probably think twice about marrying into this family. I mean, I'm just saying. Judy managed to fend it off this time, but her visions are now only getting worse. And, Annabelle's showing up. I mean, it's time to start taking this seriously. Lorraine can tell that her daughter's visions are getting stronger, but Judy keeps refusing to talk about it and pretending like it's not happening. But when we say demons feed on isolation, we're talking about both emotionally and physically. And that's why it appeared when she was alone looking for some old memories. Because that's when she was the most vulnerable. See? Huh? Yeah. So the first thing Judy needs to do is start being honest with her mom, but Lorraine needs to realize that her solution is actually part of the problem. Whether they like it or not, Judy has powers, but trying to repress that part of herself leads to emotional tension, and that actually makes her more vulnerable to demonic influence. So, like, instead of telling her to shut it out, Lorraine needs to help Judy learn to control her powers. That way, she's actually trying to fight back and not just trying to ignore it. Which brings us to my boy Ed. Now, after so many demonic battles, he's facing the worst demon of all, high blood pressure. And it's going to kill him if he isn't careful. With his heart condition, he won't be much good in the field, but I mean, that doesn't mean he can't put his knowledge to good use. I mean, like Father Gordon said, there are still families out there who need help. And he's going to have to pass the torch. So it's time to start training a team. They can pick a list of candidates from people who were personally affected by demonic attacks and are looking for a chance to fight back. They'll need some priests in training or religious scholars and some tech nerds and researchers to make cool gadgets and provide position. Then Ed can stay back as the Nick Fury of the Conjuring Initiative, while training the next generation and keeping the evil objects contained. Hopefully, that'll prevent Judy from feeling like she has to take up the family business. Back at the Smurls, the Father Jack says that he's asked for help from the church, but the girls are getting frustrated and it's taking way too long. That night, as he's finally getting to sleep, he notices the door to the bedroom creaking open. He fumbles for his glasses, but ends up knocking them to the floor, and as he looks back up, a terrifying old woman suddenly appears at the foot of his bed. Without warning, his head yanks back as he starts levitating above the mattress, and there's nothing he can do as the demon climbs on top of him. Meanwhile, downstairs, Heather decides to watch the tape from her confirmation to see if anything sticks out. Fast forwarding to the moment when the candle went out, she notices a strange glitch that only appears for a split second. She starts rewinding the tape over and over again to see what it was. Finally, she manages to pause it, and she's horrified to see a demonic face appearing right next to her own. Sensing that she's being watched, she turns around to find an axe resting on the chair. And that's when a huge man charges out of the darkness and starts rushing towards her, but she dodges out of the way just in time. Now upstairs, Janet finally wakes up and sees her husband floating in midair.
Don't forget how that
finally
felt.
lets him go, and the couple rush downstairs to help their daughter, but by the time they get there, the spirit has already disappeared. Desperate, the family decides to reach out to the media, hoping that it might bring some attention to their case. But the idea does not go exactly as planned. And while their house becomes a local spectacle, there's still no help anywhere in sight. Back at the Warrens, Lorraine and Judy head to the bridal shop to try on her gown. Lorraine waits up front while Judy heads back to the fitting room, but it's not long before the stylist has to answer the phone. As Judy leans down to fix her dress, she notices that one of her reflections is still standing. Worried, she slowly gets up and starts looking around, but she's relieved when the stylist finally comes back. The woman goes right back to work without saying a word, but Judy notices right away that something feels wrong here. This is when the demonic old woman emerges from under the dress, and Judy screams as the room suddenly goes black. She starts repeating the nursery rhyme as the creature comes crawling towards her, but this time it's not really working, until finally the vision disappears. Just when it seems like she's safe, Jody turns around to see her reflection tapping on the glass, and suddenly the vision reaches through the mirror and starts choking her. But it finally comes to an end when Lorraine rushes into the room. Alright, so I'm thinking now might be a good time for that mother-daughter talk. Judy's been able to keep her visions under control so far, but now that it's escalated to the point of physical attacks, she needs to take action before it's too late. That starts by having an honest conversation with her mother about what's been happening, and with Lorraine's years of experience, she should instantly recognize that her daughter's being targeted by a demonic entity. Then they can just approach things as if she were any other client. Now, one thing that always seems to help is when somebody else is around, so Judy should try to avoid being alone until they've got that worked out. I'd also make sure she's carrying a blessed object for protection, and teach her some nursery rhymes to replace her nursery rhyme with something more effective. And as for the Smurls, they're trying their best to hold it together, but if nobody's coming to help them, then they're gonna have to help themselves. Remember, they did go to the media in hopes of bringing more attention to their case, but that's not always the best idea. I mean, after all, most people are just gonna mock them and treat it like a hoax, and that social isolation will just make them more vulnerable to attacks. Plus, a crowd of reporters constantly buzzing around their house is like having too many people at a crime scene, and it's only gonna make it harder for them to get clean under the At dinner, Jack mentions that he already reached out to the church for help, but actually getting some can be tricky. The problem is the church requires a lot of proof before they'll get involved, so one of the best things to do now is start recording every incident that happens with his camcorder. After leave everyone to a hotel, and with 8 people living under the same roof, the conditions are perfect for the demons to turn them against each other. But on the flip-flop, there's strength in numbers if they work as a team. So before things get any worse, Jack and Janet need to explain to the girls that they're all in this together, and in the meantime, they should practice daily prayers, stick together whenever possible, keep the house clean and cut down on the chaos, and that should at least keep things manageable until they're able to get some help.
I reawaken the evil within me, and I have to say, it feels pretty good.
Sure about that?
Just like the other bosses before we got there. You get it, you know? Well, I could tell you this mission would be kind of different. Anyway, good luck. I'm proud of you.
Could I?
Your Goku grudge can wait till later. Finally, Valentine. Let's go, people. Back to where you belong. Yep, there you go.
That key I felt just now is crazy! Is that from you guys fighting? You gotta let us get in on that action, right, Vegeta?
Don't rope me into your stupidity.
2 Super Saiyan 1 Super Saiyans, it's 2 Super Saiyan 1 Super Saiyans too many.
Hey, you're not too bad! But while I'm in this form, I can still run circles around you.
Act cocky and see where it gets you, Kakarot. You better go home before you make a fool of yourself.
Serious? Okay, but only if you promise to spar with me later.
But it's all said and done, they do have pretty solid synergy. Just between us for all their fighting, I've always thought those two had a very curious relationship.
I actually lost.
Come on, Lorianne, it's about to storm. Okay, Mom.
That should be all of them, I think.
Hello?
Wait.
Huh?
Wait. Still
That was the
picking
first
up a
legendary in 30 years. You're probably wondering, what kind of sick clown would kill a little girl broad daylight in the middle of the storm? But this just isn't any clown. This is the clown.
Sure looks like you guys are getting up to some fun around here.
Whatever
I just walked into.
I know dang well this clown did not just see this little girl in the middle of the day. You didn't even touch her whole body. You just ate her eyeball. You know the biggest difference between Pennywise and the real and the older ones is that at least in the movie you see their whole body down to their shoes. You know, this is what makes this one the kids with. You just use parts of their body and leave. Now you're probably wondering who the heck is this black? Yeah, this is Mary's father from Sister. Last year, that's 10 weeks.
Show me more of what you can do.
You're probably like, oh my God, Mike is an adult? Well, that's something else that's different about the original Age. You see, part 1 of 2017 Age starts with the kids and their perspective. And then in part 2 is the adult perspective. But in the original Age, it was like a mini-series that came on ABC. So all of these different episodes are all of these from the perspective of the student adults. It's very important to do that context because now we're about to begin. That'll probably be published. And if it does get published, it'll probably get turned to a movie. It's gonna fly the box office. The monster slowly caresses her body as she
That
Midnight,
distortion was
the party
serious
just
business.
erupted. This
Without
monster
your
is
help sorting
feeding
it
off
out,
prey.
it could have been a
Dangerous,
real
dark,
mess.
evil, a demonic spirit,
Next
one
on
that
the
would
to-do
capture
list,
its prey
a
and never
timeline
get
full
caught
of
for it.
Sargons
Except
and
for the one
Midorians
time
to
he did
glean.
get caught for it, but then
Kidding,
he actually
I'm
got off
kidding.
pretty easy.
You're off
They
the
just gave
clock.
him a
I'd
traveling.
say you've
They
earned
just
the
gave
rest
him
of
a
the day to
transportation
relax.
for prostitution charge, even though they caught him with 1,000 bottles of baby oil. This monster is P. Diddy.
Yo, my man Billy got a wife in this? Did he have a wife
Well,
in the new
well,
movie? I
you've
don't
got
think
some
he did.
good
Anyways,
moves.
Mike is calling everybody in the loser club, starting with Billy. Hey, is this Mike? Yes. Who is this? Man, it's Mike, man. Hey, listen, man, it's come back. It came back. No. And in this moment, we get Billy's backstory and the sad final day of Georgie's life. It's pretty typical to the 2017 age. I mean, he gets the sailboat, goes down in the cellar, acts like a big pussy, and then he goes and sails his boat. Look at the fake rain, though. Like, you can tell this rain is fake, bro. They got sprinklers over him. Yo, at least this Georgie doesn't smack his head on the barricade like the other one. 2017 Georgie. And here's Pennywise. Hiya, Georgie. Aren't you gonna say hello? Don't you want a balloon? I'm not supposed to take anything for strangers. Why's your nose red like that? Shut your ass up, kid. Listen, I'm Pennywise, the dancing clown. And you're Georgie. And we're not strangers anymore. Georgie, don't you want a balloon? It's all sorts of stuff down here. Rides, trampoline parks, ice spice. Ice spice is down there? I want to go down there. Does the balloon float? Of course it does, kid. When you're down here with me, you'll float too. And just like that, Pennywise ate Georgie. And Billy started hallucinating. Like right now, look at this photo album. Georgie's pictures winked at him. Why is there blood flying out of this photo album? Must have been that time of the month for that photo album. Mighty get him some pads. Anyways, Billy snaps back to reality like Eminem in 8 Mile. And he decides he's going to stick true to his promise. That he's going to go confront Pennywise and stop him once and for all. Yo, Billy, hold on. Real. I sound like Billy. Y'all just heard that? Well, it sound like I was trying to do the remix. But I ain't gonna hold you though, Billy. You got a crazy mole on your face, boy. It remind me of that Austin Power joint. Moly. Somebody get that growth off his face. Anyways, here's Ben. And I'm not gonna lie. My man Ben, once again, rich, got the shorty, drunk as hell. You know, I don't think he was drunk in the 2017 version, but it doesn't matter. All you need to know is that in this version, he ain't just some fancy businessman. He's getting the hoes. Rich is outrageous. Oh, he got a Time magazine? Yo, stop playing with him. You know they called him haystack when he was a kid because he was built like one? They called him cattle. Oh, yeah. I love you, body. Oh, you
like that. Dude, you have to loosen up.
Like that.
All I did was eat food. I'm seeing the world. You got to eat.
The big title is It's an Underdog Story. It's a movie talking about troubling. You have to call it Fighter That's Great Living Fun. It's about speaking up, even when it's hard. I'm the Mama. It's about the fight inside of you, as much as in the ring. It's about being true to yourself. We're going to help so many people find confidence to overcome whatever it is they're going
I still need to get into this in particular.
Christina, you know, when I was 20, she was totally alive, and she persevered. Her story forces us to ask ourselves when all the odds are stacked against you. And I thought, I hope that the I relate to a lot of us out there. Oh my God, from 5 people to 7 West Virginia could make it.
I've been with Delta last Today, Delta uses a small proportion of sustainable aviation fuel. Sustainable aviation fuel is fuel that's lower carbon than traditional fuel.
Who are you guys?
SAF to help power our airplanes with no modifications required. Sections created from many different sources, like corn, bio-waste, beef tallow, and also from winter camelina provides the farmers an extra source of income that they wouldn't typically have. The crop grows up, and then we harvest it, then it's refined down into wheat fat. Regular jet fuel blended with up to 50% SAF, then it's trucked and put into planes. 45,000 flights take off in the U.S. today. SAF has the potential to help decarbonize cities. But the issue is currently there's not enough SAF produced to fuel the world's airlines for 1 week. Everybody needs to pull together even faster than they are to make this impact, and that's what we're doing right here in Minnesota right now.
I did tell you this mission would be kind of different.
Companies like Shell are bringing their expertise, their supply chains, their blending capabilities, and their infrastructure to expand SAF from where we are to where we need to be. This has the potential to help Delta achieve 10% SAF usage by the end of 2030. Not only is it significant, the farmers are looking for something to add to their portfolio beyond their food soil, their profit margins, as well as the environmental outcomes. I grew up on a farm in North Dakota. I would never believe that this topsy gold could help power an airplane. It's tremendous and exciting to actually provide the feedstock to help fly planes. One of the greatest parts of my job is to put together the connections. If we can do that with less life cycle emissions, it's a step forward for everybody.
You gotta let us get in on that action, right, Vegeta? Don't throw me into your stupidity.
2 Super Saiyan God Super Saiyans is 2 Super Saiyan God Super Saiyans too many.
Listen to ass up, man. I don't even know how much money you saw. Hold on. Never mind, man. That's beside the point. Listen, man, it's just that. What you need from that? And that's exactly what I said. Man, he cocky and see where it gets you. Get over here, Paso. You better go home for that. We need you. Insert big splash tag. Or you get made fun of by that. $50. The worst people of all time. Well, mainly $50 because some of them get dressed like this. We watching Grease right now. Why does every got a leather jacket and sneaky hair? You know what I just also noticed? They didn't really flesh out Henry Bauer's character that much in this original one. I mean, you know, in that 2017 one, we got that whole story about his dad being a cop and him kind of being abusive. Yeah, man, which is crazy. 3 hours long. Anyways, my man being the love of his life. Anyways, after talking to the love of his life and finding out that he's getting curved like a flow track, he runs in and takes him down. And this one, Henry tries to makes a lot of sense. Anyways, my man then starts running. And somehow, this fight, I don't know what type of Mario Brothers shit he was on, but how in the hell in his big ass fit in his fight? Well, it ain't no way that this fight was big enough for him to fit. Now, I know that's mad AO talking about big fights right now, but that's besides the point. Don't be asking no questions, and you ain't gonna get no silly answers, alright? Anyways, Ben meets Billy and Eddie. They're down there working on a dam right now. For some reason, I don't know. It's 1960, so I was gonna make an angry beaver. Sure looks like you. But it's 1960, so I don't think they would have ever seen that. Now, you see, my man Ben stays in the house with his mom.
Whatever I just walked into.
Now, you see, his dad died. So his mom is getting a little tough to do. So they gotta say with his respect on this shitty cousin. Kind of like Harry Potter. Except for Ben doesn't have to live under the steps, and he probably wouldn't be able to fit under the steps because he's fat. That's beside the point. Now, Ben gets into it with his cousin because his cousin finds and starts using the car that he made him rebel. And his mom is trying to reason with him. Like, look, man, I know that you hated me, but we gotta just lay low. But obviously, my man Ben don't want to hear it. He rides off into the sunset on his bike, which I don't know how it's holding him because he's a big boy. That bike has no shot. He goes down to the street. This is his first encounter with him. My man Pennywise shapes shifted into a dad and acted like he was still alive. Son, Ben, come here. Hey, son. Hey, my home's down here now. Come on. You want a balloon? And float. And after scaring him half to death, he then tried to grab him out of the swamp like some algae-covered skeleton. What the shit? Bro, are we in Resident Evil? What is that? Now we have Beverly, who ended up with somebody that's just as crappy as her dad. Beverly went through all of that just to end up with a douchebag. I mean, look at her. Telling her not to contradict him again in front of Pam. Who was Pam? I mean, it's the woman that just left the room a second ago. Either way, bro. You know how this is going. Kind of like the movie in 2017. He goes home after he strikes a deal. But you know what, this one, we got this whole interaction with them at work together and see some of those sort of like designers. But I don't think any of that happened in the other one. But in this one, her beating his ass did change. So she just smacked him dead in his hair with what seems to put. What is that actually? Is that hair product? Oh, I ain't gonna lie, she smacked fire out of him with that song. Look at all funny over the corner. Definitely gotta be present. Look at that, come near me again. Bro, I ain't gonna lie though. Well, you know, it is the middle of the night and a guy called and she's going to me. So, I mean, is he tripping? I mean, yeah, but I'll be worried too. Like, what is going on? But I mean, I guess he could have been a better partner and asked her to explain it. Bro just decided to strike her and then went and got a field out of her. It's like a random Saturday night when you're proud of her. Goes to things. And then we get some flashbacks where her dad tried to beat her, but then wrote her a poem. Oh, let go, Dad. I'm not. Get off of me. Get back over here, Bev. Or you make me say it. No. It ends up being better than it goes to the band. But she gets introduced to Billy, Eddie, Richie, and Stan. Now that everybody's met each other, then they call Stan a dude, which I don't even know if that's allowed to be said, but I mean, it is what it is. Hey, build it, damn. You know what? I'm just wondering, why are they even building this dam in the first place? Well, what are they trying to accomplish? Well, it looks like Beverly has the hot chicken. It's kind of sucks. Still just thinking that Billy wrote her that poem, but really it was Ben. Now she goes home and we get the infamous bathroom scene where all kids are talking to her through the sink. You know, if I saw a giant balloon pop out of my sink and explode it was, I'd probably move out. I mean, she should have already moved out because her dad's beating her, but that's besides the point. This would have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Bro, there's no way that this man, Eddie, completely random. I know that he's not from Beverly seeing a bunch of blood in the sink and her dad caressing her face like a weirdo. To Eddie, still being with his mom. Bro, you are a grown-ass man. Bro, it's time to get Eddie's flashback, and everybody's in the movie. Hold on. First of all, there's 2 more movie theaters? Well, I've never been in a movie theater that had 2 floors. I don't know if it's because I'm just in a small town and my movie theaters are that big, or if that's because they don't exist anymore, but that's crazy. But anyways, everybody was being loud in this movie. Like this. They are insane. Why would y'all do that to them? Just ask them to get smoked. Now, eventually they all get off and they end up taking Eddie home. And they get confronted by his crazy mom. He tells them not to take showers with boys and stay away from germs. This makes no sense. Like, why would you tell someone not to wash up and stay away from germs? Like, what are you talking about? Like, the child pepper. So that's the problem that you're all dirty. Alright, I'm just kidding. I have no idea how the hygiene works. Probably had to be worse than now. So my man did this fool. And he almost doesn't take a shower until a gym crew stops. And Lord, I don't know why this kid went in to take a shower by himself. But this man Pennywise done turned all of the shower heads into some freaky shit. Because what is going on right now? Bro, this looks terrible. Like, what type of category on the hub was this? Shower head porn? Like what is going on right now? And how did Pennywise just break open the ground like this? Bro, I ain't seen nobody make a fool out of nothing since Bugs Bunny. Oh my god, does Pennywise have Toon Force? This dude Pennywise right up there with Bugs Bunny and Popeye the Sailor Man. Anyways, it's time to hear from the homie Rick. Let's see what he's doing. Look at him, bro. He's a comedian. He's on TV. He's getting paper.
Absolutely incredible.
So he goes backstage and he gets on the phone. And Mike Hanlon tells him that it's returned. And he starts freaking out, bro. I mean, he goes home and starts hallucinating, sees some sort of werewolf. I don't even know what's going on right now. Anyways, after throwing up in the toilet, which you probably think is from the flashback that he's seeing in his head, but it's really from all the Xanax and coke he's been snorting, we get Richie's flashback. You know what I don't realize? Like, this scene right here that they're at the Barrens. Who is this cop? You know, we see him one time, make some promises to stay together, and then we just don't see him again. It makes me feel like, yo, is this cop Pennywise and he's telling them to stay together so we can get them all at once? Then again, he always is trying to isolate people, so maybe it wasn't. But I just really don't see what the relevance of this cop is. Now, something I gotta say that I respect about Richie is that every single time my man Henry Bowers shows up, he's always standing up for himself. Hey, look at the scene right here. Bro done pushed a whole tray of food on Henry. I mean, it led to him running into one of the teachers with a tray, and now he's gotta go down in the basement to go get something to clean it. But that's besides the point. He's looking for the janitor, but he doesn't find him. And instead, he finds a werewolf.
What the dog doing?
Bro, this man done got grabbed up by Teen Wolf. Should have never seen that movie. The whole time, it's obviously Pennywise shapeshifting. But look how traumatized he is, bro. He's literally laying his head on a dirty-ass toilet. Like, I know we all messing with the skibbity toilet, John, but I ain't know we was messing with it that much. Bro using the toilet as a pillow. He going out sad. Anyways, but now we get the flashback of Mike Hanlon. And you know it's going to be bad because, I mean, it's 1960 and he's black. But you see, my man Mike Hanlon is a history buff. And he's kind of come to a conclusion that every 30 years, some sort of travesty happens in Derry. And at some point, 253 settlers just randomly disappeared. Now, that might have been around the time that Christopher Columbus came and he took every indigenous people's land. I'm just kidding, but I just wanted to make that known that he did do that and they tried to teach us in school that he's some sort of hero. It's really crazy, but you know, here's what it is, right? This is America. All right, my fault. But Mike runs into Henry Bowers and gets called the N-word a bunch of times. And he ends up running away, straight into the Losers Club. But this time, they got a whole lot of rocks. And they're not afraid to use them. Literally, though, they just start throwing rocks at them. Just like in the 2017 version. Except for in this one, they got crazy aim. Like they started beaming their ass. Ah, God. Bro, they are smacking them with these rocks. And anyways, Mike is showing them all these pictures of all this stuff from Derry. And in every single one, there's some random clown. But he's not random. It's Pennywise. I mean, that's just what he's on. Look at him all the way back. What was this, like the 1800s? Oh, he kind of going crazy right now. This dude hitting all types of flips. Uh-oh. Yo, this dude just ran through this photo album and started talking crazy. I'll kill you all. I'll drive you crazy. And I'll scam you. And then you'll go bankrupt. I'm gonna buy a track hole. But then, most importantly, I'll kill all of you. The worst nightmare you ever had. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, let me stop you right there. Because the worst nightmare I ever had is listening to Ice Spice's new album. Gives me shivers thinking about it. Anyways, this leads to Billy crying after Stan finally admits that he sees the clown. Please, help me, help me. Man, shut your my bad, I just stuttered because that's what Billy does. Oh my God, hold up. Why is Mike seeing footprints on the ground? Oh, nah. That would have been enough for me, man. I would have left there. I don't even know why they came back. Trick. Anyway, speaking of Stan, he gets a phone call too. Stan's having a great time. Look at him. His wife's having a good time. He's having a good time. Hey, man, it sounds like he's real sound, bro. Mentally, emotionally, and he killed himself. Bro got one phone call and off himself in the bathtub, just like in the 2017 version. I didn't know if they were going to keep this in this one or not. Bro though went upstairs to take a bath, bro. Turned the water on, took all his clothes off, and decided that he was going to smoke himself. So they're trying to figure out who in the group can shoot the best. And obviously, it's Beverly. I mean, she looks like the type that can smoke some shit. I ain't gonna lie. She hit 10 out of 10. Bro got perfect scores. Now, they all decided that once they got Beverly, the best shooter in the group, that they were going to go into the sewer. They found some silver because for some reason they think he's a werewolf. Don't ask. But Richie got it out of his mom's jewelry box. Now, the problem is Henry Bowers and his gang are following him into the sewer. It's going to become relevant later. And by later, I mean in about 5 minutes. Just wait on it. Now, all I got to say about all of this is that sometimes in life, you go into a sewer, fight a primordial clown, and then you go down there and realize that not only is it dirty down here, but it smells like a pet store. And that would have been enough for me to leave. I'm just saying. Anyways, Henry Bauer and his group split up, which is probably the stupidest thing to do in a horror movie. Uh-oh, they done found the clown nose as soon as they got down there. Wait, hold on, that's not a clown nose. Wait, what is that? That's like one of them things on his sleeve. Should look like a Furby. Bro, look at this kid walking around by himself, bro. You know he about to get smoked. But hold on, what are those lights coming down the hallway? Is that Soul Glow? Is Bruce Leroy coming? Oh, never mind. It's Pennywise's deadlights. And he's dead. Must be hard walking all alone in a dark tunnel. 1 minute, everything's cool. The next minute, Pennywise's deadlights are turning you into a pack. Oh my God, did they just grab Stan up? How come none of the kids noticed Stan is missing? Is it because they just didn't notice or because they don't care? I'm gonna go with the latter. They clearly don't give a hold up. What the fuck? What is this place? Why are you cutting all of his buttons off? Yo, Henry be on some freaky shit this night, bro. And here comes the lights once again. Behind door 1, we have deadlights. Oh my God, yo, it's sucking him up. Hey, yo, what? How was he going down the pipe like that? I mean, pause, that was crazy, but how did he fold him up like that? Uh-oh, and they're coming back. Bro, they came back for round 2, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, did y'all see how Stan just dipped out? Oh my God. Yo, editor, please rewind this moment real quick, because ain't no way my man Stanley hit the dash like this. Bro saw them lights and started hitting the digital dash. Bro started moving like me for speed. Now, Pennywise done chased them all down this corridor. He tried to hit all of them with them lights. Yo, hold up. What's up with this smoke screen? Uh-oh. Somebody just hit us with a Black Ops Tactical. Guys, are you here? Yeah, we're here. Here. There. What the fuck is that? Is that the Undertaker? Now Pennywise is down there hitting them with all types of shapeshifting. Georgie, Beb's dad, the werewolf. My man Richie had to hit him with the ain't nothing there. Now the food tastes way worse when they're not afraid, you know. But when they're scared, it's like they just taste immaculate, you know, salted, like they've been basted with lime, butter. Yo, he about to eat Stan. But my man Eddie walked up and told him this is battery acid and hit him with that Yamin. And then Beverly hit him in the forehead with some silver. Yo, we just hit a front flip. This man Pennywise done went down a pike and started making all types of crazy noises. Oh, he's dead, guys. He's dead. I swear it. Bro, that dude is not dead. They should have followed him down and made sure he was dead. I ain't gonna lie. I'm with Billy. I mean, but how was they gonna fit down that pike? They're all like average sized kids. I mean, outside of Ben, because he's a fat boy. But there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a fat boy, you know? Me and Ben have a lot in common. We fat, we get money, we get hoes. All right, well, I don't get that much money. I am quite a ladies man, but I've left those days behind me. And by behind me, I mean if the pretty hit me up. Now, Shorty don't went upstairs to go check on Stanley. He walked in the bathroom, and oh my God, Anna Baker, 13th reason, I ain't gonna lie. Bro done slit his wrist. Sheesh. I guess they kept it the same in this movie. Stanley done smoked it, so he was in there going through it, I ain't gonna lie. Now here we are. All the kids have went back to Dairy. The one place in the world they shouldn't have went. Cause why in the heck do you think it was a smart idea to return to where this clown is? My man Billy done went to go see Georgie, and oh my God. This dude Pennywise done made graves for everybody. Except for one that's already filled. You know, the one that had his mans in it. Unfortunately, it's Stanley. Hey, Billy boy, I'm just making some graves for all of them. Except for that one over there. Man, Stanley already in it. Gave us up to hand the Baker treat. Nah, that should go. But I'm about to put you in here too. You in that fat ass mode. Now, Billy don't link up with Mike. Him and Mike kept catching up. And he's asking Mike why he never left. You see, my man Mike, he kind of feel like the lighthouse of the group. Somebody got to stay and be an anchor. He's staying in his old crappy house, just like before. Talking about it's all I need. It's cheap and reliable. And I got beers in my refrigerator, just like a 40-year-old man. Well, he might be like 50. I don't know. I really don't know how old he is right now. He got a graze. Anyways, they end up going out back. And Mike tells my man Billy that he kept his bike. That he felt like some sort of power was drawing him to get this tube fixer. And he felt like he just needed to pick the bike up from the pawn shop. Like it was some sort of destiny or something. Not to be confused with that trash game that everybody played for like 2 or 3 months and then never touched again. But anyways, he's got his bike, Tahoe Silver. And he ends up seeing some sort of flashback with him and Stan on a bike. I don't know what happened or what they were running from, but I don't know if I want to know. Anyways, my man Richie's in town, and he done seen his death get prophesized on a movie theater board. Talking about here lies Richie Dozer, rest in peace. But we end up running to the library, bro, and he gets to tweaking. My man Pennywise is in there talking to him. What's the matter, Richie? One balloon not enough? Try a bunch. So these balloons get to falling on people, exploding, and it's just blood all on their face. This dude Richie is losing his itch. But Pennywise being loud as crap. My man Richie has no choice but to tell the librarian that if Mike calls, to tell him that he's gonna meet him at dinner. But bro end up dipping out. See, Pennywise, he don't really want to fight these guys. He just wants them all to leave. You know, it's hard to manipulate them when they were kids, but as adults, it's like impossible. And he knows that. So instead, he'd rather just get rid of them. He even got my man Henry in on the fun. He used Belch to break him out of this crazy house he was in, and pretty much made him sign a deal with the devil. I need you to kill them all. Kill them all for me one by one. Yo, who was you talking to? First and foremost, I would have told Pennywise to back up, because with teeth like that, I know his breath is crazy. Secondly, stop telling me what to do if you ain't gonna drop that bag. Bro talking about, I need you to do this. Well, I need you to pay. You failed me. Anyways, I'm getting completely off topic. Mike and Billy get to riding around on Silver, acting like it's back in the day. I ain't gonna lie, it was having mad fun. So they opened up cars and put in it back. The 2 aces dropped. Cars got Pennywise face all on them. Can't do nothing. So my man Ben driving to town, and he ended up stopping at the Baron. And he sees another fat kid getting picked on. This time, he's there to help. Hey, fat kid, you good, man? Let me clean that up with this nasty infected water, because that's probably gonna help the cut. Not only did he put that nasty water on him, he then tied the handkerchief around it. Still trying to give him gangrene. Now, my man Ben, he helps the kid out, and that crazy, nasty skeleton gets to talking to him. You know, one from before. We all flew down here, Ben. We all flew down here. Bro, he even saw Pennywise on his way out of town. Bro put a balloon in the back of his cab talking about, get out of here. Man, stop playing with me, cuz. I ain't gonna lie, I would have put 100 racks on Pennywise's head. Somebody would have got him out of here. I know Ben got the bread. Gotta use it sometimes. You feel me? Now, my man Eddie gets to popping up at the pharmacy. You know, the one when he was a kid. And Mr. King, he tried to tell him that he was taking placebo. That his mom had him taking some bullshit. But he wasn't listening. So we go back in there to get his asthma pump. And Mr. King's still there. But asking him for licorice and drinks and stuff. Knowing dang well he can't have nothing. Talking about you got a cigar for me. Man, you don't even know what to do with a cigar. I ain't gonna lie, he probably would have rolled some off in that junk. Anyways, bro done channeled Pennywise through him and grabbed Eddie's arm up, telling him to get out of town now, go. Once again, that gingivitis is hitting, bro. You need to put a Listerine strip back there or something. Hit the back of that tongue. God, hey. Now, Beverly in town too, and she go back to her old house. You don't know where she grew up in, but there's some old lady in there. Now, she goes to the bathroom. Old lady out there making tea and all that. She get to messing with the sink. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Every time you done came to this sink, kids done talked to you, blood done came out of it, and for some reason, you gonna go back to it. Man, I don't know what race is the most stupid in movies, but it's probably white people. I ain't gonna lie, but there's no disrespect. Now, she out there drinking with this old lady, and there's blood in her tea. First and foremost, oh, nah, put that up. I ain't gonna hold it. What is that? How you gonna give me blood in the tea? What you trying to give me, a bloodborne pathogen? What you talking about? I'm gonna clean it up. First off, you need to clean them teeth up. Yo, editor, please pause on the frame of her teeth. Oh my God, where are you from, Britain? It looks like you just been eating cinder blocks covered in shit. I ain't gonna hold you. Then you talking about your float down there. Yo, what does that even mean? Anyways, she ends up running out of the building after a old zombie bitch is trying to mess with her. And the whole time, Pennywise is messing with her. The house was abandoned. But like that house was in the middle of Detroit. All right, my fault. I'm sorry for my Detroit natives. I know I keep calling y'all's town crappy. I can't help it. I don't know why, bro. It just sounds funny every time. But I know Detroit cool. You feel me? My fault, y'all. I'm gonna pick a city. I'm gonna pick a new city next time. I'm gonna say Baltimore. You feel me? Or Philly or something. You feel me? Now everybody done met up at this restaurant, man. Even my man Richie, even though he's paranoid. And here come Beverly. Look at all these handsome guys. Beverly kind of a my fault. Yo, did she just pass out? Yo, what the fuck? Did she just kiss this man Richie in the mouth? Yo, bro, she just kissed Billy in the mouth too. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Is she just the girl that all the dudes be hitting? Now this dude Eddie is in here tweaking too. I ain't gonna lie. Bro talking about he don't remember nothing. It's like a veil over his eyes. Bro, you need to remember how to go to your therapist, bro. You in here tripping. That's the guy, clown, 75 feet tall. First off, he's not 75 feet tall. I'll give him like 5'11", bro, at most. But that's besides the point. Then you talking about he's 75 feet tall with giant fangs. What you think he King Kong? Godzilla? So they have a wonderful time at dinner. Look at them. They eating great food that is clearly fake. Bro, food had to suck back then. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I bet that joint tasted way worse than now. They ain't even know how to use recipes right. But I ain't gonna lie, it's cultural food, so it probably was still slapping. Now, they end up finishing dinner after getting scared to death by a bunch of weird primordial creatures flying out of their fortune cookies, and they decide to meet up. Now, this is the point where Mike finds out that Stanley's dead. He sliced his wrist in the bathroom. This 13th reason for being told that Pennywise was alive. Good enough for me, bro. If I got told that Pennywise was alive and I made a promise to stop him, I'd probably smoke myself too. My thing is, bro, he didn't have to smoke himself. He could have just not shown up. Anyways, we find out the reason why him and Stanley were running and why they were flying on the bike. See, my man Stan, he seen Pennywise at something. Went in an old house, was in there after watching birds, and a mummy started coming downstairs. Bro, what is this? The Mummy Returns? Bro got trapped in a house with a mummy, bro. I would have lost my mind too. Man just started running. I don't even know why he went in this house. He's talking about he just kept hearing a voice whispering to him. Why would you follow the voice? Anyways, apparently Stan saw what the evil being behind the clown really looks like because he looked through the lights. Bro, they got the reminiscing about everything, and then a bunch of balloons flew out of the mini fridge, and it's Stanley's head. And he started cooking the whole gang. Bro was in there talking bad about everybody. Called Eddie a virgin, Beverly a hoe, stuttered like Billy. Then he started telepathically throwing things around the building. Bro, if you don't relax, what you, Sue Storm? You just throwing stuff? He done even wrote out a transcript of something that Billy's mom made for him to help him stop stuttering. My mom gave me that to help me with my stutter. Well, it ain't helping, buddy. Yo, this dude Richie is out of pocket, bro. How you hear your man say that and the first thing you say is it ain't helping? Somebody put him in the jail, bro. Like, real is, bro. Now, my man Henry Bowers done got out, bro. Him and Belch, they on the way to smoke it. I ain't gonna lie. And you know they probably about to try to stab the black dude first. Not because he's the most, intelligent of the group about what's going on or the fact that he's such a liability. No, it's just he's black. That's it. That's the only liability that he needs. So they're having a discussion at this point about how all the adults just been ignoring stuff. Like how she went outside one time and one of the parents just walked away. How when Mike was trying to explain the history to the teacher, she didn't want to hear it. Man, the parents know what's going on. They know it's tragedies taking afoot. They just don't care because they're adults. And Pennywise don't mess with adults. As soon as you hit like 18, 19, bro, he not even thinking about you no more. He's like a Orochimaru. That was crazy. My fault. Now, Mike just was telling him that he wanted to make sure Pennywise was the killer because there's been a whole string of killings recently. But he found Georgie's picture. So they know it's him. And that done made my man really mad. I ain't gonna lie. Now this dude Billy wife done came down and ran straight into Pennywise, bro. He done put them lights on her, and he probably about to tie her up in the cave somewhere. Now they all in the crib telling stories, but my man Richie done had enough. He said no matter how they plan things, no matter how many flashlights they got, he's not trying to hear that, bro. We getting out of here. And I don't blame him. He talking about I would've got dust. Me too. Now everybody done split up for a minute. My man Michael went upstairs to his room, and here come Henry stabbing him, calling him the N-word again. Now you probably thinking like, dang, he's stabbing him because he's a threat, right? Like he's a threat to Pennywise. No, because he's black. Why he called him the N-word when he did it? Ben having the time of his life in the hallway while my man Mike get stabbed, making out with Pennywise. Out of pocket, I ain't gonna lie. Bro looked in the mirror, he had red and white makeup on his face. Pennywise talking about, kiss me, fat boy. Hey, yo, Ben, you in there tripping. Y'all need to get in there and help your mans. Henry tried to smoke his ass. Now they end up pulling this dude Henry off, and bro got stabbed straight in his chest. So you know he out of here. I ain't gonna lie. Mike. Bro, y'all need to get him to a hospital ASAP, because I ain't gonna lie, he got stabbed. Bro got shanked like he in the UK. Yo, how they all fit in this little ass car? Pennywise done claimed a new victim. Smoke my man. I'm just kidding. He survived. He'll be alright. He's like, yeah, there's only 5 of us left. Yo, Beverly, we all know that. Now tell this dude Ben that you know about his poem so y'all can make out. Hit a room, cuz. Now the whole gang decides that they're gonna go back to this cave, aka the tunnel, aka the sewers, aka the cave, because that's where they end up. Now it took some convincing because you know, at first my man Richie didn't want to do it, but after everything transpired with the homie, he was like, nah, you stabbed my mans, I'm going in. Same with Billy, bro. He rallied the troops together. And yeah, it's just 5 of y'all, but y'all gonna do y'all thing. Hold on. When they first went downstairs though, they found the purse. And you know, at first when I watched this, I'm like, whose purse is that? Then I realized this is his wife. Audra! Bro started running around, bro. You gotta relax. Yo, being in the fetal position is not gonna help you, Billy. I'm just saying. But don't worry, the shorty Beverly hit him with a crazy pep talk. We came down here to get things done, and we need you. So wake up. You and your mole. You and girl talk about my mole like that. That was crazy. So here they go back in the tunnel once again, bro. And you know, I would think that they would have learned their lesson before. And you know, they did. They didn't split up this time. Except for in the beginning of them walking in when he seen his wife first and he literally separated. But that's besides the point. Now they in the sewer, bro, and they trying to find their way to Pennywise.
So Finn provides detailed, personalized support to customers, quick responses. It's the first port of call for any customer who's wanting support.
Meet Finn, the #1 AI agent for customer service that automatically resolves up to 86% of queries with answers that feel human. Any channel, any language, 24/7. Learn more at fin.ai.
I'm a perfect mother, and I never make mistakes. Yeah, me too. How would I describe if I had legs, I'd kick you? It's like a fever dream about motherhood. Whatever. We've seen many films about women having a nervous breakdown or having crises.
Yo, crazy pants.
But I am excited to have this now through the lens of a female filmmaker.
I had never seen before in a film, concentrating on the mother not as an appendage of her child, but as an individual.
You have to go there today. I'm not a housewife, I work too. It's about trusting the audience with it. It's just asking them to go on it with you. Everything is under control.
Rose is a powerhouse.
No one will tell me what to do.
You know what to do. I wanted her so badly for this part because she is a very rare type of actor who has impeccable comedic instincts.
What an opportunity to sink your teeth into this. I really resonated with her.
It's hard to pull off getting a laugh on the heels of a cry, and vice versa.
One thing goes wrong and another thing goes wrong. Valve is released and the audience is allowed to laugh.
You're gonna laugh or you're gonna cry. It's not a story about a family. It's a story about this person.
Mom. Don't fucking call me Mom.
For the audience, I trust something is going to resonate.
This isn't supposed to be what it's like. This isn't it. This can't be it.
Yo, hold up. Who done set the boat here? Uh-oh. Not Georgie. My boat. It's all your fault. You sent me outside and it killed me. Who's in the drain, Bill? Who's in the drain? You gotta kill me. Bro tried to hit him with a guilt trip. Bro told him straight up, you're not dead because of me. I did not kill you, bro. So I'm not taking the blame. And I don't blame him. Yo, where's Pennywise talking to them from right now? Oh, nah, he on top of the roof? Oh, he's tweaking. How did bro get this technology? Bro head big as this. But look at his head, bro. Like he look like a light bulb with a period pad on his face. Now they're starting to realize that this man Pennywise is down here somewhere, bro. And they end up coming to this cave, bro, and it's a boss fight. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This look like the spider from Baldur's Gate 3, right? I ain't gonna hold you. Bro, it's people all tied up in spider webs and all that. Look at this nasty dude. And Beverly missing. Man, how you missing this nasty bro? You gotta hit him. Oh, okay. Hit him in the forehead. You know what time it is. Yo, what's up with these lights, though? You got the whole squad mesmerized right now. Like, literally, I ain't gonna lie. So Beverly like, man, screw this. I gotta go do something. Now, this man, Eddie, he run up and he tried to hit it with the battery slime, aka asthma pump. But bro ain't having that. I ain't gonna lie. He straight grabbed him. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord. So Beverly done ran to go find a little silver joint. She ended up hitting this dude in the stomach where his deadlights is. Now, they realize that he's all weak, so they gotta go finish him off. That's exactly what they about to go do. You know, right after they mans died, because Eddie's dead. I ain't gonna lie. Now, they done followed him into the other room, bro. I ain't gonna lie. They got pushing him over, and then they just started jumping him, bro. Look. Mickey. Oh, my God. Get up. Fight back. Bro, they started dogging him, bro. Ended up taking his heart out of his chest. You know he dead now. I ain't gonna lie. Unless one of them kept it as a souvenir, but hopefully that's not the case. Well, something that evil dies, you just let it die. But everything pretty much went back to normal after this. Ben and Beverly got married. Richie got a TV show. Wait, hold on. I think Eddie died. But that's besides the point. Everybody doing their thing, man. Except for Billy. His wife is back. She's a vegetable. Takes her for a ride on the Silver, and she somehow comes out of a vegetable. Now, I don't have any idea. I'm riding a bike with somebody who's taking him out of a vegetable state. But you know what? Fiction is fiction, bro. You can't win them all. Anyways, he takes her on the bike, and she actually wakes up. You don't believe my eyes. Literally. Because he's impeding traffic. Like 3 cars almost hit each other because of him. But it's okay, though, because they get to live happily ever after. Jeepers, creepers, hit the fees on the beaver. Jeepers, creepers, where'd you get those fries? Because I'm a big back and I want some french fries. But you know what else I want? I want you guys to join the Discord that I made. Me and Jeepers Creepers are in there right now having a roast off. I told him that he's the horror movie Diddy and that thing on the middle of his nose looks like a butthole. So make sure that you go to the pinned comment or description and join the Discord now. I'm literally in here chilling. But don't leave though, finish the video first and then join. You know, don't mess the watch time up. Like come on. But every 23rd spring for 23 days, Diddy gets to eat. Looks like we're back here again with the Diddy of horror movies. And this time, it's the sequel, which I honestly think is better than the first one. I know a lot of you thought that I said that Jeepers Creepers 2 was bad in my last video. That's not what I meant. We're on day 22, on the sequel 2. That's bars, by the way. And Diddy is back at it. In a farm this time. What does he got going on? Is he pretending to be a scarecrow right now? Hey, boy, make sure you put all them scarecrows up, boy. We gotta get them crows off the crops now. Damn, Dad always telling me put the scarecrows up, but the crows always landing on them anyway, man. Hey, boy, hold on. Why my tractor messing up, man? You been going and buy it again? Man, last time he got some damn Jergens in the engine. Hey, boy, you been messing with the tractor, son? No, Paul. I swear I didn't goon buy it. I mean, not necessarily buy it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I did bust a big one by it, and it did get in the engine. I'm sorry. It used to be a tractor, but now we just gonna call it the ejactor because I ejaculated near it. What? But my man Jeepers Creepers is at it again. The Diddy of horror. But this time, he is on a scarecrow. You know that he don't mean no good when a dog is barking at him. You know dogs are pure heart. They literally know when something ain't right. And in this instance, I would have listened to my dog bark. Ain't no way I'ma just ignore it. When I'm at home and my dog barks, I know it's somebody at the door. I don't know what vibe they on. I don't know what order they got. But if my dog sees him and starts to growling, I know something wrong.
Then on top of that, you walked up to this scarecrow and he had the feet of my ex. Bro needed a pedicure a long time ago. Anyway, so Diddy's in the middle of the field doing what he does, you know, diddling this kid. And by diddling, I mean taking him away so he can eat him. That's besides the point. And his dad is chasing him through a field with a shotgun. Little does he know, his shotgun is not going to do anything. Editor, can you show him the scene from Jeepers Creepers 1 real quick? Because I think they need to actually see what happens when somebody pulls a shotgun on Jeepers Creepers. Because the old lady with the cats tried it, and she got turned to a shish kebab. Now, this grown-ass man don't walk through this field and seeing his kid literally get carried away. Yo, imagine you just running through a field because your kid's screaming for help, and you thinking it's just some regular guy with him, and then you see something flying away with your child. Bro, I don't know what the heck this is and why it carried my son away. Bro, I don't know what kind of grown man carries a kid through a field, but it definitely ain't the type to have wings and fly away with pterodactyl feet. Anyways, these are all of our main characters. And I say all of them because this whole movie just revolves around all of these kids on this bus. See, they're a football team. And in the middle of their travels, it seems that something terrible happens to their back tire. Yo, hold up real quick. I ain't gonna lie. I know that this grown-ass man didn't throw a ninja star at this. Bro, at this point, Jeepers Creepers is just having fun. Cause what is this? We just watched TMNT? I fucking thought he was 4 ninjas? Bro, is that a tooth in it? I don't know what's worse, the fact that a ninja star hit the back of this bus, or that one of the star players on the football team is mad at the black kids for getting more time than him. You can feel the racism pouring off of him like he's Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. Now they in the bus listening on the radio to what happened in the first movie. See, this takes place literally right after what happened in the first movie. They're on day 23, which means that Jeepers only has 1 day left to get his feeding in before he has to hibernate for 23 years. So as you can see, the fact that he has that much time left, he don't got much options but to kill whoever is in his path. And that's exactly what he's trying to do by throwing a ninja star at this bus. Now back at the farm, the dad is going through it, and his son is outside with a gun just searching for any clues to what the heck could have possibly took his brother away. And his dog ends up finding something very interesting. Oh my God, I just realized they're in Great Britain. And I know you're probably like, Sin, what do you mean they're in Britain? Like, what do you mean they're in the UK? He found a knife. Only a Londoner would have a knife like this. Yo, this thing is literally on demon time, like both physically, metaphysically, emotionally, and obviously he's very intelligent because what the fuck? This man uncrafted a beautiful knife. Did that thing just fly out of his hand? You know what? It's cursed, bro. Get rid of it. I ain't gonna lie. Anything that fly out of my hand like that isn't semen. All right, my fault. That was crazy. Now they see that this thing is something that could be used, so they decide to get to work using this knife to craft something magnificent and take on the Jeepers Creepers creature. They slaved away in their farm for days in on days out. And by days in on days out, I mean a couple hours because this whole movie takes place in 1 day. But that's besides the point. Now they don't stop the bus and they're trying to figure out what the heck their next move is going to be. Yo, the cheerleaders got the right idea. They over there getting lit. Hey, what y'all got going on, man? Is that smoke I smell? Better not be. No, we're not smoking. All right then. Better not be. No, that should give you emphysema shit. We'll be on the iron line. Oh my God. Is the lady coach smoking with him? She said, fuck that. I gotta put this Newport in my system. Now they all pissing outside, you know, getting what they gotta get done. And the last dude, Kimball, he get to noticing that, yo, hold on, what the fuck is that? Bro got to seeing a shadow flying over him. He ain't know what was going on. Whole time he got scared by some birds, but I know what it was. And all of y'all do too. Man, that was Jeepers flying over him. Yo, you know what's worse than Diddy? Diddy with wings. I'm just saying. They need to hurry up on this farm and create whatever weapon they about to make and pray to God it worked. Yo, you can drive on a bus with a flat tire? Now, the racist white guy is on the bus is still ranting on the bus about how the black guys get all the playing time. You know what? Has he ever thought that maybe he should just try to get better at playing football? Like, what are we talking about right now? Just play the sport better. Bro on there trying to plan a KKK rally just because they're black and play football good. Now, who the fuck? Why is his girl having visions right now? Yo, is that the dude from the first movie? Yep, I ain't gonna lie. As soon as I seen visions of 2 dead kids pointing backwards telling me to go back, I would have told everybody on the bus to turn around. Ain't no way in the world I'm staying on this bus. Now, she done seen a vision of this dude throwing another ninja star at this bus. And then another ninja star hit the bus. I don't know who hits cars more. Ryu and Ken in a bonus round of Street Fighter, Soldier Boy and Waka Flocka Flame and Short Bus Shorty, or Jeepers Creepers with some ninja stars. But all I know is that he don't pop the other tire. Now they gotta get out and put flares up.
Hello, this is Betty Harmon on 226. I'm Bruce down on the east side of the goddamn highway.
Bro, this white dude is not about to go get help for y'all. So they get out of the bus, and obviously they're about to inspect what happened to this tire. And once again, it's another ninja star. Bro, who's attacking your bus? Ryu Hayabusa? Oh my god, what the fuck? Is that a belly button on that joint? Oh, nah. I know that joint stink. Hold up. Oh my god, did he just fly down and take their coach away? Oh yeah, it's over, bro. He done flew down like a pterodactyl and took his prey. Charlie? Man, will you shut the hell up, cuz? He is not coming back, cuz. Oh my god, I don't even know what's going on right now. Hey, Scotty, take everybody and get on the bus. What's your money and get back on the bus, man? I ain't getting on that damn bus. Oh my god, Scotty, listen to me, get on the bus. So that's exactly what Scotty does. He tells everybody to get on the bus, bro, while this nerd-ass dude is on there trying to get help in the radio. And then the lady that was driving the bus gets taken too. Now, bro got on the bus, bro. He talking about, oh my god, what did you see? Man, what did you see, cuz? Man, I seen that motherfucker fly away, cuz. I ain't seen something that big fly away in my whole life. I didn't even think she could get off the ground. Shit, I didn't think she could jump, let alone fly. Now, in the middle of Scotty having a conversation with this guy, they're going back and forth about having problems with each other. Clearly, this isn't the right time to be arguing about that, douchebag. Now take your insane, bleach blonde ass hair and shut the hell up. Bro, Jeepers Creepers came down and took this dude away mid-sentence. They're having a one-on-one conversation and you just see pterodactyl feet grabbing them. Bro, what is going on? He done took 3 grown adults away in a matter of seconds. Where is he taking them to? And how is he getting them there that fast that he's coming back to attack again? Now, DeAndre and Scotty end up getting into it on the bus because Scotty is racist. I don't know how many times I have to say that. Bro, all he did was grab his shoulder because he was clearly bullying another student on the bus. Over nothing, I add. And this dude talking about, wanna play cock of the walk, bro? Cock of the walk? First off, hey, yo, what does that even mean? Bro, I don't want no cock walking, bro. Only cock I should see walking is chickens on a farm, my boy. Like, I don't want to see no with feet walking around. Bro talking about, man, what you mean, man? What you mean, bro? You want to call me something else, Scotty? You know I can see you thinking it, right? Well, you know what, boy? I do want to say something else. You dirty, stinking nit. In mid-sentence, bro, Jeepers Creepers done popped up at the bus. Bro is in there sniffing, bro. Ew. Hold on. Does his nose have a nose on it? What is that thing, bro? What is he? Bro is some sort of demon, clearly. But, like, there's a big gap on his nose that sniffs while his nose sniffs. Bro got a double sniffer? Bro, he probably get lit with the coke. So he get to licking the window, smiling at him. And he is telling all the students to get out of the way. Because there's certain ones that he wants. Now, the ones that he does want, he winks at. Then the other ones, he's like, move. And the thing about Jeepers Creepers is, he only really goes after people that he does want. For the most part, he'll leave other people alone. He just wants what he wants. Bro is literally the booty warrior. I like you, and I want you. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. Bro, Minxie on the bus passing out again, bro. What is going on with these seizures? What is wrong with you? Bro, she done woke up in a cornfield, bro. The cornfield where this little boy died at. Bro, see Jeepers up there on the scarecrow. It's just like she's kind of seeing a vision of what happened that day. Now, she sees the guy from the first movie and they're having a conversation. And he tells her every 23rd spring he gets to eat it. And she's like, eat what? His pussy? And he's like, eat us. She's like, yay, I needed my honey. But really, she woke up and she's hyperventilating and sweating because clearly this dude is trying to eat them. Now she wakes up and she gets to telling them the 411. Here's a sitch on some Kim Possible-ish, man. She talking about a dead boy done told me that he's here to eat us all, bro. And not our is us, bro. He's trying to eat us like a carnivore, a cannibal. And Scotty don't want to hear it. He's like, how was you cheerleading this morning and now you seeing visions? You think you that so Raven? Like, where your crystal ball at? I don't know, Scotty. I don't know. I see it, okay? Some dead boy told me that he's gonna eat us. And then I got excited because I thought he was gonna eat my vagina. But he's not, okay? He's going to eat us alive. Doesn't sound so bad when I say it like that. Man, shut the fuck. Now at this point, she understands what's going on, and she tells him that he wants us and he wants to eat. And Billy from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers done went to the front of the bus, started squeaking. Hello, can anyone hear me? Please, anybody? Now, the dad from the beginning, who has made this crazy medieval weapon to shoot a javelin with a knife.
Yo, what's good with y'all, man? So a lot of y'all been asking me about uncensored content, so I created a Patreon for y'all. Now, I'm not saying that you gotta definitely, join the Patreon. If you can't afford it, I definitely understand. I don't want you using your hard-earned money if you can't swing it. But this is a way for y'all to get uncensored content while also supporting me. Like, for instance, my Terrifier video I just put out. I made $0 on that, but I still put it out for y'all because I want y'all to get good content. You know what I'm saying? So this would be a great way to support me if you can. I would really appreciate it. Also, I made an amazing Discord community, man, and I'm in there often. Like, I'm in there talking, chilling, hanging out all the time. The links for that and for this Patreon will be in the pinned comment and description. Go check those out if you can. Join the Discord. The Discord is free. Also, all of my socials will be in the pinned comment and description as well. Instagram, Twitter, whatever. So if you want to get a hold of me or get in contact with me in any way to just, show love to me or just to, shoot this shit with me, just come and join the Discord or follow me on Instagram or Twitter. But yeah, this is the Patreon. Check it out for yourself. I hope that there's a little bit of something here for everybody. And I really just want to say I'm grateful to y'all. Like, y'all don't understand. Like, y'all are changing my life each and every day. I love y'all so much, bro. Like, I really, turn my whole life around just to provide smiles and genuine good vibes to y'all. So thank you. Like, from the bottom of my heart, that shit make me, I be feeling like I want to cry sometimes just because I really, love y'all so much, man. And so thank y'all, bro. Enjoy the rest of the video. It's your boy, Sin. Peace.
To the top in the Jeepers Creepers. Ends up seeing a crashed car. Remember the white guy I told you wasn't going to go get help? Yeah, well, his car got peeled back like a can of tuna, and him and his wife both got eaten. So they're back on the radio, and finally the Blue Ranger's talking to him on the radio. Oh my God, we're in Kitchell County. Are you the cops? Please, can you call the cops, please? Can you help me? Yeah, man, I got y'all, man. I'm gonna call the cops, man. I just need you to hang on, all right, man? Being a bitch right now. Man, head east. Dad, what do you mean? Just get us there. About to smoke his dumb ass, guy. So we start the truck up and he drive east. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Why would you actively look for the creeper, bro? I'm not looking for him. I mean, I probably would look for him if it was my son he killed. So I can't really say that. But brother, no. So at this point, they're congratulating each other because someone's coming to help. And in this moment, I see the creeper at the back of the bus. And this dude takes his hat off, bro. First off, why are you always wearing this Undertaker ass hat? Bro, you're not him. So Macy walk up and get to stabbing him with a javelin, bro. She done stabbed this dude straight through his shoulder into the top of his head. Oh my God. Bro, I know that hurts. Look at him. He's trying to pull it out. Oh God. Oh Jesus, twice. So it just gets to the point where he can't pull it out. So he just rips off part of his head. Remember, if he eats people, he can regenerate, so it doesn't matter. But oh my God, you get an actual look into the creeper's head in this next moment, which is really cool because you see that there's no brain there, which makes perfect sense because he's clearly an idiot. I'm just kidding. He actually has a lot of intelligence for a creature. But my thing is, where's your brain at? What was that? Editor, please zoom in on that. What you got, cobwebs in your head? So at this point, he flies off because part of his brain is gone. I guess what you could call a brain. And they're all thinking oh, maybe he's leaving because he's injured. No. This dude slams back down into the bus and busts every window out. Oh my God. It's over now. Y'all have no protection. He could just get in the bus and kill you. Now, he didn't slam into the bus on purpose. Obviously that wasn't his plan. Oh, I'm gonna fall on the bus. I'm gonna bust all the windows out. No, that's not what happened. He fell because he's up right now. Bro is punished. Look at him. Bro got his wings out and everything. Bro done fell like a moth that you hit with a newspaper. That's what he looked like right now. Bro sprawled out like he got wasted in Grand Theft Auto. So they're asking, is it dead? It's dead, right? No, He's immortal. Actually, I don't know if he's immortal. I have no idea. I've never gotten past Jeepers Creepers 2 because I tried to watch 3 and it's garbage. So, you know, but I'll still cover 3 if you want. You just got to get this to at least 4,000 likes. There's no way I'm doing that shit. Matter of fact, nah. I need 5,000 likes. If I don't get 5,000 likes, there's no way in the world I'm covering Jeepers Creepers 3, bro. Now, at this point, this thing is covering up half of the bus with his giant wing like he's Mothra from Godzilla. And they have to get past it. So that's what they start doing. And then he wraps his giant wing around one of the kids and eats just his head. Bro ripped nothing but his head off. I've never seen nothing like this in my life, bro. First off, what kind of precision do you have to take someone's head off like this? Bro just made him a headless horseman. I mean, literally, like, this dude is not cosplaying for Halloween. His head is gone. Straight guillotined him. I've never seen nothing like that from any villain. Not that clean of a cut. With a wing, bro? He's different. Then he rips the rest of his own head off, which is insane, by the way. You just tore your head off and threw it. And then this dude's head gets to moving through his digestive tract, and he replaces his own head with this kid that he just ate. Yo, this dude different. I ain't gonna lie. I've never seen nobody move different like this. He is on straight Diddy timing. So now they're having infighting on the bus because clearly things suck. I'm scared to death. This thing is eating us. So Scotty's like, I want you, Jake, and Bucky, and...
Hands would rather not get messy. They feed, they bathe, they play catch. That's why we made a baby wipe big enough to help protect them.
Business tech that's bold, fresh, and delicious. Get started at easycater.com.
And Captain America, I want you all off the bus. And I feel DeAndre in this moment because, bro, the creeper looked at you too. Scotty's such a selfish asshole that even Minxie is mad at him. And here comes the creeper flying in. And all of them got off of the bus. Now, why would y'all get off of the bus? Like, I don't understand. Look at them. They're all sitting ducks, bro, running in the field. And he's just throwing ninja stars at the back of their head. Bro watched way too much Naruto as a child, clearly. Oh my God, I'm out of here. Get back up, everybody. Oh my God, what is that? Oh shit, he threw a knife in my arm. Oh my God, I know that hurt, bro. That joint went straight through the tendon. Bro, it's 4 people grabbing this knife right now, and nobody can pull it out of the tree? What kind of force did he throw this knife with? Oh shit, it's over. Oh, he took Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty. That's what they meant by that, because he's in the air like he got beamed up into a UFO. They on the ground crying, but like, come on now. Everybody's happy Scotty's gone. He's a douchebag. Like, what are we talking about? Uh-oh, the dog's barking again. You see what I'm saying? Anytime a dog gets to barking like that, you know that it's some bullshit going on, bro. If my dog is barking at me, bro, I want no smoke, because clearly whatever is around is bad vibes. I have a dog, and when he barks, I know it's either somebody annoying at the door, or he smells somebody, or he sees someone through a window, or he hears a noise. Actually, my dog barks at everything. Never mind, I take back what I said. So the dude pops up, and he's acting like, oh, I'm about to fight him, get us to the bus. And Macy is telling him, it don't matter what you do to him. He's not going to die, and he's going to come back in 23 years and eat people again. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. How did he not let his mans on the bus, but he let this shorty on? And she don't even want you, bro. She's not gonna F you, cuz. And will somebody tell this dude's dad to stop trying to hit Creeper with this stupid medieval weapon? Bro was hitting him with a harpoon like he's a killer whale. Oh my God, he actually hit him. Yo, this dude's aim is impeccable, bro. I am not messing with him on Black Ops. Now, at this point, bro, this dude Jeepers is so powerful that he's getting hooked onto this harpoon, but he's flying around and moving a pickup truck. Oh my God. Threw the harpoon back. I think Jackie's dead. That had to hit him. Did it hit him? Bro, I ain't gonna lie. How lucky do you have to be, bro? That thing went through his jacket? Now, this dude done reloaded this dang thing with this weapon that he is preparing to hit him dead on. All right, see if we can hit him this time, and oh my God. Yo, he shot through the bus and hit him? Bro, this grown man is different with this harpoon, I'm not gonna lie. That's the aim of somebody that's mad their son got killed. And the dog's still barking. He's alive still. Oh my God. Guess who's coming to dinner? Yo, is he moving a bus by himself? Oh yeah, nah, he's different. Bro, it's no way. He just made the bus fall over? Oh my God. Now at this point, this dude Creeper is tripping, bro. And Pop ain't trying to get out of the truck. Get out of the truck. Now look at you. You know, flip the truck over and you on the ground, looking crazy. He clearly has some sort of, like, I don't know, brain contusion or something at this point. But hold up. Does DeAndre got a strap? That has to be a flare gun, right? There's no way that that's a real gun. Like a fucking Glock, bro. This dude got the strappy dude on him. Now they sitting in the middle of a field, bro, and they're all sitting there, and bro walks up like, nobody decides we die. Like, all right, calm down, Tobey Maguire. Like, nobody's even talking to you. Yo, why do they keep making gay jokes about this guy? Is he gay? Like, I have no idea. Somebody in the comment section let me know, because they keep calling this dude gay, bro. Anyway, so they get in the truck, bro. Two of them in the front, DeAndre in the back, and this dude can't drive. Like, did he just put the car in drive and run into the tree that he was in front of? Like, someone take his license away. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This dude Creeper is different. Look how fast he is. He's catching up to them in a moving truck. Hey, different, bro. That's why I be trying to tell y'all, man. This dude is not playing. So DeAndre shoot him with the flare gun. Now, obviously, he brush it off because it's a flare, bro, not a bullet. I don't even think a bullet would have did anything anyway. Now, at this point, he's like, all right, screw it. He kicks the girl out, and he's like, man, I'm going to just slam on brakes, and hopefully it'll fly through and injure him. But my thing is, there's no way that this truck flipped over that many times with those two guys in it, especially the one in the back, and he didn't die. How did he not die from this? Bro was just crawling on the ground, but he's okay? There's no way. Bro, the internal bleeding that would be going on in his body from this, he would have bled out. He would have died. Bro, is one of Jeepers Creepers' wings off of him? Yo, this man got injured so bad, one of his wings fell off. Oh, nah. Then he's standing there and the damn car exploded. Oh yeah, I ain't gonna lie, he's freaked out, bro. Look how he's sniffing the air right now. He can smell DeAndre's fear. Bro, you know what I just realized? This dude Jeepers has no legs and one of his arms is gone. Bro, I know you didn't just pick that flare gun. Yo, hold up. Yo, editor, rewind that. I know this dude Creeper is not jumping through this field like a frog right now. Bro missing an arm, a leg, and he's still jumping? Oh yeah, nah, somebody get him out of here. This little flare gun is not gonna do you any justice. So he got this gun, he cocks it, bro. And he misses. Bro, you're trash. So bro was literally about to eat this guy, I ain't gonna lie. Like, he's on top of this dude, and DeAndre is trying so hard to stop him. But this dude Creeper is tripping, bro. Look at them tentacles coming off of his head. What is that? Bro really looks like a dinosaur. Yo, they shot him dead in his head. Oh yeah, it's over, I ain't gonna lie. So Pop go over there with a javelin and he just gets to getting busy on him. Straight stabbing him. I've never seen someone get stabbed that many times in my life, bro, and I live in London. All right, I'm just kidding. I don't live in London, but that's besides the point. Look at how he is doing him. Make it. Bro, he just hit him with about a 30-piece combo, straight javelin. If he's not dead now, I don't know how he isn't. But basically what happened is he ran out of time. You're probably wondering like, oh, you know, he died. That's not what happened. He just doesn't have any time left. His fucking body started cocooning over. Bro went into a what even is this? A cocoon? Like what is that? Anyways, Manksy says that it's not dead, that it's just time ran out, and that's clearly what happened. Because in the beginning of Jeepers Creepers 3, we see him at the same barn 23 years later. Now I have no idea what happens in Jeepers Creepers 3 because I have taste and I don't want to accidentally watch something so bad that I off myself. But maybe y'all can get those 5,000 likes up, and I'll have to check it out.
Standing up boosts productivity, fitness, and health. Now it is effortless and only takes the push of the button to arrive to the perfect height for you. The patented scissor-shaped design delivers smooth, sturdy, quiet, and powerful lifting. Just seconds to rise from the bottom 6.1 inches to 18.9 and holds up to 44 pounds. Enjoy the hands-free convenience to take reference from mobile devices while typing and video chatting by simply standing it in the slot. No complicated assembly needed. Simply install your keyboard tray. Your desk is also ready to mount your monitor arm utilizing our pre-drilled hole.
Stupid blender. What is up, everybody, and welcome to a brand new tier list ranking video talking all about horror directors. And this is also my latest Patreon pick video. So this is going to be a collection of some of the biggest names in horror. I think I've got like 43, 44 different directors here, so pretty big list of names, though some of them we're going to move through fairly quickly as to not make this the longest video in the world. Although I feel like I say that often and still ends up making a pretty long fucking video, but you know, we're going to try. We're going to try. I'm long-winded, what can I say? But this is a topic that was picked by my Patreon members. If you don't know what Patreon is, that is my crowdfunding source. This is the collection of people that enjoy my channel on a level where they want to contribute to it. They want to add to what I'm able to do. And they're the reason why I'm able to go off and do things like a New Orleans trip and cover the Overlook Film Festival and things like that. So they're absolutely the lifeblood of this channel. And there is a whole bunch of different tiers. There's different dollar amounts, obviously, for different levels of tiers. I give away Blu-ray digital copy codes. I give them early access to videos that I finish up early. I give them exclusive vlog videos. And they also have this thing called the Patreon pick, where every single month I let them throw out a bunch of different video ideas. I pick my collection of favorites and then let them vote. And the winner becomes a video. And that is how the idea for today's awesome video came about, is my awesome patrons on Patreon. So if you're curious on checking that out, the link is going to be in the video description, and I appreciate your consideration for that. The link to this specific tier list is also going to be in the video description as well, so if you enjoy this, you want to do your own, go ahead and do it. Tag me on social media, on Instagram or Twitter or wherever, and let me see where you have arranged these directors. But a few list of rules, the criteria for which I chose these names, because if we wanted to talk about every single director that has contributed something to horror, we'd be here all fucking day. There were just a couple of simple rules. Number one is that I have to have some experience with the filmography of the director. So there's a number of names on this list, like Dario Argento probably being one of the main ones that are going to be called out. I just honestly have not seen enough of his films to be able to put him on this list. I've only seen Suspiria and I believe Tenebrae. There's a number of other foreign film directors that unfortunately I just not have gotten much experience with them yet that I had to leave off. The other criteria was that they have to be a name that when I hear them, I think horror. I think their horror filmography. There's a number of directors that have delivered some of the best horror films of all time that have literally just made like one horror film. Think like Stanley Kubrick with The Shining, or John Landis with American Werewolf in London. And so if I included them on this list, it would be a little difficult for me, based off of the categories that I've chosen and the criteria that I've chosen, on how to stack them against other filmmakers when I'm basically just judging them off of one film. So there's a number of favorites that you guys are going to be disappointed on this list. I apologize, but there's a ton of names here, so hopefully we can still have a lot of fun with who I did decide to bring in. And the last thing that I have to address here, which is unfortunate, and it was kind of shocking and eye-opening to be completely honest with you, is that of this entire list, there's only 2 female directors that I have on this list of directors to talk about. And that's because based off the criteria that I chose, those are the only 2 that fit the criteria, unfortunately. A lot of some of the best horror films of all time have been made by female directors, but most of the cases that I found, the vast majority of them, they'd only made like 1, tops 2 horror films and then completely went on to do other things. Like Catherine Bigelow, Near Dark's one of my favorites of all time, but she has not made a horror film since. You had a number of other ones, like the director of Jennifer's Body, and the Babadook. The Babadook has only made the 1, and then she made The Nightingale. She only made 2 films. If you guys are super disappointed in that, I apologize, but let me know down in the comment section below. Maybe I can make up for it by doing like a top 10 horror films directed by female directors or something like that. I think that'd be a fun video, so I wish that wasn't the case, but unfortunately it is. Now, as far as the categories that I have chosen here, I wanted to do something a little bit different with this list. I didn't want this to be like me ranking these directors best to worst or anything like that. It's a little more standard. I wanted to talk a little bit more about just what these directors have done, what they've contributed that mean the most to me. Like, how have they impacted my horror taste? How have they impacted my list of favorite films of all time? So going from the lowest category to the top, we have Not For Me, which there are going to be a few directors on here that unfortunately, they have fan bases, they have notoriety in the horror space for a reason. People love what they do, but for whatever reason, the films that they have released so far just have not resonated with me, just don't appeal to my personal taste. Then you have I Want to Love You, which are directors that have a certain style or are attached to a certain property, or there's something about them that I desperately want to be a fan of theirs, but for whatever reason, the majority of what they come out with just doesn't quite work for me for a myriad of reasons, and we'll get into all the individual ones when we come to them.
With Chewie, get their mealtime match at a great price. Ranger loves a hike, and Pip, she's just along for the ride. Blue Buffalo fuels both their adventures. Wilderness for him and life protection formula for her. For low prices, for life with pets, there's Chewie.
You have my curiosity, which are directors that have done enough good where their name sticks in my brain, where I'm curious to see what they do next, and if they're attached to a film, it certainly will pique my interest a little bit. You have my attention, which are directors that have done way more good than movies that have not really worked for me, and so I'm pretty safe in betting that whatever they come out with next is going to be something I enjoy, and I'm usually their opening night. Then we have a very interesting category that I added last minute called Dark Horse. And these are going to be a list of directors that have contributed either a film or a couple of films that mean so much to me that they're kind of like the unsung heroes of horror in my mind. So you're going to have directors here that are, for whatever unfortunate reason, don't get brought up very often when we discuss the best or the most influential horror directors, but they absolutely are on that list for me personally. And then we have the top, which is horror heroes. Not needing a whole lot of explanation here. These are the GOATs. These are the ones that have given me some of my favorite films of all time, or the ones that just have absolutely the best filmography or the best quality as far as consistency in their work. Those are the top dogs. So those are the 6 categories we're going to be ranking them off of, so it should be a really interesting tier list by the end of it. And now we're kicking this thing off, and Tier Maker has all of these directors listed alphabetically by their last name. So we're going to kick this off with Alexander, and he is somebody that absolutely has my attention. This is the guy that directed High Tension, the Hills Have Eyes remake, the Piranha remake, 3D one, not 3DD, 3D. Also, he did Crawl, probably a couple other, Mirrors, maybe a few others that I'm forgetting, but he's a director that when I think of his name, I just think of visceral gore, painful deaths, intensity, and that's what always draws me to his movies. You think of The Hills Have Eyes or High Tension, these just really extreme, gory, painful deaths. You think of Mirrors and that bathroom kill with the jaw being torn open just sticks in my mind, even though that's not the best movie in the world. It is forever in my brain because of that kill. Crawl was really cool and intense. So he is somebody that when his name gets attached to it, he hasn't necessarily done a movie that I have loved, but I am always so much more interested, and I'm there night one when I see his name on the poster. Now we have Fede Alvarez, and let me tell you, if I was ranking these off of quality and there was a category between You Have My Attention and Horror Heroes, he would fit that absolutely. For now, I'm going to put him in You Have My Attention, but he is like at the top of that category. This is a guy that has unfortunately only done a few films at this point. And his newest film I haven't seen yet. If we did this in a couple of months after I see Alien Romulus, he might get bumped all the way up to Horror Heroes, but what a splash this guy has made in just a short amount of time. He gave us the Evil Dead remake or reboot or sequel, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that I absolutely love. It's my favorite film in that franchise, and one of my favorite horror films of all time. You have Don't Breathe, which I'm a massive fan of. I didn't care for his Girl with the Dragon Tattoo movie, but I don't blame him. That was just a weird decision from the studio. Like, we're not going to continue the original run of movies, but we're also not going to continue the David Fincher film. We're just going to do a random chapter that's detached from all the others. That was just weird from Jump Street, but you got Alien Romulus coming out. The trailer is one of the best trailers I've seen in years. I'm so pumped for it. If the movie is even half as good as the trailer was, then this is the best Alien film that we have gotten since the first two in my mind. So I'm so excited for it. I think he's absolutely the perfect guy to do it. And as I said, I mean, if Alien Romulus is on the level of Evil Dead and Don't Breathe, I think he's going to go up to Horror Heroes for me. I just love this guy's style.
uncompromising curiosity deserves uncompromising quality, crafted without compromise.
Now we have Ari Aster, and here we go! We're gonna start the controversy. Not for me, guys. I'm sorry. I know, like, look, I think that Hereditary is a genuinely fantastic horror film. I was a little iffy on it in certain ways when I first saw it. The more that I watch it, the more that I appreciate it, the more that I enjoy it, the more that I respect it. However, after Hereditary, he was a guy that absolutely had my attention. Anything that he was going to do, I was going to be there. He was a name I'm going to listen out for. Did not like Midsommar whatsoever. To be fair, I have not given it a watch since theaters, so maybe if I watched it today, I'd like it a little bit more. But I didn't like that movie at all, and I hated Beau Was Afraid. Maybe hate's a strong word. I strongly disliked Beau Was Afraid. It is just so not my thing. While I can appreciate some of the artistry on display, and absolutely he's a genius for better or worse with his filmmaking, that movie just turned me off so much to where he's a name now, after the last two films, where when he's attached to something, my automatic assumption is that I am not going to like that movie until he brings something out that changes my mind. So it's unfortunate. I know he's a big favorite right now. He's a massive name, and there's going to be a lot of people who are pissy that he is that low on the list, but I got to be honest. I loved Hereditary. I wish he would do something that is on that level. But the last two films, and especially his most recent film, have just turned me off so much that I just don't. I don't have any interest in what is coming from Ari Aster for a while. Now we have Clive Barker, and this is one that's a little bit difficult for me to place because I feel conflicted about it. But I think I have to put him in I Want to Love You. He is a very distinct filmmaker. He is very much somebody where his work sticks in my mind for being so grotesque and so horrific and so depraved with just the ideas of what is going on. But there hasn't been a single film that he has made that I have really liked. Even the original Hellraiser. I mean, what, you got Hellraiser, you got Lord of Illusions, you got Nightbreed, a couple of others. None of them I would say that I love. Even the original Hellraiser, where I like that movie quite a bit. I do think it's the best in that franchise. I just don't think the franchise is all that good, so it's not a very high bar. But there's always something that doesn't quite get there for me with the work that I have seen from him. So I don't know if he is still making movies. I think Midnight Meat Train was the most recent thing that I've seen from him, which was pretty solid. Wow. Midnight Meat Train is pretty solid. Yeah, we're getting demonetized. Anyway, Clive Barker, I really want to love you. I really do. I don't know if he's making any movies in the future, so I don't know if there's a chance he's going to come out with something that just really suddenly just makes up for some things that he's done in the past that haven't really worked for me. He really is going to solidify being somebody that goes higher on this list or not, but as of right now, that's where he's going to go. Now we have Tim Burton, and oh god, here we go. I'm just asking for an ass kicking in the comments section. He's also a director who's just not really for me. You know, he's made, what, like 30-something movies at this point? I think there's 4 that I genuinely like. I really like Pee-wee. That's my favorite movie that he's ever done. Just, you know, a lot of childhood nostalgia with that one, but it still holds up. I really enjoy Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I really like Beetlejuice. I like Edward Scissorhands, though I don't love it on the level that a lot of other people do. And I like Sleepy Hollow. That is it. That is it. I think that he has a very distinct style. You know, maybe one of the most distinct styles in movie history. Like, you see a movie, you just know it's a Tim Burton film, and that's very cool. There's certain elements to his style that I like. There's some bit of quirkiness and oddness and off-kilterness that I really like, but usually it goes too far. Usually it's just too weird. Usually it's not all that great in the story department for me. Usually it's more style than substance. So I'm not going to act like I've seen every film that the guy has made, because I certainly haven't, but I've seen the majority of them, and the majority of the ones that I have seen just aren't my thing. Now we have John Carpenter. We're not even going to waste any time. He is the first head on the Mount Rushmore of horror heroes. John Carpenter is my personal favorite director, and I'm not saying that everything that he has done has been a knockout. There's been a number of films that he has done that don't really work for me. I've reviewed a number of them here very recently. But that guy had a legendary run in like the late 70s all the way through to the early 90s. I mean, you think of really cool cult classics like Assault on Precinct 13, or The Fog, or Escape from New York, or They Live. And then you get into these all-timers like Halloween, like The Thing, my personal favorite horror film of all time. Christine, I think, belongs on that list. In the Mouth of Madness, I think, belongs on that list. I love John Carpenter's Vampires. In my opinion, that was his last greatest film. Most people would say In the Mouth of Madness. So I'm not going to pretend like he has a spotless filmography, because he doesn't. But when he was on, that motherfucker was on like Donkey Kong, okay? John Carpenter is probably one of the most influential directors, and I would say is the most influential horror director for most people on this list, especially the younger ones. And most of my favorite horror films of all time, if I'm going to categorize them by which director contributed to it most, that man right there. So I love John Carpenter. I think it's a shame that he doesn't make movies anymore, but I understand why he doesn't. But nonetheless, fucking love what he does. Most of my favorites come from him, and so he's absolutely a horror hero for me. Now we have Don Coscarelli, and this is our first entry in the wacky and inevitably weird Dark Horse category. So I know Don Coscarelli as the father of Phantasm, and that's where most people probably recognize him from. He directed the first 4 Phantasm films. Unfortunately, he did not direct the 5th one, otherwise it probably would have been significantly better. But Phantasm 1 and 2 specifically are in my favorites of all time. Those are 2 of the most important films of all time for me and shaping my horror taste, movies that I watched constantly as a kid, movies that I still love as an adult. And he's gone on to do other things. He did like the Beastmaster movies and a few others. He was going to direct Silver Bullet, very interesting story there. But his legacy is going to be Phantasm. And that's a very love or hate franchise, so I understand some people would probably have him towards or at the bottom because they just don't like what Phantasm is. I absolutely do. And for me, he's one of those directors that, especially since I am a fan of Phantasm, I think he's contributed a lot to horror, and I just rarely see his name get brought up. Certainly not in a good light, and that always frustrates and disappoints me. So for me, he's one of my dark horses. Now we have Wes Craven. And let me be vulnerable and honest for a moment here. This is not an easy pick. It's not an easy pick that you would assume that it would be. Because while Wes Craven deserves all the credit in the world for his 2 biggest contributions to horror pop culture, Nightmare on Elm Street as well as Scream, 2 of the most iconic, celebrated, and fandom-fueled horror franchises of all time, I think his overall filmography is actually not all that great. I reviewed all of his films and ranked them a few years ago, and while you certainly have some standouts, like some very influential early, like, dirty films, like Last House on the Left and The Hills Have Eyes, very influential movies, very standout movies of the 70s, not particularly favorites of mine, you have things that are like little cult hits like Vampire in Brooklyn, or even more so People Under the Stairs, which both of those, again, movies that aren't really high on my list. People Under the Stairs I've tried desperately to be a fan of and just never quite works for me. You get some cooler, smaller movies like Red Eye, Deadly Friend, which by every respectable criteria is a terrible movie, but I absolutely love it. It's like a so bad that it's an amazing experience for me. So all throughout his filmography, movies that don't star Freddy or Ghostface, there's more misses than hits. I'm just honestly, I think there's more misses than hits. But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I didn't stick him in Horror Heroes right next to John Carpenter. Just for Freddy Krueger, if nothing else. I mean, Freddy Krueger and Chucky, Nightmare on Elm Street and Child's Play, those are the 2 biggest building blocks that created my taste in horror. Those were the 2 that got me into horror, that turned me into a fanatic, that is absolutely the reason why I'm talking to you today and do this every single day as a career. I owe all of that to at least part of it, to Wes Craven. I think that both of his Nightmare on Elm Street films are fantastic. I think all 4 of his Scream films are really good. Even the third one is solid. And like I said, I like some of his other movies, but those are the 2 things that he's known for. But he doesn't quite have the filmography that I think somebody like John Carpenter has. That's just my own personal opinion. I know some people out there would disagree. I was very excited to check out a lot of his films for the first time when I did my review series, and a lot of them disappointed me quite a bit. But nonetheless, Wes Craven is horror royalty for a reason. Spotty filmography be damned. He gave us Freddy Krueger, he gave us Ghostface, and there are not many directors out there that have contributed that much to pop culture.
Power, speed, performance. But where does it take you? Power without precision is meaningless. Speed means nothing without direction. Elegance is secondary to safety. The essence of driving is gripping the road, keeping momentum, and responding with precision. A brand by Hankook. A tire that fits. Laughing.
I crafted amazing furniture. I baked the perfect pie. In Thinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Now we're moving on to David Cronenberg, the body horror guy. And this is going to be our first one in You Have My Curiosity. And part of that is because, admittedly, there's a number of his films that I still have not seen yet from the 80s, which is kind of like his heyday. I love The Fly. The Fly is my favorite movie by him. I thought that Scanners was pretty solid. I've seen a couple others. There's some more recent movies by his that are really interesting. Actually, if I was to give you my second favorite beyond The Fly, it would be A History of Violence, which is very not horror, although there's still some body horror in there with some of the gore. But yeah, Cronenberg's very interesting. Very interesting. And so by definition, he kind of embodies the You Have My Curiosity. I don't know if it's going to be really fucking weird and not my thing, like Crimes for the Future, or whatever that more recent film was, or if it's going to be this awesome mainstay of 80s body horror like The Fly. You never really know with Cronenberg, but you know it's going to be fucking strange, interesting, and you're going to remember it. So he's one that I need to do probably a review series on his films after I'm done with John Carpenter. I think that would be an interesting thing to go through. Now we have Joe Dante, and he is another one that unfortunately I have to stick an I Want to Love You, because there's something about Joe Dante's films that I always expect to like them more than I actually do. Gremlins is my favorite film of his. I do genuinely love Gremlins. That is a holiday classic in my mind. But you have things like The Howling, which most people would say behind American Werewolf in London is the best werewolf movie of all time. Some people would say it is the best werewolf movie of all time. And I was not really all that enamored with it the 3 times that I've seen it now. I think the practical effects are awesome, but there's always something missing for me. And then you have things like The Burbs that everybody seems to love, that I watched and I just couldn't get into it. And a number of other movies. I mean, Gremlins 2. I really don't like that movie. So Joe Dante has a certain style to him that I think is really interesting, and I wish that I liked his movies more than I did, but I would be lying if I didn't say that besides Gremlins, I always walk away saying, like, well, I should have loved that, but why didn't I? And I'm always kind of puzzled about what exactly didn't work for me, but just didn't. Now we have Guillermo del Toro, and this is another one that admittedly I have a little bit of a lack of experience with his films. Like, I still have not seen Shape of Water. Don't shoot me. I still have not seen Pan's Labyrinth, which most people say is his best film ever. I don't have an excuse for you. I just suck, I guess. But Guillermo del Toro is also going to go in You Have My Curiosity, because I really like his style. He has this very grotesque style about him, whether he's doing horror or action or, Hellboy or Shape of Water or Nightmare Alley or whatever it is. My favorite film of his is Blade 2. I absolutely love Blade 2. I think that Mimic is pretty solid, especially when you get the one that he was able to put scenes back into it, his director's cut, if you will. So he's somebody, when his name is attached to it, I'm very interested. Even Pacific Rim. I am on record numerous times that I do not like kaiju movies. I have a solid time with Pacific Rim. So I like his stuff. I need to watch more of it, especially Pan's Labyrinth. I know. Only so much time in the day. Yeah, he's somebody that always has my curiosity. He's a very interesting filmmaker. Now we have Brian De Palma. And Brian De Palma was an interesting one. He was one that I toyed with whether or not he fit my criteria or not, and I wanted to include him because I think that he's more well known, even by me, he's more well known for his crime thrillers, with like Scarface and Carlito's Way, things like that. But when I think of Brian De Palma, I do think horror. Even if you're talking about Scarface and Carlito's Way, you got like the chainsaw scene in Scarface. You got some very tense sequences and some very bloody stuff happening in Carlito's Way. And then you have films like that are more distinctly horror, like Carrie, probably his most well-known film. You've got Dressed to Kill, which we can argue if that's horror or thriller, but pretty horrific scene in the elevator and some horrific images in that one. You got a number of others. Black Dahlia, I remember a somewhat recent one that he did. So his style is very distinctly horror to me. Even if he's doing a different subgenre, there's something about it that just has that edge to it that says horror to me. So I threw him on this list, and I'm going to stick him in You Have My Attention. He doesn't really make too many films nowadays. His big run was there in the 80s and the 90s. But yeah, there's a number of my favorite films, namely Scarface and Carlito's Way and The Untouchables, that he has given us. They're not horror, but I really do like his style. I think there's something really interesting about it. And he's very influential for a lot of people on this list. Like Don Mancini specifically, I know, massive Brian De Palma fan. So he's contributed a lot to horror. Now we have Scott Derrickson. And I'm going to stick him in You Have My Curiosity, because I got to be honest, his filmography is not that strong for me. He's got a number of films that I really like Black Phone, I think is my favorite film by him. I really like Sinister, even though the trailer fucked my experience with that, because it just gives away the whole movie. Thanks so much, modern movie marketing. But there's a number of films that he's made that I don't care for. I don't really like his Hellraiser film. I don't like Deliver Us from Evil. I still have not seen Exorcism of Emily Rose. I hear a lot of good thing about that one, so maybe that's something that I need to check out soon too. But Scott Derrickson, yeah, he is somebody that here recently has done some very interesting things to where if his name is on a movie, I'm a little more interested in it for sure. I'm not at the point where I'm super confident that it's going to be for me, but I am curious to check it out. So that's where he's going to go. Now we have Robert Eggers, another very new addition to kind of the big names that's going on here. And I'm also going to stick him in You Have My Curiosity, because The Witch is a movie that very much I respect a lot more than I enjoy. I think there's some really horrific things going on in that, and I like the style of it, but it's not a movie I would ever really care to rewatch, I don't think. Absolutely did not like The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse just does not work for me whatsoever. I love The Northman. The Northman's my favorite film by him, and I am so excited for his Nosferatu film. Unfortunately, we've got to wait till December to see it, but I have all the confidence in the world that movie's going to be fucking incredible. So I really like his style. I like how he is very dead set on doing period piece films, and if he sticks with things like The Witch and Nosferatu, I think he's going to be a really interesting voice throughout the next decade or more of horror. So he's somebody that I'm very curious to check out what he has done, but I got to see at least one or two more films of his that really work for me before I can stick him up a little higher.
1, 2, 3, 4, gooey, gooey, more is more. Ready to beautify your slime? More texture, more boost, more sparkle, more you. So squishy, so fine, so ready to fly. Gooey, gooey, each sold separately.
Pain doesn't care who you are or why you hurt, but pain can be mastered if you know the way. Fight back with Tiger Balm's legendary herbal power. Trusted for over 100 years, our proven blend of camphor, menthol, and essential oils tames pain with the strength and speed of the tiger, so that you can rise above pain and get back to living. This is the way of the tiger.
Now we have Mike Flanagan. And, you know, I think I have to put him in Horror Heroes. I think I have to, because this guy is just so consistently great that I don't think he's ever missed. Like, there's a number of things that he has done that I would just say that I like, that maybe I haven't necessarily loved yet, like Oculus and Hush, Gerald's Game. Like, he's very consistent at least getting me close to like a 4-star experience. But then he has some things like Doctor Sleep, which I think is genuinely one of the greatest horror films that's been made like in the last decade. A number of his shows for Netflix, more specifically The Fall of House of Usher, which just happened, I thought was fucking fantastic all the way through. Still haven't seen Midnight Mass. Everybody tells me I would love that the most, and see my answer to Guillermo del Toro. I just feel like there's not enough hours in the day, but I'll get to it. But Mike Flanagan is one of those names that he has just built such a reputation for consistently giving great movies and TV series that when his name is on it, I know I'm going to like it. There's a chance that I'll love it, but I know I'm at least going to like it. And hearing interviews by him and just his approach to horror, he has such a classiness to him that I really love and respect. And so, like, people have asked me a number of times, like, who do you want to take over a Nightmare on Elm Street? I either want to see a visceral version of Nightmare on Elm Street from somebody like Fede Alvarez, or if we're going to take, like, a classy, psychological, get inside of your head type approach, then Mike Flanagan is absolutely the guy that I would want to see his take on it. So, unfortunately, I did not get a chance to meet or interview him at the Overlook Film Festival. His movie Oculus was doing like a 10-year anniversary, and he was there for it. His wife was there too. And I just chose to see another movie, to see something I haven't seen before versus go across town to see a film I already had. But Mike Flanagan is absolutely one of the top working directors today. And as I said, as far as consistent quality, anybody who is rose to prominence within the last 10 years, I think that he's the top of the list as far as that criteria goes. So he's a horror hero for me, and I can't wait to see what he does next. Now we have Alex Garland, and this is another one that was interesting, and I wasn't sure if I was going to include him or not, because all 4 of his films, while being very horrific in style and with certain elements, they're more horror adjacent. But I think that he has such a disturbing nature to some of the things that he explores that that's what sticks out to me about his films, so I wanted to include him. And he's going to also go in You Have My Curiosity. Now, apparently he's done making films. I guess he said after Civil War that's his last film, which is very odd since he's only made, I think, 4. But whatever. If that's his legacy, that's his legacy. We'll see, I guess. But he did Ex Machina, which I love. He did Annihilation, which I liked a lot, didn't care for the ending. Men, which I distinctly did not like, but that's probably his most horror movie. And then just 2 weeks ago, he dropped Civil War. And all 4 of those movies have very distinct horror flavors to them. Ex Machina towards the 3rd act and the implications of what it's talking about, very horrific. Annihilation has that bear sequence that everybody was talking about, one of the scariest scenes of that year. And then Civil War, it was very a realistic take, like an alternate future, at least I hope it's an alternate future, but some very horrifying imagery, some very tense scenes. So we can argue whether or not he belongs in this list or not, and I don't necessarily disagree with you if you think that he doesn't, but there's just something about his style that he felt like he belonged on this list, and that's where he's going to go. Now we have Adam Green, and unfortunately he's another addition to Not For Me. And it's just because it's not necessarily his style. Like, there's something about what he does that should work for me, where he's bordering on I Want to Love You, but every film that he has released so far, I haven't really cared much for. He's done the 4 Hatchet films, and he's done Frozen. I might be missing one, but those are the 5 that I know him for. I've grown to like the first Hatchet. I can have fun with it if it's on. I never am in the mood to watch it. It's a very over-the-top, super cheesy, campy slasher film, and that one I get some entertainment value out of. The other 3, almost none whatsoever. I just do not like those 3 movies. And Frozen, I would probably say, is his best film, but it's one of those one-and-done experiences for me. I think that it's an interesting concept. People, skiers stuck in the ski lift, and then there's wolves underneath them, and they're either going to stay up there and die or try to find a way to escape. Like, it's a really interesting little bottle movie, but I've never had the desire to rewatch it. Like, it was effective for a one-time watch. I wasn't, like, in love with it, but just, I think it was a one-and-done thing. So Adam Green is one of those names where, just like the others, if he's attached to something, I assume it's probably not going to be for me until he changes my mind. But we'll see. You know, he has the potential to come out of that very easily with one movie because his style should work for me. It's just something about his very goofy, campy, cheesy, humorous style that is just it's not on my wavelength of humor. Now we have Alfred Hitchcock, and don't get your panties in a bunch about this one. Hear me out. He's going in You Have My Curiosity. Again, we are not ranking these directors based off of like who's the best and who's the worst. These are just for my own personal tastes. And Alfred Hitchcock, admittedly, I have not seen a number of his films. I've seen about half of them. I've seen the ones that are probably the most prominent ones, but you know his films are also the oldest of anybody on this list. They're all black and white for the most part, so there's something about them that inevitably land in that respect more than I enjoy category. Of course, Psycho is an all-time classic, but I'd be lying if I said that I watched it all that often. You have things like The Birds that I think is very interesting, but again, I never have the desire to rewatch it. Your Rear Window, things like that. So there's no denying the man's contribution to horror, but he's somebody that if somebody wanted to throw on a Hitchcock film that I'd never seen before, I'd be curious to check it out, but I wouldn't necessarily have the most confidence whether it would be my thing by the end of it or not. So that's as plain and as honest as I can put it.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now we have Tom Holland, not Spider-Man. For some reason, he gets mixed up with Spider-Man on Twitter all the time. We're talking about the director of Fright Night and Child's Play, and he was the writer of Psycho 2, and he is my next entry in Dark Horse. This guy, if there was any unsung hero of horror on this list, it is that man right there. And I don't know why he hasn't made more films. Because Child's Play, obviously, the first one, super influential movie for me, super important movie for me. Fright Night, even more so. That's my favorite film that he has done. It is my second favorite vampire film of all time, and it's very close with my number one. I love Fright Night so much. And even though he didn't direct Psycho 2, speaking of Alfred Hitchcock, we just got done talking about him. Psycho 2, I think, is one of the greatest slasher sequels of all time. It is my favorite Psycho film. I think it's one of the best horror sequels, period, of all time. Very, very underrated and underappreciated. So he's one of those guys that he hasn't had like this big, sprawling filmography, but his impact was, while small, very impactful, very distinct, very much a mainstay, where a lot of people, when you name off the things that he has done, they're like, holy shit, that was all one guy? Yeah, he's fucking awesome. Why doesn't people talk about him more? I don't know. But that's why he's going in Dark Horse. Every time we talk about great horror filmmakers, I never see this man's name unless I throw it in there, and that's just a damn shame. So Tom Holland's my Dark Horse. Now we have Tobe Hooper. And he's another one that might give me a little flack, but he's going into You Have My Curiosity. So he gave us the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, very different film, and Poltergeist. Those are the main three. He's done a number of others, like The Fun House, and he's done a ton of horror films, but those are the three that he's mainly known for. Poltergeist being the one of those three that I think is the best. I absolutely love that movie. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, for the longest time, I said I respected more than I enjoyed it. It really just depends on my mood. There's times where I really crave the experience that movie gives, and there's no other movie that gives it like the original TCM, and it delivers on that. But I'm always one of those people that, like, I don't know if enjoy is the right word for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like, that's just a type of film that it gives a very distinct experience, and when I have it, I don't need it again for like 4 years. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is kind of the same way. There's times where I enjoy that more than the original, and there's times where it grates on my nerves. It's weird. So I really like his three more distinct films. I've seen a couple of the others. Funhouse was okay. Didn't do a whole lot for me, but he's one of those guys that while he is a legendary name for a lot of people, I always kind of have a little bit of pause before I want to throw him on my Mount Rushmore because his movies have not impacted me the way that they've impacted some others. But his contribution, can't argue that. Now we have moved on to, unfortunately, our only two female directors on here, and we have Lee Janiak. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. I might have fucked it up, so I apologize if I did. But she's pretty recent. She did the Fear Street trilogy that came out on Netflix, I think, 2 years ago. I don't know if she's attached to do more of those or not, but that's what she's known for right now. And I thought all three of those were solid. I thought all the three of them were pretty interesting. And I like the fact that they're three fairly distinct movies. You have one of them that is like a modern, 90, or not modern, a 90s slasher. You have one of them that is an 80s slasher, and you have one of them that is a period piece film. And so I thought all three of them were entertaining, all three of them were solid. I'm going to stick her in You Have My Curiosity. I hope she gets to do more. I don't know if it's going to be Fear Street or not, but she did enough in those three films to show her versatility that I hope she gets more work. And now we have Mary Lambert, which even before I get to her, by the way, some people are immediately probably going to call out the Soska sisters. They're pretty well known. I honestly just have not seen any of their films. I watched the first Now You See Me. I never moved on to the sequel, so that's why they're not in here. They would be an obvious pick because they've done all horror films, but that's on me. I just haven't seen any of their films. I need to rectify that. But Mary Lambert is our other one on here, and she is known most for the two Pet Sematary films. She also did Halloween Town 2, Calabar's Revenge. She did an Urban Legends film with a Bloody Mary, which I never saw. So she's done a number of them, and it kills me. I gotta throw her in I Want to Love You, because she gave me Pet Sematary, and Pet Sematary is one of my favorite horror films of all time, and it is often my answer for most scary horror film of all time, just the subject matter of it. But I really don't like Pet Sematary 2. Really don't like Pet Sematary 2. And while this is an ignorant statement, absolutely, I don't have a lot of confidence that I would like Urban Legend Bloody Mary, distinctly because I have not heard a single person tell me that that movie is any good. And Halloween Town 2, I mean, I guess that's Disney horror. We could still call it relevant here. Not nearly as good as the first one. So I don't know if it's on her. It's more of a story issue, but regardless. She gave one awesome horror film, one all-timer. I just haven't enjoyed anything I've seen from her since. So I wish I could stick her higher desperately because I love the first film that she did, that Pet Sematary film, but I just gotta be honest, I haven't liked anything she's done since, so damn. Now we have Christopher Landon, and he's the guy who has very much become prominent as far as like this 80s film plus slasher subgenre, where you have like Groundhog Day plus slasher in Happy Death Day and Happy Death Day to You. You have Freaky, which is Freaky Friday plus slasher. And then he was about to do Scream 7 and all the drama that came out of that, he decided not to. He is somebody that absolutely has my attention. Now, I have not loved anything that he has come out with yet. I really enjoy Happy Death Day and Happy Death Day to You. I really enjoyed Freaky, and I like that style of movie. I just like that little recent subgenre bump that we've had here with things like Totally Killer and his films. But I just like his mix of horror and comedy. I think he's got a good mix there. And I think he would have been a really good fit for Scream. It's unfortunate we won't see what he does. But yeah, I've enjoyed quite a bit what he's done so far. Very curious to see what he does in the future, and I have a lot of confidence that I'm sure if eventually he'll have a film that I'll really, really like. Now we have Damien Leone, and this is the Terrifier guy, if you guys don't recognize him. And I think of all the filmmakers on this list, he is the one that has the most to prove. So I'm sticking him in You Have My Curiosity. Damien has done a couple of films before Terrifier, most notably All Hallows Eve, which is kind of like a prototype of Terrifier. It was an anthology film where one of the three stories was Art the Clown. It wasn't the current version of Art the Clown, but it was an early version of it. Then he rose to prominence with the first Terrifier, and then Terrifier 2 came out 2 years ago and just exploded. So now we have Terrifier 3 coming out this year, and I really don't know if he's attached to do anything else in the future. But the main thing with Damien, I'm not really a big fan of All Hallows Eve. I have to admit, I didn't care for it too much. Terrifier, I'm very much in the middle with, the first one. There's things about it that I love. There's things about it that I really don't care for, so it's a movie that I'm very middle of the road on. But I really liked Terrifier 2, and I really enjoyed what he did with that one, and it got me really excited for the future of Terrifier. I think that a lot of people are. I think that whether or not there's a lot of people that don't like Terrifier distinctly, which there are, Terrifier 3, I think, is probably going to be the biggest horror release of this year, inevitably, and I'm very excited to see what he does with it. The big question with Damien, that a lot of people have, myself included, is can he do something other than Terrifier? And I have all the confidence in the world that he can. I don't know when we're going to see that. I don't know if he's going to stick to Terrifier until he's done with it. I don't know if he's going to take a break and go do other things. But there are some people online that I've interacted with that are admittedly not a fan of Terrifier, so I think that's why it kind of colors their response to him, that think that he's a one-trick pony, that think that he can only do Terrifier-type movies, that he has only ever done these over-the-top, just gore fests. And while there's a certain amount of that I guess is fair, if he's only done that so far, then that's all you have to judge him by, I don't think it's fair to think that he can only do that one thing. Until he tries and fails, or just does nothing but Terrifier movies for the next 20 years, I don't think that's a fair thing to say. So I'm very curious to see what comes from Damien now that he has gotten the massive success with Terrifier, and I'm very excited to see what comes from that. Even if it's just Terrifier films, but I do hope that he does some other things. And now we have Joe Lynch, another one of the newer names up here, and he is somebody that also has my curiosity. This is the guy that brought us Mayhem a couple of years ago with Samara Weaving. Then he brought us Suitable Flesh last year, which I saw at Fantastic Fest. That was pretty wild. He's got a really crazy style to him, which very much interests me. I haven't necessarily loved anything that he has done so far. There's always something that doesn't quite work for me in the movies that I've seen from him, but I have confidence that he could do something pretty crazy that I would really like. But, you know, just Mayhem in general was something that sold me on him. Somebody that's just that wild and crazy and just tries to have fun with his movies, I'm here for that. So even if I don't enjoy it on the level of maybe some other people, I still like the fact that I had the experience with your film. So that's where it's going to go for now. Oh man, now we have Don Mancini. And this one I probably have the most complicated relationship with Don Mancini and his work than anybody on this list. And he basically defines the category of I want to love you, as far as my personal taste. So Don Mancini is the guy that gave us Chucky. This was his brainchild. He wrote every single film in the franchise, and he took over directing duties and basically complete creative control from Seed of Chucky onward. So Seed of Chucky, Curse of Chucky, Cult of Chucky, and the Chucky TV series is 100% his thing. Now, this is where the complicated side comes in, because as I said earlier when I was talking about Wes Craven, Freddy and Chucky are my two boys. Those are the two biggest building blocks of the foundation of my horror taste. Chucky and Freddy are so important to me that I can't even put it into words. I love those characters. I love those movies so much. They were so important to me as a kid. They continue to be so important to me as an adult. If I had to live in a world with no more Chucky and no more Freddy, I wouldn't want to live in that world. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that Don Mancini is very extreme hit or miss with me with what he has done since he has taken over complete creative control. Now, I have to give credit that he wrote the 4 films that I adore, Chucky 1 through Bride of Chucky. And he directed Curse of Chucky, which I genuinely love as well. I think that's the best thing that he has done since he has taken over. But Seed of Chucky, I very much do not like that film. It's grown on a lot of people. It has not grown on me, unfortunately. Cult of Chucky, there was things about it that I liked, but it was, again, just way too wacky and crazy and weird and campy for me. And the Chucky TV series has been pretty extreme hit or miss for me, too. I really enjoyed the first season, was pleasantly surprised by it. Really did not like Season 2. To me, Season 2 is the thing that I have liked the least about this entire franchise since Seed of Chucky. And it's because Season 2 is basically Seed of Chucky 2.0. Third season is, right now, we're in the middle of it. It's distinctly better than Season 2, I'll admit that, but there's also things about it that are still just kind of weird for me, like having ghosts. This is what I've noticed. Now, I'm not going to say this is a rule. This is just what my experience, what my observation has been in the horror community that I have interacted with, is that it seems like what Don has done more distinctly with the TV series since he has taken over, is that there are a ton of people out there who were never really big Chucky fans. Like, they maybe liked the movies okay, or of course they were aware of him, but they were never really big fans of the property, that are now massive fans of what is going on with Chucky right now. Everybody that I see on Twitter, not saying everybody in the world, but everybody that I see on Twitter and other places that are like really loving Chucky, they always find a way to throw into their defense of it or of their commendation of it that something that lets me know they were never really a big fan of the franchise until recently. And on the flip side of that, most of the people that I interact with, or that I have seen opinions given by, that distinctly do not like modern Chucky, are massive fans of the classic stuff. So I think that tends to be how it has worked out, is where if you like the more classic approach to Chucky, this very simple voodoo soul of a serial killer in a doll chasing a kid trying to get out of the body of the first three films, and Bride of Chucky took it a little further, but still kind of the same plot. If you like the classic stuff, it's very hit or miss, or very difficult for you to kind of adopt and accept how far Don Mancini has chosen to take things, how much he has expanded the lore and invented all these new rules and thrown out rules and just has a lot of crazy, wacky fun with the concept, and it just has no parameters on it. But the people that love that never really were all that attached in the first place, and they're not as stubborn, they're not as guarded about how Chucky is, supposed to be, as some of us classic crazy fans. So I don't know. Like I said, it's very difficult. I don't want to go on for too long. I could talk for a whole 2 hours on Chucky and Don Mancini, but there's people that love what he's doing. I love the fact that he has kept the franchise going. I love the fact and respect the fact that he has made Chucky his life. He could have gone on to do other things and said, yeah, I started with that Chucky thing, but now I'm going to move on to others. He's made Chucky his life, and he has kept it going through sequels and TV series. Has it all completely worked for me? No. Has some of it really not worked for me? Yeah. Do I kind of long for the glory days to a certain extent where Chucky was more to what I like? Yes, I do. But that's just a personal preference thing. But by all accounts, he seems like an awesome guy. Everybody that works with Don loves Don. Everybody that works with him basically has this attitude of like, whatever Don needs, I'm there forever and always. So I'm sure he's a wonderful dude. I wish that I would meet him at some point. But his style, his sense of humor, more specifically, his taste in where to take things, just don't align with mine. I mean, that's as innocent as I can put it. Now we have Neil Marshall, and this is the guy that gave us The Descent, as well as Dog Soldiers. He's done a few other things like Doomsday, and he's another one that I'm going to stick in I Want to Love You, because I really do like The Descent. I think that movie's awesome. I do not like Dog Soldiers. As many people have tried to tell me how awesome that movie is. I've watched it 3 times, and I don't get it. I don't get it whatsoever. And his other films, I haven't seen all of them, but there's certainly nothing that has prominence like those 2 films. So, I don't know. There's a chance that maybe he was just kind of like a lightning in a bottle director with The Descent, or maybe he just hasn't been given the right funding or the right project to kind of come back and give us something that was awesome on the level of The Descent, but that's what I'll always remember him for, and it's just not enough to be higher on the list, unfortunately. Now we have Steve Miner. And this is another name that I'm going to stick in Dark Horse. He's probably most well known for Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3, which are movies that I'm fine on. The whole Friday the 13th franchise is not really something that I'm all that passionate about, honestly. There's some good ones. There's a couple of great ones. But Steve Miner, for me, I cherish more for House and Lake Placid. Those 2 movies were big movies when I was growing up, especially House. House is one that I hold very close to the chest because it seems like not too many people out there really know that film or cherish it the way that I do, except for my buddy Ken Sledge. He'll carry the torch for me if I ever let it snuff out. But Steve Miner is one of those guys that I never hear his name. He's not quite on the level of Don Coscarelli or Holland as far as delivering many things that have shaped my taste, but I still think he belongs in the Dark Horse category because He gave us 2 of the better Friday the 13th sequels for my money, but House more specifically and Lake Placid I think are all-time classics that I love, so I wish he would have done some more. Now we have Andy Muschietti, and this is the guy that gave us the 2 recent It films. He also did a film called Mama. He has since kind of moved away from horror. He did The Flash last year, and he's supposed to be doing The Brave and the Bold, the Bat Family movie for James Gunn's newly rebooted universe. So we'll see. He might be one of those directors that kind of moves away from horror. Maybe he will never come back. But he's another one that I am going to stick in I Want to Love You. I really like the first It film. I do not like It Chapter 2 whatsoever. And we can, talk about his things beyond horror. Mama, I'm lukewarm on Mama. I know it's a more low-budget film. A lot of people talked that movie up. I finally saw it and thought it was just okay. But even The Flash I thought was really good, but there was very distinct issues with it. The issue with Andy Muschietti is that when you say his name, I think horror director, but I also think horrendous CGI and horrendous overuse of CGI. And I hate the fact that that is such a distinct piece of his style so far. And I don't know why. I don't know if he just likes it. I don't know if it's just a budgetary constraint or what. Maybe it's just a weird series of events. But every single one of his films has that same main issue for me, which is too much CGI and god-awful CGI. Even the first It, which I like a lot. There's a number of CGI scenes in that movie that I think look terrible. It Chapter 2, even more so. The Mama creature design, I never really cared all that much for. And then you get into The Flash, and The Flash is like one of the worst examples of modern CGI ever. And the fact that he came out and tried to defend it by saying, yeah, I intended it to look shitty, that kind of pissed me off, to be honest with you. I don't like when people talk to their audience like they're stupid. So I just got to be honest. He's somebody that I want to love because I know he's a talented filmmaker, and I know that he has done some good things and will continue to do some good things. But when his name gets attached to something, the first thought that I have is like, oh God, is he going to CGI the fuck out of this? Like when they said he's going to do The Brave and the Bold, I was like, oh, well, The Flash was good. That's cool. Oh, wait. Are you going to CGI the fuck out of my Batman? Because no, don't you dare do that, Andy. Yeah, he very easily could come out of that list. I just hope that he reins in the CGI use. I don't know if it's the company he decides to use or what, but hopefully after The Flash, he got the message. Now we have Jordan Peele, and this is another one. I don't know, this might be controversial, it might not be. I'm sticking him and you have my curiosity. Jordan Peele is on a very similar path to Ari Aster, although not nearly as steep of a drop, obviously. I thought that Get Out was fantastic. I still think that is very easily his best film. Us had a lot of things that I liked about it, but there were some major issues with the logic of that film and his balance of the surface level storyline with the metaphors and the symbolism that he was going for. And Nope had the same issue as Us, just not as much of an issue. I think that Jordan Peele is such an interesting filmmaker. I think that the concepts that he goes for 3 films in so far are fascinating. I think that visually he's a very strong director, and he does have a very distinct style already, which is commendable. My issue with him, with his second and third film mostly, I think Get Out actually balanced it really well, is that it seems, I hate to phrase it this way, but it seems like his storytelling is not as smart as he thinks that it is. I think he kind of steps on his own dick a little bit when it comes to his symbolism and his multi-layered storytelling, where there's always something going on that's very surface level, like Us, the home invasion, or Nope, the alien invasion. And then there's also something that by the third act is revealed in the twist to be like this commentary or this metaphor, this symbolism that is woven into the story. With Us, it was, the underground society and his commentary on the duality of twins and all these other things, and you have rabbits in there and so much other, there's so many different layers of symbolism in that movie. And with Nope, it was about fame and don't look at the alien, don't look at the camera, and there's so many, again, multi-layered things woven into the story. And 2 films in, while Nope not being nearly as egregious as Us, I just feel like they start to conflict with each other after a while. He just goes so bold and so hard with what he's trying to sneakily say, that it starts to unravel the baseline storyline. Hopefully that makes sense what I'm talking about. I know I'm kind of using a lot of big words, but it just, I feel like he needs to simplify things a little bit. Like, I'm all for going bold and going big. I would rather have a filmmaker reach for the stars and not reach them than somebody that never really has the ambition to try. But I just worry that the more that he goes on, it's almost like he buys into his own hype a little bit and just tries to make things way too multi-layered and smart, when that's not necessarily the best approach. So I'm looking forward to what he's doing next. He is a name that's going to get me into the theaters. I'm always a little guarded now, like, is this going to be one of those movies like Us? I don't know. We'll see. Now we have Sam Raimi. And this is another one that is going up into horror heroes. And he kind of has the whole thing with Brian De Palma, where the movies that I love the most by Sam Raimi are not horror, it's his Spider-Man films. But you have Evil Dead, of course. The first 3 Evil Dead films are him. You have Drag Me to Hell. You have some others in there that are horror adjacent throughout his career. And even when you have things like Multiverse of Madness, the best parts of that movie is when the horror Evil Dead Sam Raimi comes out. I think he's one of the most distinct and celebrated voices in horror of the last 40 years. He's a name that absolutely gets me excited. Like, if he was announced to be in a director of a new horror film today, that would instantly make my most anticipated of whatever year it came out without even knowing what it's about. I really enjoy the first Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. I'm one of those weird people that, while I like it, Evil Dead 2 is my least favorite of the franchise, but it's still a really good time to watch. Drag Me to Hell is awesome. So yeah, Sam Raimi is one of those names that he's done a lot of really great things outside of horror. He's got a pretty varied filmography, and it's fairly solid too. There's not too many movies on that list that I don't think are very good. But yeah, he's one of the more he's been one of the more impactful names in horror that I just really distinctly like his style and his films. Now we have Robert Rodriguez, and even though he's much more of a well-known name, I would say, than some of the people I'm going to stick him next to, I'm going to stick him in Dark Horse because I think that most people don't really think of him as a horror director. They don't really value him for his work in horror, where when you say Robert Rodriguez to me, I don't think of Desperado and Spy Kids. I think of The Faculty and From Dusk Till Dawn and Grindhouse. So, From Dusk Till Dawn and The Faculty specifically are 2 of my favorite films of all time. And I think that they're such distinct styles of horror, and he injects so much fun into his movies while never really pulling back on the intensity and pulling back on the horror side of things. And you know, his whole filmography is a little spotty. Like, he's very extreme hit or miss, and it's almost like in a weird way. Like, last year we had whatever the hell that movie was with Ben Affleck that was like in my bottom 10. That was like shockingly bad for the concept and the people that were attached to it. But Robert Rodriguez is one of those names that it just very much shaped my horror taste growing up, with things like From Dusk Till Dawn, and then as I got a little older, things like The Faculty, which is still a movie that I value more than a lot of the films of that era. Like, The Faculty came out in the post-Scream world, where I Know What You Did Last Summer and Urban Legend and everything were kind of the big new names in the block. I'll take The Faculty before any of those films. I know that puts me on an island, but that's how much I love it. So Robert Rodriguez, well-known guy, but I'd never really see his name get brought up as far as like really distinct horror directors or celebrated horror directors, and I wish he would do more because I think he's awesome at it. Now we have George Romero, and here's another one that's probably going to get me in trouble, but I'm putting him in I Want to Love You. Now, admittedly, there's a number of films that he's made that I have not seen, but I've seen pretty much all of his zombie films, like all of the Dead movies, the ones that he's most well known for. And maybe it's just a matter of not being there. I've seen it too late in life or whatever. But I really like Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead I like quite a bit, more so for its gore than anything else. But I'm not as enamored with the George Romero style as most people seem to be. Very distinctly, he's very high on gore and social commentary. Night of the Living Dead, one of the more influential films of all time. By the time I saw it, I had already experienced a multitude of the movies it influenced, so it didn't really do much for me by the time I saw the beginning of the zombie genre. But Dawn of the Dead, I had to watch it twice to really click with it, but I do like that one quite a bit. That is my favorite of his films. And Day of the Dead, I have my issues with it. I think that it's a little too campy and a little too loud for me. But I love the gore in that movie. I think that's one of the best examples of practical effects ever. So it's just me being honest. George Romero, I know he's a massive, massive fucking name, but I haven't seen enough of his films that have done a whole lot for my own personal taste. So I want to love him, just don't yet. Now we have Eli Roth, and Eli Roth is somebody that absolutely always has my attention. I haven't loved any of his movies, but I've really liked most of them. Cabin Fever I have a lot of fun with. I enjoy the first two Hostel films. Well, I don't know if enjoy is the right name, but I value the two Hostel movies. Thanksgiving was fun. A number of other things that he's done. I even have like some so bad that it's good enjoyment out of things like Knock Knock. I almost said Knocked Up. But what I like about Eli Roth is that he's a very consistent director. And my favorite thing that he's done is not even a horror film. It's his Death Wish remake, which most people don't like, and you're wrong. Just kidding. Just kidding about kidding. Eli Roth is somebody where, very much like Rob Zombie, who we'll talk about at the end of this list, I feel like his strengths of a filmmaker, as a filmmaker, I should say, are very consistent, and his worst tendencies as a filmmaker are very consistent, at least for my personal taste. The thing that he tends to drop the ball on for my own taste is the writing of his characters. Pretty much every single one of his films, I don't really care for the characters. They're usually written to be douchebags. They're somewhat unlikable. I don't really care about them. I don't really get invested in them so much. But his strengths as a filmmaker is that he has a very visceral style. He's good at building tension. He has a very fun balance with his stuff. Even the more horrifying stuff like Hostel, the first acts of those films are pretty distinctly fun. You get things like Thanksgiving. That's probably the most balance that he's had between horror and fun, where he's having a good time even in the more grotesque stuff going on. So I think I really enjoy his style overall. There's things that I wish he would improve on. There's things that don't necessarily work for me. But he's a name that as soon as it's attached to something, you might as well just go ahead and buy my ticket because I'm going to go check it out. So I like Eli Roth quite a bit. Now we have M. Night Shyamalan, and while he has got the most fucked consistency of anybody on this list, I'm sticking him in You Have My Attention, because M. Night Shyamalan is one of those names where I have to see his newest film, for better or worse, and I never know what the fuck I'm going to get. I never know if I'm going to get an instant classic. I never know if I'm going to get a movie that's just going to be one of the more interesting movies of the year. I never know if I'm going to walk into an absolute shit show. And I have experienced the whole spectrum with Shyamalan's films. But it doesn't matter what the hell he's doing. If he is the name on the trailer or the poster, I'm there day one. He has had some very bad films like The Last Airbender and After Earth and Lady in the Water. He has given us some of the best of all time, like Sixth Sense and Unbreakable and Signs. He's given some really good movies over the last number of years that were surprises, like Split, and I'm one of those people that really like Glass. There's a lot of things in the middle. I mean, his new film that he's advertising right now, Trap, totally has me sold. So, for whatever reason, he always gets me. It's just like the fucking Godfather 3. It's like, just when I thought I was out, you fucking pull me back in with Josh Hartnett, you son of a bitch. So, yeah, for better or worse, he's got a wild inconsistency. He is extreme hit or miss, but I have to see his work. Now we have the guys at Radio Silence, and there are a number of people. I think there's 3 people in Radio Silence, but it's mostly just the 2 directors that I see, where you have Matt, who is the guy on the left of this picture, and then you have Tyler Gillette, who is the guy on the right of this picture. And they were the 2 that I interviewed very briefly before we saw Abigail. There's a couple other people here that are listed under Radio Silence, but I really only see these 2 as kind of the poster childs of it. But these are guys that absolutely have my attention. I really enjoy Ready or Not. I really enjoyed Scream 5. I had my issues with the third act of Scream 6, but still overall I dug what they were doing with that movie more than I didn't. And I fucking loved Abigail. Abigail was like instantly one of my favorite vampire films of all time. And I've since seen it again with my dad, and he loved it, and I loved it even more the second time. So These are guys where I just really like their style. I like their overuse of blood. I like their balance of horror and humor very much. And if they continue to make movies the way that they have made so far with these 4 that I have seen, they're very much doing things that are my type of film, that are my style. So I love what these guys do. Can't wait to see what they do next. And supposedly, since 2022, they've been attached to do Escape from New York. Haven't heard shit about it since, but I'd be very curious to see their style on Escape from New York. Now we have Tommy Lee Wallace, and a lot of people who are watching this video are going, who the fuck is that guy? And that is exactly why he belongs in the Dark Horse category. This is the guy that gave us the It 1990 miniseries. This is the guy that gave us Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, and this is the guy that gave us Fright Night Part 2. And all 3 of those films I really enjoy. It 1990 certainly has its issues, and a lot of it has dated and aged very poorly, but that was one of the most important horror things for me growing up. That was the first thing that actually gave me nightmares. Tim Curry as Pennywise. And there's a lot of things about that movie that I still love. Predominantly in the first half, but even though it's aged poorly and some of the things in the second act were never very good in the first place, there's this odd charm about it that it's always one of my favorites to revisit. Halloween 3, I've always been a big defender of that one. And then Fright Night Part 2, I'm kind of late to the party on, but that is a really underappreciated sequel that I think he brings a lot of style to. So he's one of those names where, just like Tom Holland, you look at the things that he did, and if all of them work for you, which they absolutely work for me, you're just like, why the fuck didn't this guy do more work? Why didn't he do more movies? If I'm not mistaken, I think he did the sequel to John Carpenter's Vampires, the one with John Bon Jovi. I have not seen that movie, and I think that there's probably a reason why I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on that, but he's one of those names where you never see it brought up. You never see it brought up, and I'm always like, where the fuck is Tommy Lee Wallace? Because he is awesome. Now we have James Wan. And James Wan, I think, also has to go up into my horror heroes, because there is not a single James Wan movie that I do not like. Aquaman 2 probably being the one that comes closest to me not liking it, but I think that's more so just my fatigue with the genre more than the issues with that film itself. But this is the guy that, he's up in the conversation with Wes Craven, where he's just impacted pop culture so much, where he gave us Saw, he gave us Insidious, and he gave us The Conjuring, like 3 major horror franchises that are still going today. Some stronger than others, but very much a huge horror voice over the last 20 years or so. I really like Dead Silence. I think that's a pretty underrated movie. My favorite of his is Death Sentence, very similar to Eli Roth. His action revenge film is my favorite. And I think he's done good stuff outside of this. Like Aquaman was a lot of fun. Furious 7 was a lot of fun. Malignant, I just kind of liked it when I first saw it, and then I loved it the more that I rewatched it. So James Wan is one of those voices where, or one of those names rather, where when he's attached to something, I know I'm going to like it. I might love it, but I know I'm going to like it. So he's up there in my horror heroes too. Now we have Ty West. And this one was also a little complicated for me, but I'm going to throw him, I'm going to throw him in You Have My Attention just because of recency bias. If I'm being honest, I've seen a number of his films before X, and they haven't really done much for me. I didn't think that The House of the Devil was very good. It was very slow. And The Innkeepers, while I think it has an all-time great scare, was also a very slow movie. But I adore X. I really enjoyed Pearl, and Maxine is my most anticipated film of the year, and based off the trailer, I'm pretty sure it's going to end up in my favorites of the year. So based purely off of his X trilogy, which is what he's currently known for, he's somebody that absolutely has my attention, to where Maxine is one thing, but if he is attached to anything after this little X trilogy, instantly, that's going to be like one of my most anticipated things of the year. So, nice little comeback here very recently with Ty West with this out-of-nowhere trilogy that none of us expected. Now we have Leigh Whannell, the heir apparent to the James Wan legacy. James Wan and Leigh Whannell were very much tied to each other for most of James Wan's early career, especially. They co-wrote Saw, they co-wrote a number of other films like Insidious, and then Leigh Whannell finally broke out and started directing his own films with Insidious Chapter 3. And foolish old me was so skeptical, because all I really attached Leigh Whannell to was his not-so-great performance in the first Saw film. And so I really, for whatever reason, was very skeptical. And I saw Insidious Chapter 3, and to date, that's still my favorite Insidious film. I thought that was a great directorial debut. He followed it up with Upgrade, which I thought was fucking awesome. And then he followed that up with The Invisible Man, which I also thought was fucking awesome. So Lee Winnell, really the only thing that keeps him out of horror heroes is that he's only done 3 films so far. We've got The Wolfman coming, which I would bet testicles that movie is going to be awesome. I mean, I cannot wait to see what he does with that. And I think when all is said and done, by the time we're done with these two men's filmography, I think there's a solid chance that I actually might prefer Lee Winnell's run more than James Wan's run. But I can't give credit for things that I assume. So Lee Winnell is going very high up into the You Have My Attention category. He's a guy that I thought would have been perfect to do Escape from New York, as I said that Radio Silence is supposedly currently attached to, but I love his work as a director. He's done outstanding things as a writer, and so I'm just very, very excited to see what he does next, and I've enjoyed everything he's done so far. Now we have Adam Wingard, which is another kind of complicated one. I would stick him in You Have My Curiosity. You know, he's the guy that gave us You're Next. He also gave us the Blair Witch movie, the third one, the reboot or whatever, or sequel. He did The Guest, which is more of a thriller, but has, you know, a bit of a horror style to it, a horror aesthetic. More recently, he's been attached to the Godzilla vs. Kong things, which really aren't my thing. But Adam Wingard, when he does horror, I do like his style. Even though Blair Witch isn't really my thing, I liked his approach to Blair Witch. Your Next, I think, is his best movie. I really enjoyed that one. I like the style and the guest. So even though I know he's laughing all the way to the bank and having a really good time financially doing these Godzilla vs. Kong films, that I would say most people are saying are among the more enjoyable films in that little franchise right now. I look forward to him getting away from that and going back to horror stuff. So he's somebody who has my curiosity, but he's done a number of things that I'm just like, it's not really my thing, dude. Edgar Wright, huge fan favorite that also is going to go into You Have My Curiosity. Edgar Wright gave us the Cornetto trilogy, which is Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and at World's End, The World's End. I might be fucking that title up. He also gave us Scott Pilgrim. He gave us Baby Driver, which is by far my favorite film he's ever done, and then recently with Last Night in Soho. So 4 of his films are pretty much horror, more so horror comedy. But he's one where a lot of people love him. A lot of people really distinctly like his humor and his style, and I just have kind of a love-hate relationship with British humor. So Shaun of the Dead, a movie that is absolutely a fan favorite that I've never heard anybody say they don't like, is a film that I've watched 3 times now and have struggled to really get into it. I don't dislike it, I just don't love it on the way that everybody else does. Hot Fuzz I thought was pretty damn good. That's probably my other favorite of his. And World's End was okay. Last Night in Soho, I liked the style of it a lot. I just didn't think that the story was all that good. It was a little more style than substance. So he's somebody that I've had a bit of a murky relationship with, but I like his distinct style and I like his approach to certain things, and especially with Baby Driver sold me quite a bit. Without Baby Driver, he might be in I Want to Love You. But he's a name that I'm interested. If he's attached, I'm interested. I don't know if I'll like it, but I'm curious. And finally, bringing it all home with Mr. Rob Zombie, who I, ironically, share a birthday with, January 12th. Rob Zombie, man, he is possibly the most controversial of any of the names up here. And I'm going to stick him in I Want to Love You, because I really do. He is one of those directors, just like with Eli Roth, where I feel like the things that he does well, he always consistently does well. He's got a really interesting visual style. I like how he brings kind of this 70s exploitation flavor into most things that he does. I like the music that he brings into his movies. You know, he has a bit of a music video director strength to his films, although he's developed out his skills as a storyteller more than most music video directors. But his problem is always the writing. It's always his characters. It's always his dialogue more than anything else. And that's just something where it seems like if you don't like that, then you just don't like Rob Zombie movies, because that's always going to be a part of the DNA. And that's the frustration. I feel like if we ever got a movie that somebody else wrote that Rob Zombie directed, there's a chance that he could deliver an all-time great horror film. And some people would say he already did. A lot of people seem to really like The Devil's Rejects. I like aspects of it. It's not a favorite of mine whatsoever. But he's somebody that I always root for. Like, every time I watch one of his films, I'm like, come on, this is the time, Rob. This is the time. This is the one. And by the end of it, I always say, fuck. Maybe it's the next one. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many more movies he's going to make, because he's had a very bad track record here lately. After he did the Halloween films, he's had to, like, crowdfund his movies, like 31 and 3 from Hell, and then he got the chance to do The Munsters, which I was very excited for, and that really did not work for most people. So I don't know. I don't know how many more Rob Zombie films we're going to get, or what they're going to look like, or if they're going to be any different than the films that he's made so far. But he's somebody that I really wish I loved his stuff. There's aspects to every single one of his movies that I love something there, but I just don't get quite enough of what I love. So this is where he's going to stay. All right, guys. Well, that's the end of this one. This is the completed tier list right here in front of you. This one was fun. This one was interesting, and I'm curious to see what you guys do too. So be sure to check out that link in the video description and fill out your own tier list and tag me in social media to show where you place all of these horror directors. Huge thank you to my patrons for this awesome idea, and also if you want to check out how to join in on the fun for these Patreon picks, check out that link in the video description as well. Well, that's it for this one, guys. If you enjoyed that, please click over here for all my 2024 new release reviews so far. I'm also going to put a playlist up here of my other tier list rankings. I've done quite a few different ones. Please like, share, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss everything in the future. And as always, remember, opinions are like assholes, but that doesn't mean you have to be. What is going on, everybody, and welcome to kind of a new video, a new idea that I'm trying out on this channel. It's not a completely original idea. I got to give full credit to our beloved Uncle Sean. He's been doing something like this for quite a while, where I'm going to be reacting to all of your horror hot takes. So if you're not familiar with what a hot take is, it's essentially this new age term for a really unpopular opinion, an opinion that's likely to rile people up, hence the name. And I did a video talking about some of my hottest takes a few months ago. That actually was a really popular video, so if you want to check that out, I'll put the link up here. But these are all going to be from you guys. I asked this question on my YouTube community tab, as well as Twitter. I refuse to call it X, where I asked for all of your hottest horror takes, your spiciest takes. And between those two platforms, I got almost 1,000 responses. So of the near 1,000 responses, I sifted through all of them. There was quite a few that were repeats. There was a number of them, too, where I don't know if you guys knew what the term hot take meant. It was things like, Halloween 1978, it's a great movie. And I actually chose 70 comments to focus on out of the near 1,000 between YouTube and Twitter. So this video is going to be all of the YouTube community page responses, of which there's about 40 of them, and all of the Twitter responses is going to be in a separate video that if you're a patron, you can watch right now as this video goes live, and for everybody else, you'll have to wait a week or so. I'll release it at a later date, but if you're a Patreon member, you can check it out today. And if you want to consider being a Patreon member, I greatly appreciate it. Click the link down in the video description below. Look at all the tiers, all the different benefits for being a Patreon member, and even just considering it, I appreciate it. So, kicking it off, most of these ones in the first part of the video are going to be just from YouTube, and then I'm going to end with all of the Twitter ones. We got, from a business perspective, Jason Blum is a genius. He puts movies into production that don't require quality horror to make projects fans of the genre will pay to see. This one's interesting because despite the fact that Blumhouse is certainly a controversial name in the horror world, at least for those of us that discuss it online, because their quality control is just out the fucking window. You can get the greatest horror movie of the year from Blumhouse. You can get a couple of the worst of the year from Blumhouse. We've got 2 so far this year that are absolutely going to be the bottom few horror films that I see in 2024. At least I hope so. Otherwise, we've got a fucked up year ahead of us. But the notion that Jason Blum is a genius, I don't know if there's too many people that disagree with that. I think business-wise, the guy is absolutely a genius. There's just there's no way to refute that. I mean, little production company that gets a hold of something like Paranormal Activity and makes it the most financially successful independent film of all time. At least I think it's still that. And has now become, like it or not, the biggest name in horror movie production today. I mean, Blumhouse is the biggest production company. A24's hot on their tails. Blumhouse is still reigning supreme. So the fact that he financially is a genius, I agree with 100%. I don't know if that's too hot of a take, but yeah, I just wish he would get the quality control a little better. You know, I wish when Blumhouse's name was attached to something, I could get excited, and I just don't. I'm like, what is this? What is this going to be? Is this going to be Black Phone, or is this going to be Night Swim? Jackie Earle Haley was an amazing Freddy Krueger and doesn't deserve the hate for his performance. I wouldn't go as far as to say amazing, but I pretty much agree with the notion of what you're talking about. So the 2010 remake, not a beloved film whatsoever. I agree with the thought that it is not nearly as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. So many people put it at the bottom of their ranking. I'm sorry, there are a couple of Nightmare on Elm Street films starring Robert Englund that are significantly worse than the 2010 remake. But the biggest thing about that remake that I always champion and I always shout from the rooftops is that Jackie Earle Haley wasn't the problem. If anything, he's one of the shining lights in that movie. I think that he did a really good job with what they gave him, which admittedly was not very much. And if he had a better script and had better makeup and they didn't try to do the CGI thing, I think he could have been a fantastic Freddy Krueger. And if the movie was better, this whole conversation about Robert Englund's the only person that could ever do it wouldn't even be a conversation today. It's a total shame that the one guy that got a chance to prove it got fucked over by a bad script. But nonetheless, I do think Jackie Earle Haley did a really good job. I actually agree with your take. I like Rob Zombie's Halloween better than the original. I like how they flesh out his origin and show how people like this are made, but it's also just entertains me more. This was from my buddy GM Light, who defended me a couple of times back when me and Winnie the Pooh were going to blows. Nonetheless, no. That's a spicy, spicy take, my friend. Liking Rob Zombie's Halloween better than the original, I totally respect it, totally understand, and I like the boldness there. I don't think they even compare. And I'm somebody that, I'm more forgiving on Rob Zombie's Halloween movies, predominantly the second one, than most people, but it doesn't come close to the original for me. I like some aspects to his movies. I like his directing style. I do like Tyler Mane's take on the character. I think it only works for Rob Zombie's movies. I wouldn't want that giant hulking Michael Myers in more grounded films, but there's aspects to it that I like. But what you said here about fleshing out his origin and showing how people like this are made, that's my least favorite aspect of that movie. That first act to me is borderline unwatchable, and I think that's one of the things that kind of destroys the mystique of Michael Myers. And apparently John Carpenter agrees, so you're wrong, sir. You're wrong with your spicy hot take that I respect. The Scream series should have been an anthology-type series like Final Destination. This one's interesting. This one is interesting because, you have people like me that feel like the Scream series very much is at a time where it should evolve past the trio of characters of Sidney and Gale and Dewey, and you have a lot of other people on the other side that passionately disagree, that want just those three characters forever and always, that are still pissed about what happened in Scream 5 and are over the moon that Sidney's coming back for Scream 7. There's an aspect to what you're talking about that I agree with. I actually like the characters a lot in the first three movies. By the fourth film, I felt like it was played out, and it was a little disappointing that that they didn't kill anybody off in that film. But yeah, the thought of it being an anthology where the same type of thing is happening with Ghostface targeting somebody, I think that could have worked. I really do. I think that could have worked. And they're certainly starting to, if they haven't been doing it already for a couple of installments, they're really starting to strain credibility with how many different people are targeting Sidney throughout her entire life, doing the same shit. So there's an aspect of what you're talking about that I actually agree with quite a bit. I don't know if that would have been a better version of the Scream franchise, but it has my curiosity. Buckle up, this is a long one. The Blumhouse Halloween trilogy is the most consistent timeline the Halloween franchise has ever had, not counting Halloween 1 and 2 as a separate timeline. Instead of ending on cliffhangers with the Thorn cult, Busta Rhymes doing karate moves, and whatever Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is trying to do, the Blumhouse trilogy, for all its many faults, at least made it clear Michael Myers was not coming back. Did have some entertainment value with the kills and actually concluded a narrative. A weird narrative with Halloween Ends, but a narrative nonetheless. I don't know. See, this is where you get into weirdness with the Halloween trilogy, because I did a video 2 years ago talking about where I was ranking all of the timelines, and there's so many different ways you could chop up that franchise and consider things a timeline. You can consider the original movie by itself a timeline, like that's the only story. You could have Halloween 1 and 2. You can have Halloween 1, 2, and H2O. You could have Halloween 1, 2, and Halloween 4. You could go through the entire Thorn trilogy. So if we're going to have the rule that you have to go through the entire timeline if it connects to something in the past, then I think you probably have a point, because despite all of the weird decisions that David Gordon Green and Blumhouse made, it does have a sense of finality to it and a sense of a thematic through line in that trilogy that the others lost sight of, usually by the third film. But I also think that it has the same problem that the other timelines have, to where you have a couple fairly consistent movies, and then they try to introduce some really weird, wacky idea at the end, and it just kind of throws everything out of whack. And it's like, guys, did you have a plan? Or are we just waking up and fucking shooting from the hip at whatever sounds like a good idea today? So that's where it gets a little sticky. My preferred timeline is Halloween 1, Halloween 2, and H2O. That one is my favorite. Close second would be just acting as if the original film is the only one. And if we're going to allow those timelines in where you don't have to continue on to Resurrection, I think 1, 2, and H2O are the most consistent. A little more so than the trilogy that you're talking about, because aside from some of the wacky decisions with the mask and, you know, some of the controversial creative decisions in H2O to kind of fit the 90s Scream edge, narratively and character-wise especially, I think those three movies is the best Laurie arc and the best conclusion of the Laurie versus Michael storyline. Short, sweet, and to the point. There should be a limit on sequels. There's a hot take much further down this list that's kind of more of an expanded thought on this, but in general, I agree with a sense that at some point it's too much, especially if the quality's not there. I mean, if every movie's awesome, nobody's going to bitch about the number of sequels. I mean, maybe somebody will. But there are points that are valid as far as a franchise or a timeline going on too far. I think the Chucky franchise is the prime example of that, at least for my taste. A lot of people would disagree. That's fine. But for me, as much as I love Chucky, as much as I love those characters, as much as I love, you know, Brad Dourif and a lot of the cast in those roles that I don't want to see recast, there is some casualty that you have with keeping that timeline going for so long, you know, now on nearly 40-something years, where things start to get silly. You know, you have to go really outside of the box to not get into quicksand or creative quicksand, not to be, you know, repeating yourself or having the same stagnant ideas, and then you run the risk of just getting really weird and odd, which, for my taste, they have. So, should there be a limit on sequels? In certain senses, I think so, but at the same time, I also don't want to live in a world where we stop making films and franchises that I love. You know, I want these things to go on forever, to an extent. Jason Goes to Hell is possibly the second best Friday the 13th movie. This is one of the spiciest takes that I saw in regards to the Friday the 13th franchise, because Jason Goes to Hell is one of the most hated films in that franchise. Now, I will throw you a bone. I actually like that movie, especially if I'm binging through the Friday the 13th franchise, which I very rarely do. But if I ever do, I actually look forward to getting to that, because it's a nice little palate cleanser, because you get 8 movies that are basically the same shit with varying degrees of quality. And then Jason Goes to Hell is the first movie in the timeline where it's like something different, something fresh, something unique, and it's just like, oh, thank God. It's like sitting there and eating the same meal 3 times a day for a month, and then suddenly somebody hands you something different. Even if it's a fucking McDonald's cheeseburger, you're like, oh my God. Second best in the franchise? I can't meet you that far. I can't meet you that far. I think there's at least 4 or 5 movies in that franchise that I would take over Jason Goes to Hell. But I like the bold opinion. I like the fact that some people out there, like me, enjoy and respect the fact that Adam Marcus was trying to do something wildly different. Halloween Ends is a great movie as it does something very unique with the franchise and tells a compelling narrative that wraps up the trilogy beautifully. You started to have a good point, and then it just trailed off into Crazyville there. Halloween Ends, it's a very controversial movie. You got people that love it, that defend it passionately, which I assume you're one of those. You have people that absolutely despise it, think it's the worst thing that's ever happened to Halloween since the last worst thing that's ever happened to Halloween. And then you got a lot of people in the middle like myself where it's like, there's merit to it. There's things that I enjoy. I appreciate that you tried to do something. Why the fuck you tried to do it in the third chapter of a trilogy with no setup to any of the things you're trying to explore here, that's a puzzling decision. And marketing-wise, go fuck yourself for marketing the entire movie off of the last 10 minutes of the film, which is the weakest part of the movie. But Halloween Ends is a great movie as it does something very unique with the franchise. I agree with that. I wouldn't say great movie, but the fact that you enjoy it because it does something unique, totally champion that. And that was one of the things that I liked the most about that movie. Even though when I saw it, I walked out knowing all the Halloween fanboys were going to be furious. Part of me was like, hey, at least it wasn't just the same shit over and over and over again, because, my God, how many Halloween films are just the same shit? Tells a compelling narrative that wraps up the trilogy beautifully? No, I hard disagree on that one. There could have been a compelling narrative there with Corey and with Allison, but it felt like shoehorned in the third act of a movie, which is like the third act of this trilogy that this movie serves as. And they didn't really fully commit to the Corey Cunningham stuff like they started to. I thought it was really interesting. Then very direct nods to Christine I loved because I love that movie. And then the movie just unceremoniously disposes of all that because we got to get to Michael versus Laurie at the end. And that's what killed the movie for me. Where all the other stuff before that is what killed it for everybody else. And they're like, finally, what we came for. It was the opposite for me. Wrapping up the trilogy beautifully, I just don't think it does. I don't think it does at all. There's a notion to Laurie finally defeating Michael definitively with no question marks and finding her piece that on paper should work. The way that they shoehorned it into the end of this film and tried to like do something different while wrapping up the trilogy, having their cake and eating it too, it clearly did not work for most people, and I understand 100% why. Halloween 2 Rob Zombie is a great and enjoyable film. Now, I am one of the few people that have the balls to say that they really enjoy Halloween 2 publicly on the internet using their face and their name. And it's by far one of, if not the thing that I have gotten the most amount of shit for since I've been on YouTube. Like, for a long period of time there, for at least 3 years, maybe even more, the most popular comment to discredit whatever I was saying on the video, no matter what I was talking about, is, yeah, but this guy liked Halloween 2. So I agree with the fact that Halloween 2 is a good Halloween film. It's very misunderstood. I understand why some people don't like it, because much like Jason Goes to Hell, it's wildly unique, and sometimes people don't like unique, or they have a limit on how unique it needs to be. Enjoyable film? I would not use that word to describe Halloween 2. Halloween 2 borders on, like, video nasty Halloween film, where enjoyment is not the word that I would describe. It's intriguing, it's interesting, it's unique, it's ruthless, it's violent, it's brutal, it's fucked up. And enjoyable Halloween film to me would be like 1, H2O, Halloween 4, movies where it's not like I'm mortified at some of the things going on so much. So we'll meet halfway on that one. It was the right call to recast Jason in Freddy vs. Jason. Kane Hodder as Jason would have added very little, if anything, to the movie overall. I feel that Ken Kersinger did a fantastic job as Jason, and the movie is vastly underrated by both fan bases. There is a lot that you just said there that I totally agree with, and actually, surprisingly, the notion that Kane Hodder being recast in Freddy vs. Jason was a good idea, or at least not a bad idea, that was actually a pretty popular recurring comment that I got. I'm somebody that love and respect to Kane Hodder. The guy is awesome. He's a bad motherfucker. Whenever I took the picture with him and CJ Graham, both of them looked like they were trying to squeeze my head like they watched my reviews. But I've never been the biggest fan of his Jason. Not to take away from his physical performance or being set on fire or anything like that. I just never really got the hype. I think that he's in the worst movies in the franchise pretty much, and that certainly colors my response to it. But aside from the design of Part 7 and, you know, certain things about it, I just never really got the big deal with Kane Hodder. I prefer Richard Brooker. I prefer Ted White. I prefer Derek Mears. So I was never one to be upset with Kane Hodder not showing up in Freddy vs. Jason. However, I do think that there is a certain amount of, I don't know if disrespect is the word that I would say, but a very disappointing lack of awareness of the fan base to not cast Kane Hodder. Because while I agree with you that I think Ken Kersinger does a good job as Jason, I wouldn't say fantastic, he does a good job, especially for the Jason that they wanted. Big, slow, hulking guy. To be this very different foil for fast-talking, lean, mean Freddy Krueger. I do think it was disappointing for fans, being that Freddy vs. Jason was meant to be like this fan celebration event to cap off both franchises and kind of have this moment where fan bases come together and celebrate the movies that they love, to not use Kane Hodder, being that he is very obviously the fan favorite Jason. And I don't really understand what the big creative issue was with wanting somebody like Kane Hodder's size. That's always what I've heard. The excuse was they wanted somebody bigger, and okay, fine. I don't think the movie would have changed at all if you had a shorter Jason. So I totally understand the fan base's frustration with the movie not having Kane Hodder, because that's the one missing element of it to totally be this celebration of two eras. And I mean, that is the last time we saw Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger in a movie, so it's very much would have capped off the careers of both of them in those characters and been a really cool little poetic moment. Now, your last thing about the movie's vastly underrated by both fan bases, preach, motherfucker, preach. I do not understand people's issue with that movie. Like, what did you want? What did you think a Freddy vs. Jason movie was going to be? Were you expecting something on the intellectual level of The Exorcist or something? Like, to me, that movie is the absolute best possible version of that film. Are there things to take issue with? Sure, it's not a knockout of the park, but it's a fucking blast. And for both fans of the franchise, you got a shitload of Jason kills, really good Jason kills. You got Freddy Krueger in here in Robert Englund's best performance since Dream Warriors. So much to love about that movie, and the fact that a lot of people on both sides shit on it for some of the weirdest reasons, I don't understand it either. Seed of Chucky is a camp masterpiece, and is one of the best of the franchise. And then I also paired in a very similar comment from Twitter that said, Seed of Chucky is my favorite film in the Child's Play franchise. The mix of humor and horror was done the best, in my opinion, and ahead of its time when it comes to its ideas on gender identity. Oh boy. Okay. Opinions are valid. Respect their opinion. You don't have to agree. Doesn't mean that your opinion is fucking, what the fuck are you talking about? In all seriousness, I totally love the fact that some of you guys are massive Seed of Chucky fans. Like Celise from Sweet and Spooky, I'm 90% sure she said this is her favorite by a long shot. So there is a fan base of this film. I will never be part of that fan base. Like, I've given this movie multiple chances to win me over. I have tried to let time kind of heal wounds, I guess, or to let some distance kind of make me appreciate what it was trying to do a little more. I don't fucking get it. Seed of Chucky to me is an absolute dumpster fire of a movie. It is by a landslide the worst thing to ever come out of the Chucky franchise. I don't understand it. Like, you say it's a camp masterpiece. Like, to me, effective camp is when you have really effective humor that never subverts the horror. And I don't think any of the humor in Seed of Chucky is effective, and I think it constantly subverts the horror. And as far as the mix of humor and horror was done the best, I mean, basically see my thoughts I just said there. I think Bride of Chucky is infinitely more successful if you want a film that is trying to be more of a campy and tongue-in-cheek Chucky film. I don't think those two movies even compare. I've heard some people argue that Bride of Chucky is extremely similar to Seed of Chucky, so it's weird to like one and not the other. I think my buddy Brian Lomax took that stance. I think there's a world of difference between the two. I understand that Bride of Chucky kind of, crawled so Seed of Chucky could sprint like a motherfucker, I guess, if you want to say. But the humor is better, and it's still a dark, intense, and it takes itself seriously still. Where Seed of Chucky is just it's a parody. And then the final thought here about it's ahead of its time when it comes to its ideas on gender identity. I'm not the person to really commentate on that because I'm not a part of the LGBTQ community. I don't have any gender identity, anything going on. So I don't really know if I need to say anything on this. All that I will say is that if I was a part of that community, if I was somebody that had an issue with gender identity or anything like that, Glenn Glenda is the last fucking character I would want representing me.
Who the hell are you? Shitface.
So I've also never understood that argument. I get that there's ideas there that maybe were ahead of its time that seemed far stranger back in 2004 than nowadays if Don Mancini was trying to do that kind of stuff. Partly why I actually enjoyed what he did with Glenn and Glenda in Chucky Season 2 far more than anything in Seed of Chucky. But Glenn Glenda, a doll that looks like a little monster that is constantly pissing itself and has one gender / identity that's super sweet, and then the confused side of him, the side of his gender identity that doesn't match the persona that is given most of the film, is like a homicidal maniac. Like, what are the implications that it's trying to say there? Like, to me, that's a confusing take. Now, again, I'm not the person to commentate on it, so maybe somebody that's in that community is like, oh, no, it's totally like the opposite of what you're getting, and that's totally fair. I acknowledge that. But just for me, Glenn and Glenda has always been a very strange exploration of that subject, if that was always the point. Gale Weathers should have died in Scream 4, and in hindsight would have provided a much better reason for Dewey becoming a drunk in Scream 5, other than him suddenly becoming someone Gale couldn't depend on. As I said earlier, I am one of those people that thinks that the trio, the OG characters of Scream, have absolutely been played out. Gale is my least favorite of the three, and I think Scream 4 would have been a great place to kill that character. And I don't know if they ever had plans for what to do with Scream 5. I doubt that they did. So I feel like whenever Radio Silence came in, they definitely kind of had their own script from the ground up. I don't think they were adapting something that Wes Craven wrote down. So I don't know if there was ever a plan for Dewey to become a drunk or for him to eventually die in the fifth film. But I think it would have played better everything that you just said, his character arc, his character demeanor, the changes of his character, his eventual death in that film, all would have worked better and hit much harder if it was in response to her death, a decade prior in Scream 4. So I 100% agree with that, even though there are people that will be furious that you even suggest that Gale should die, or that you have reminded them that Dewey has in fact died. Oh boy, some Scream fans, man. Y'all are wild. A horror movie needs to horrify you. It does not necessarily need to scare you. So, Seven is definitely a horror movie. It still baffles me that things like this are hot takes, but they absolutely are, because every time I say Seven is a horror film or Silence of the Lambs is a horror film, there's always at least one person that comes in as if I just told them to go fuck their mother, with a level of defense that is just off the charts in regards to the statement that I made. I absolutely subscribe to that definition. A thriller should thrill you, a horror movie should horrify you. And if you look at what's going on in movies like Silence of the Lambs or the example you gave, Seven, those do not thrill me. I'm not feeling thrilled by what is going on. I'm fucking horrified at what is going on. So just because it doesn't scare me, just because I'm not at the edge of my seat, like, turning lights on and afraid to go to bed at night, that is not the definition of horror to me. And I feel like if you have that definition of horror, then there's probably not too many movies that you actually consider to be horror, because I can count on one hand how many movies have genuinely terrified me. James Wan is worshipped as a god in the horror community, even though his only good movie is the original Saw. This was shockingly a popular comment. There was at least 5 other people that said some variation of James Wan's overrated, or James Wan's not a very good director. I couldn't disagree more. If you want to say he's overrated as in like he's not the greatest modern, new school horror director, I can appreciate that, and I would probably agree to a sense, but to me, James Wan is a fantastic director. I have not disliked a single movie that he has done. The only movie that came close to that is Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, which is mostly just a product of me being sick of that universe and just being done with it. But it's still a perfectly serviceable movie. All of his horror films, to me, are hits. And the more strange part of it is that you say he hasn't made any good movies except Saw. I think Saw is one of his worst movies. I understand the legacy, I understand what he had to work with, and it's impressive that a glorified student film turned into the most popular horror franchise of the last decade plus. But I think that Malignant is awesome. I think that Death Sentence, especially, is my favorite movie of his, which is more like a thriller. I think that Furious 7, given the amount of shit that he had to sift through to get that movie made, is actually pretty incredible. That it ended up being as good as it was. Not my favorite of that franchise by any stretch, but pretty damn good for having your co-lead die mid-production. And I think that, Dead Silence is really underrated and underappreciated. I really think that James Wan's an awesome director. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't get that one at all. Friday the 13th, 2009 is easily the best in the franchise. You, sir, you are my people. Or ma'am. You, ma'am. Or I don't know who wrote this comment. Whoever the hell you are, we're good. We're cut from the same cloth. Yeah, I love the remake. I think that's the best Friday the 13th film. Close second being Part 4, Final Chapter. And it seems like over time, the group of people that really appreciate the remake and think it's the best of the franchise has started to grow, or at least be a little bit more vocal. This is another one where, much like with some other opinions that we'll get into with the Friday the 13th franchise, Friday the 13th fans puzzle me. For the level of quality that we're discussing with most of that franchise, and let's be real, it's not a high bar with most of them. The level of fire and passion and how opinionated those fans are when it comes to certain details of that franchise just puzzle me. Like things that they will put on a pedestal and say is awesome compared to the things that they think is garbage and trash. They don't equate to making sense to me, and everybody hating the Friday the 13th remake is absolutely one of those things, where if it's not your favorite, totally respect that. If there's things about it you don't like, totally respect that. But the amount of people that think that movie is garbage or the worst or among the worst of that franchise, you're smoking some good shit. And if I was one to partake in that type of substance, I would want some. I prefer the Omen remake to the original. The reason for this is mostly because I saw the 2006 version before I saw the original. The acting, atmosphere, and effects are all excellent, and I still preferred it even after I eventually did watch the first one. I can see how beat-for-beat remakes can be annoying to people, but I just really loved this one. The story was relatively new to me when I viewed it for the first time, so it was a cool experience. These types of things are always fascinating to me, and I am the last person to ever attack you for that opinion. I think that it's fascinating that you watch the remake or the modern take on a property and got an attachment to it, and because of that, when you experience the origins of that idea, it didn't hit the same for you. And some people get really frustrated with that. Like, they get, personally offended that you now have more attachment to the film that they have less attachment to. It's like they get pissed that is your truth. That is your order of events. I think that's really interesting. I don't prefer the Omen remake in any way to the original. I don't think that it's a badly made movie. That's the thing that's weird about those shot-for-shot remakes. It's essentially the same movie, so can you really say it's bad when it's the same script, the same series of events, just shot with a little bit more modern flair and having maybe more modern-styled performances? It's a hard argument to have, but since I grew up watching the original, I don't get much value out of the remake, and it seemed to be the opposite for you. And I've had something similar to that happen a few times. Like, I like the Let Me In, the American remake, more than I like Let the Right One In. A lot of people think that's sacrilege, but that's the version of the story that I was introduced to first, that I grew to love, and when I eventually saw the original, it didn't hit the same for me. So I always find that to be really interesting. Buckle up for this one. Someone's trying to get shot. The original Friday the 13th and the original Halloween are not as amazing as everyone says. They might have been great for the time, but I find them both very slow and repetitive, with Michael just seeing brief glimpses of him, then pops up, kills someone, then disappears again, then pops out 25 minutes later, and the reveal of Pamela Voorhees being the killer out of nowhere is just confusing. But I do think the acting is top-notch for the original Halloween. I still think it's a little overrated, and same with the original Friday the 13th. I wholeheartedly, passionately, with every bone in my fucking body, agree with you in regards to Friday the 13th. I don't understand the appeal of that film. And I've had a weird relationship with it where I've tried to kind of get the appeal, and I've tried to, like, indoctrinate myself into the Friday the 13th fan base and kind of lie to myself that some of those movies are better than they are, predominantly the 1980 original. But it's just a terrible fucking movie. Okay, interesting ideas, moments, sure. Did it birth one of the more popular franchises? Sure. Doesn't change the fact that it's a shit movie. Now, with the Halloween. Ooh, boy. I am somebody that tends to say that the original Halloween is a bit overrated, but that's because in the circles that I run in and in the tone of my comment sections and some of the places that I roll in online, as far as Twitter and Facebook, everywhere else, there's a ton of people that act like Halloween is the second coming of Christ. Like, there is no movie that has ever been put to celluloid that has even approached the genius of Halloween. I think that's a tad ridiculous. I love Halloween. I think it's an absolute classic of the genre. It is one of my favorite horror films. I have not watched it in quite a long time because I've kind of been burnt out on it. But, so I agree with the notion that it is overrated on some level. But saying it's not really that great, it was just good for the time, and slow and repetitive, and everything. I'm guessing that's just from somebody that maybe grew up with a lot more modern slashers, which I guess I could understand. You know, the original Halloween is very tame by modern standards. There's not a whole lot of blood. There's not a very fast pace to it. There's not a whole lot of intensity to it. It's old school, more slow burn dread and suggestion and things like that. But that's what I love about it. So, yeah, I half agree and half... Godspeed, sir. I hope you did not post this under your real name. If you did, bunker down. I think Michael Myers is boring. Guy with blank stare mask slowly walking towards you. Again, bunker down, sir. These Michael Myers fans are crazy folks. Just take it from me. But I would never say Michael Myers is boring. I think Michael Myers is a fascinating character, especially with certain interpretations and certain performances of him. I think there's a reason, very easy to understand reason why he's an icon. The notion that he's not as interesting as some others, I can get behind that. And that's just a personal taste thing. There are some people that love the silent stalkers, that love the blank, expressionless mask. I think that's the most terrifying thing out there. I'm a Freddy and Chucky guy. I like my killers to pop a little more. I like my killers to have some personality and some edge to them and some dark humor and some sadism on screen. So I understand what you're saying to a small degree. I'll throw an olive branch out there that there's more interesting slasher icons. I would never call him boring. And sticking with the Halloween franchise, we have I like Halloween 2018 more than Halloween 1978. I wish you would have given me reasons and some context why. Again, I'm going to assume this is similar to two comments ago, where you're probably just more of a fan of modern slasher pacing, modern slasher approaches, a little bit more intensity, a lot more gore, more excitement, where the original is more of a quiet, slow burn. I don't think Halloween 2018 is even half the movie that 1978 is, but that's why they call it a hot take. And I appreciate and I understand absolutely when you think that something is better, and you got to stand on your convictions with it. So stand strong, sir. You and the previous two people need to hang out and learn how to fight, because there's going to be a lot of people coming for you. Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare is one of the best Nightmare on Elm Street movies, 4.25 out of 5. I don't know if this was a troll comment or not. I don't like to assume that things that I passionately disagree with was meant just as a troll comment, but god damn. one of the best Nightmare on Elm Street films and that rating, well, my thoughts on Freddy's Dead are well documented. I don't need to give context to it. I hate that fucking movie. For as hard as I was just on Seed of Chucky a few minutes ago, Freddy's Dead is tenfold that. So, again, I appreciate the fact that you enjoy it, but what the fuck? One of the best Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I would be fascinated to see your ranking, because clearly you go to Freddy and the Nightmare on Elm Street movies for something very different than some of us. The Terminator is a horror movie. You've got a character who is stopping at nothing to kill another, and you feel a genuine sense of threat while watching the film. I would give even extra context to that. The T-800 is basically Michael Myers or Jason. Because he uses a gun, people don't like to consider him a slasher, or don't consider him a horror. If the dude was walking around with a fucking knife or a machete, nobody would be having this debate. Another, like the 7 comment from earlier, I still am puzzled that calling the Terminator a horror film. We don't even go to slasher. I consider it a slasher, but if you just want to call it a horror film, even that is a controversial statement and is in fact a hot take. It makes no sense to me. If you want to consider the whole franchise action because of the sequels, totally understand. Terminator 2 onward is not a horror at all. Maybe horror.
Power off.
There was like 3 or 4 variations of this. I like American Werewolf in Paris. I understand all of the flaws, and I agree with all the things that people say about why it's a bad movie. The CGI is garbage. It kind of goes for the same exact storyline of American Werewolf in London, but doesn't do it nearly as good. I'm with you. I totally agree. But I have always found this movie to be fun. I have always had a good time with it. And I think that its biggest crime is attaching itself to American Werewolf in London. If it was called something else, I think people would appreciate it more. It'd be one of those more like, late 90s kind of cult classics. So I dig this one. I agree. That is a hot take that I will stand with you, sir. Dawn of the Dead 2004 is greater than Dawn of the Dead 1978. I think this depends entirely on a generational gap, because I agree with this. I am somebody that the Zack Snyder Dawn of the Dead is actually my favorite zombie film. I like the original Dawn of the Dead, actually. I've never been overly enamored with George Romero stuff, which has kind of been a bit surprising for some people, but I do like Dawn of the Dead. I think it just depends on which one you saw first and what version of zombie movie you like more. Do you like the slow-moving hordes? Do you like a little bit more social commentary? Or do you like the intensity of the fast zombies and the frantic action and everything that Zack Snyder shoots? I much prefer Dawn of the Dead 2004. And I'm sticking to it. The Nightmare on Elm Street remake would have been much better if Freddy was innocent and someone in the school got the kids to report him setting him up. Passionately disagree. I could not disagree more with that. I have already given my defenses for the remake, but one of the things that I thought was one of the dumbest decisions that they could have made is trying to even suggest that Freddy Krueger might be innocent. To me, that was just an absolute low-hanging fruit direction to take to try to do something different. It was an easy grab. What can we do that the original did not do? Put some mystery in there. But it created 2 scenarios. Either, one, you're going to spend most of the movie dicking around about whether or not Freddy's the bad guy, and he's eventually going to be revealed as the bad guy, and it makes all that mystery for naught because we already knew he was the bad guy. He's fucking murdering people, and we don't want to have sympathy for our killers, namely Freddy Krueger. Or you have option 2, where you have the eventual reveal that Freddy was actually innocent, and then that turns all of your sympathy away from the kids. It makes you sympathize with a child killer, and it takes away some of the edge and some of the darkness and some of the fucked up aspects of Freddy Krueger that makes that character what he is. So to me, that was absolutely a lose-lose, and I would have hated if they would have taken the direction of having Freddy Krueger be this innocent, misunderstood person that is now this tragic figure. Freddy Krueger does not need to be tragic. That guy needs to be evil as fuck from Jump Street. Child's Play 2019 is very underrated and overhated. It deserved a sequel. Also, it is much better than Megan. Yes, yes, and fuck yes. I will always champion the Child's Play remake. I understand that there was behind-the-scenes drama that, we'll all probably never know the full context to it. You have MGM that held the rights to the original film. You had Don Mancini and Universal that were trying to continue on from Cult of Chucky to do the TV series. And MGM wanted to do a remake to kind of strike while the iron is hot during all of this, horror reboot-quel stuff. And they were able to make a remake based off of the original film legally. And they tried to bring in Don Mancini and try to have some collaboration with those guys. They wanted nothing to do with it for understandable reasons. They were trying to keep the franchise going in their own way. They didn't want somebody else coming in and, for all the things that I can say about the directions Don Mancini has taken the character creatively, he has kept that franchise going for a very long time. And I could absolutely understand and sympathize with him feeling insulted that he's done all this work to keep the franchise alive and keep the property healthy, and somebody else was going to come in and do their own thing and kind of live off of borrowed trust that he has earned with the franchise. So I totally get why people involved with the Universal side of Chucky never wanted anything to do with the remake. But the remake's pretty fucking good. I think the doll looks like shit, and I think there's a couple other things about it that certainly were bad decisions. But I think that the story's good. I think the kills are awesome. I think the tone of it's good. I think it lent itself very well to capturing some of the classic Child's Play stuff, but going into many directions that the Brad Dourif Chucky never went into. So I've always really liked it. I've always found it to be exactly what you said, underrated and overhated. I think most of the hate that it gets is still from people that never actually watched it and gave it a chance, or people that watched it wanting to hate it and never really gave it a fair shake. I would love to see a sequel to it. It's never going to happen. And I do think it's much better than Megan. Megan, to me, is an absolute ripoff of Child's Play 2019, like blatantly. Like I can't shake the feeling that there was an absolute deliberate spite there when they made Megan, because Megan's from Universal, the people that hold the rights to the Brad Dourif Chucky. So it kind of felt to me always like Universal said, okay, MGM, motherfuckers, you had your little Child's Play thing that bombed. Now we're going to do that exact same story our way, and we're going to make shitloads of money on it. And so Megan's kind of like a very unsubtle fuck you to MGM to me. That's always how I will watch that film. And I like Megan, but I like Child's Play more. Jason is a B-movie horror villain and isn't a Mount Rushmore icon. If there is something that has been my hottest take of recent memory, it is when I did my Ranking the Horror Icons tier list, and I did not put Jason in the top tier. And a lot of that was a semantics debate because I made the foolish mistake of titling my top tier iconic, which was just a placeholder for S tier. I wasn't saying that anybody who's not in this is not an iconic character, because the entire fucking list of people were iconic. It was such a stupid controversy to me. But the fact that I did not have Jason as one of my personal favorite horror icons pissed so many people off. But I agree with you. I think that he is a B-movie horror villain. I understand that he is absolutely iconic and one of, if not the most recognizable and popular slasher villains. So if we're going off of just the court of public opinion, he belongs on that Mount Rushmore. But if I'm building the Mount Rushmore in my own backyard with my top horror icons, Jason's hockey mask ain't going to be on it. So I'm with you. I watched the Saw franchise for the plot, not the gore. It's kind of like watching a porno for the plot setup. Like, oh my God, is he going to deliver the pizza? Seriously, though, I agree with you. I like the more story-focused Saw movies, Saw X being one that genuinely surprised me. The middle of that franchise, when it was just about the torture, you lose me. Black Christmas 1974 is a superior film to Halloween 1978. Ooh, them's fighting words, boy. I do prefer Black Christmas. It is ever so slightly higher on my list of favorite horror films of all time. I don't know if I would go as far as to say it's like a superior film. I think they're both fantastic at what they do. I just think Black Christmas holds up a little better at being disturbing and being frightening. And it just, I don't know, it hits a tiny bit harder than Halloween. And part of that's because Halloween is just so oversaturated. And Black Christmas is very much this kind of unsung hero of the 70s, so I tend to champion the underdogs a little bit. So I agree to an extent. Excessive brutality and carnage candy is not needed to make a horror movie good. Correct, but it can sure as shit help the bad ones. It does not hurt whatsoever to have some good gore and some good kills. I mean, you give me something like Tarot that I hated, but all the kills are good. Suddenly, I hate it a lot less. What do they say? There's no such thing as bad pizza or bad sex. you know, having a horror movie with some great kills kind of fits into that conversation as well. Jaws is not a horror movie. This one was another interesting one to me. And, you know, it's kind of always weird to me to have these subgenre or genre gatekeeping semantics games. To me, Jaws is absolutely a horror film, but I actually dove a little deeper into this when I asked what Jaws is, and I believe they said it's a drama with some shark attacks. And I can understand that argument. You know, to me, Jaws, I mean, it's not like it's a mile a minute from the beginning to the end is just horrifying all the way through, but Jaws is riveting. It's terrifying. It's made people scared to go to the ocean to this day. So while there's a lot of character stuff and a lot of drama and a lot of moments in that film, big chunks of it that are not horrifying sequences, I still would categorize it as a horror movie overall. The last two Evil Dead movies are much better than the original Raimi movies. Evil Dead 2 is cringe level bad. And I gotta assume this is, again, a generational thing. People that grew up with the original Evil Deads tend to prefer them to the newer stuff. People that grew up with the newer stuff tend to prefer them. They're very different movies. The Sam Raimi Evil Dead movies are very much slapstick and camp and very intentionally low budget, over the top kind of madness. Whereas the recent Evil Dead films, the last two of them, are much more gore-filled splatterfests, and they're much more intense and darker and more fucked up. So very different styles of movies. I understand why you prefer one over the other. And since you said Evil Dead 2 is cringe level bad, I'm also assuming that you just don't really care for the campy, slapsticky stuff, which I get. I don't think that the Raimi films are bad at all. I think every Evil Dead film is good. Even my least favorite, I still think is a solid movie. But, again, just a matter of taste. Lake Placid is a much more enjoyable watch than Jaws. Interesting. I love Lake Placid. Lake Placid is the shit. I don't think it's half the movie that Jaws is, but Lake Placid is more of a horror comedy and is a little gorier. So, again, I think that that's just a matter of taste. Jaws is more slow-paced. Jaws is more character-based. Lake Placid's a little bit more in-your-face, fun. So, I get it, I guess. I don't agree. I know you'll hate this, but Wes Craven's best franchise is Scream, not Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy is a better character, but the Scream movies themselves and as a whole are better than Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't disagree. So I don't hate it as much as you think. I prefer Nightmare on Elm Street to Scream just because I prefer the style of those movies, the world, the characters, Freddy Krueger. But I don't think it's controversial at all to say that the Scream movies as a whole are better than Nightmare on Elm Street. The Nightmare on Elm Street is all over the fucking place. First one's great, second one's weird. Third one's great, fourth one and fifth one are... Fourth one's I got a nostalgia for, but the fourth one and fifth one are off. 6 is garbage. Wes Craven's New Nightmare is great. And then you have, you know, different opinions on Freddy vs. Jason, and then you got the remake. I mean, that's just peaks and valleys all over the fucking place. Whereas Scream, to me, has been very consistent. So, yeah, I don't actually hate that. The Tall Man is better than Freddy, Jason, Ghostface, or Leatherface. Boy, that's a hot take. And I like it. Tall Man's not anywhere near as well known as any of those four, and not nearly as celebrated, but Freddy is the only character that I would put above Tall Man for my own personal taste. I do prefer Tall Man over Jason, Ghostface, and Leatherface, so you're in good company. There's no such thing as a bad Chucky movie or season. Only 4 stars and above. Also, the original is the best. Well, I respect the final statement there. People love the original, as do I. It's all a matter of preference. No such thing as a bad Chucky movie or season, and they all are 4 stars and above. I'm a massive fucking Chucky fan. I mean, sitting from where I am, there is a Chucky doll there. There's 2 Chucky Funko Pops there. There's a Chucky doll there. There's a Chucky doll underneath him. I mean, Chucky's my boy. There's some bullshit in that franchise. There's some serious bullshit in that franchise. So I love the fact that you enjoy everything that they have done on that level. I envy you. I wish I could be that Chucky fan still to this day. But no. The entire Friday the 13th franchise is absolutely horrible. You're not going to make many friends in the Friday the 13th world, but I'll be one of them. I would not say that they're all absolutely horrible. And I don't know if I would use horrible to use as a word to describe most of them. There are certainly a few of them that are horrible. But the notion that the Friday the 13th franchise as a whole is not high on the quality bar, we can agree on that side of things. You know, there are some great ones. I love the remake. I love Part 4. Part 6 is a lot of fun. You know, Part 2 is pretty solid. 3 I have some fun with. Jason Goes to Hell, as I said, it is fun when I'm watching the movies, but I never really have the desire to watch it outside of a binge. Outside of that, I can completely leave all the rest of them. And I'm very rarely in the mood to watch even the ones that I do like. So